Sunbed ZXNR Masters Cup here at Zwartkops, basically back to the home of Extreme Festival. And Graham Van Bedar, I know you came out of Cape Town with a little bit of up and down there, didn't quite go according to plan, but back on home soil now, and the Cape Town Brigade have come and look like they come fighting.
Yeah, for sure. Cape Town was a shocker for us. We miles down in the championship, I think we 12th or 13th. But like you said, back to our home track, which is not really our home track, but it's more of an advantage for us. But the Cape Town guys seem to be on it. I think in the top 5, 3 of them are in there, so it's going to be very close, I'm sure, tomorrow between the same 5 guys probably.
The fight's on in the mid-pack as well. Hank, take us through what it's been like in that mid-pack, buddy.
It's very, very tight. 10, 15 guys in a second of each other, so it's going to be very close. It's
really what ZX10 is all about. I mean, that mid-pack and the backpack, they all have their own little fights because the guys are kind of on the same lap times and on the same kind of level of experience as well.
Yeah, on the same equipment, so nobody has an advantage. So yeah, it's fun.
I believe the 6-3 Nation are going to be taking over turn 2 as well, Mr. Viso.
Yeah, it's good to be back and looking forward to the racing, and I'm trying just to find that extra 10 because the pack is very tight, and here with the track as well, you need to have a good start and have a good rhythm.
You remember how this track goes, right?
Definitely.
I saw you walking the track yesterday, as you always do. You're looking forward to the challenge of being in that pack?
Yeah, and I'm excited. I mean, when you look at the numbers, 30 riders, it's really exciting. And tomorrow, just to see where you're going to be and to be in the thick of battle, that's what I'm excited about.
Graham, final word from you. Nice to see, you've got Sunbed, Red Square, and now NGK. Kind of putting this into the Premier League in terms of motorcycle racing.
Yeah, it's looking very good for our class. We've got some really good sponsors this year. We've got the numbers this year. I don't remember when last we had 30 on the line. Qualifying is obviously going to be crazy tomorrow morning with 30 guys doing such a variance of times on the same circuit, a 1-minute circuit. So I think it's all about qualifying. Where you can put it on the grid will be basically half the race won.
Thank you, gentlemen. Big welcome to Zwartkops for round 2 of the National Extreme Festival. And the home of the Extreme Festival has got massive crowds around the outside of it again. You can see them up on the gallery as well. It's great to see some VIP people coming here as well. And all the sponsors are looking forward to a great day's racing here at the home of the Extreme Festival. Graham Van Bedar, Ronald Slamet and Trevor Westman, the front row of the grid with the 30-second board about to go. Turning to 5, turning to lights on. And lights off when we go racing. Here we go. Van Bedar off the line, looking for a chance to go and take on the Cape Town Massive. Can he outdo Ronald Slamet into turn number 1? Looks like he's done that. Mid-pack, they start to sort things out. Look at that. Oh, around the outside. Fantastic riding there coming through as well. Great to see Peter de Vos back in the hunt there as well as they kick things off and head down towards turn 2 for the first time. And Shelley in the mix there in about mid-pack, number 74, the yellow bike you can pick up on. And coming through there for the very first time as well. Watch out for Ganapathy. He's got Sanjeev Singh just ahead of him. Teddy Brook with a great start, but it is Graham Van Bedar who leads things out. GVBD ahead of Slamet. Looks like squeezing through there into 3rd place. A good start coming out of Jason Lamb. A massive start there from Lamb. And then just coming through the mid-pack, as you can see, the 37 bike there. What a start coming out of Byron Rothwell. He's now in the mix there with Peter de Vos as they head up to the top of the hill for the first time to complete this first lap in anger here for the ZXNR Masters Cup. It is the Sunbed ZXNR Masters Cup here, the only 2-wheel category on the Extreme Festival calendar. And already starting to get into the mix there. Good move there from Oberholzer, diving on the inside, trying to find a way through early on. 42 is Lamb up into 3rd place. You can see just coming down on the brakes now. Big move coming from the 49 bike of Michael Smith, making a welcome return on the inside of Gareth Besaidnote. Besaidnote losing out ever so slightly to the Smitty as they came out of G&H Transport corner, looking to return the favour as they head into turn 1. It's a big pack, one of the biggest packs of ZX10R Masters Cups we've ever seen here at Zwartkops. 30 riders in total making their way around this little circuit. And the Arena of Motorsport is definitely up for the challenge today with crowds all the way around the track. These guys are going to put on a show of note. He goes around the outside now, pushing hard. You can see just how it's going to be at the start of things here on the ZX10R Masters Cup. It's Brian Bontekoning, the back of the first pack, the front of the second pack, and coming through there rapidly is Rob Craig. Rob Craig just got a little bit of a bad start there. Didn't quite work out according to plan. And you see Craigie now trying to find his way through there. He's got Aubrey Murray just up ahead of him. And he's got to still find a way through, if he can, on Gareth Besaidnote and on Michael Smith. So he might have got through there on Aubrey Murray. Yes, he has. He squeezed through. No, he hasn't. In fact, he's on now side by side with Wayne Shetty. Finds a way through. Shetty went down yesterday at that corner, turn 5, with a bit of oil on the circuit. He managed to get the Shop 74 Kawasaki upright and sorted out. As they come down there, Intercott starting to make his way now through the field, looking for a way through on Sanjeev Singh. Fighting hard there as well, just ahead. You can see just how tight it is between those two riders. Besaidnote just up the road, then the 33 bike of Singh, then it's Besaidnote, as you can see, trying to get away from that pack. Rob Craig, though, is battling. He really is finding it difficult to get through this pack, and it's not easy to overtake here. Oh, that's a great overtaking maneuver there. Driving on the inside, I think that was Intercot. Yes, it was. Intercot now going side by side as they come out of turn 2 into turn 3. A fast right-hand sweep to bring them onto the back straight away. Let's slam it on the back end of Vambradar. Third place is the 42 bike, and you can see Jason Lamb hanging on to that third spot and wanting that podium position. Singh, though, all over the back of Intercot. The motor-wise man looking for a way to stray in the hunt in this championship. He had a fantastic start to his championship campaign last year, and he's maintained great pace throughout the season and through this season as well. Rob Craig's eventually got through. He's found a way past on Shelley. Now he sets his sights up the road ever so slightly. You can see it's Johan Leroux that's up next. The Abadan bike just up the road there from him. That's the 44. 46 is Craig. Going through the pack now, we get into the second pack of riders. That's Westman and Lamb. The killer all over the back of Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb hanging on for now and keeping him out. He's going to need a bit of that Maike oxygen if he can get it to try and find a way through. Let's see what he can do now as he comes up on the brakes and goes into turn 2. The oxygen is certainly starting to pump through the veins there, of course, of Ronald Slam at the Red Baron, but it is the Stefanuti stocks and motor-sponsored Kawasaki that leads things out, and that's exactly what Vambradar wants. After an absolute nightmare in the opening round in Cape Town, he definitely wants to turn his luck around here at his home circuit. Nice move there as well, coming from the 49 bike of Michael Smith in the background, just watching for his progress as he comes through there, but Bontekoning is making huge progress here. Brian Bontekoning there, the man we see in shot, coming onto the brakes up into turn 5 past AMG. Has got Westman behind him. And Trevor the Killer Westman is going to find it very difficult to get through on Brian Bontekoning, who's had oodles of experience at this circuit. He flicks it onto the left-hand side now, down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner, trying to make up the ground that he's lost ever so slightly there to Jason Lamb in third. And he got a big gap to Michael Smith. Smith's got a little bit of a gap that's opened up now between himself and the 22 bike of Besaidnote. Ooh, big moment there! Sure, that was huge. 82 bike there getting completely out of shape, and a massive moment there coming for that number 82. What a move there. Didn't quite work out for him, but Henk Kruger definitely gets you a big wake-up call as he went into turn 5 and 6. The Dog Doctor coming through G&H Transport Corner. That is, of course, Stewie Christie. He's fighting down in about 15th, 16th and 17th place, looking for opportunities if there are any opening up. He's looking to try and find a way through there, but by the looks of things, that little fight on with Apana Ganapathy, and just ahead of him, Clint Mills. Ruan Oberholz is there as well, and so is Peter DeFoss. As I said, great to have DeFoss back in the field. Usually a front runner, but of course his age is now starting to show. I spoke to him in the pit lane. He said to me, yeah, he's not used to riding motorcycles after a 4-year break, but it's certainly great to have him back in this pack of ZX10R Masters Cup riders. The Silver Surfer, Teddy Brook, makes his way to the top of the hill. He's got a bit of pressure coming from that Abadan bike of Johan Leroux, the oldest man on the motorcycle today, and there he is squeezing through on that Silver Surfer. The Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki losing out to the Abadan bike, and that's giving Rob Craig a little bit of a sniff to get through there. Rob Craig, of course, on the Matrix Consulting and Mad Max Kawasaki, now trying to get back into the front. Remember, he was a front runner in Cape Town. He was a podium finisher in Cape Town, in fact, and now battling a little bit here on the Highveld. 5 laps to go of the 10. Halfway stage reached now for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Apana Ganapathy trying to close down there on the 48 bike. And it's not an easy thing to do there, because I tell you something, that 46 and 48 bikes are having such a great little fight. And in fact, it could be a little bit of a fight on there with Clint Mills, who's just behind him. Wayne Shelley's there as well. And you can see they're going to just hang in there as much as they can to try and stay with that Abadan bike. But Teddy Brook now under pressure big time from Rob Craig and from Shelley. Wayne Shelley looking good. So is Westman. Westman now starting to apply the pressure onto the back end of Brian Bontekoning. Bonte going to start feeling the effects. And Westman is not going to hold anything back, that is for sure. He's on the wayward powered Project 60 bike. And of course also being helped out there by Mike Oxy. Oh, and that oxygen worked well there in G&H Transport Corner, that's for sure. Mike Nathan will be happy about that. He flicks it into turn 1. Starts to open up a bit of a margin. Bonte can't run with him. Slightly quicker corner speed there from the multiple champion in the Western Province. But of course also an ex and former national championship rider is Rob Craig. Bontekoning spent most of his time on Boxer Cup and ZX10R Masters Cup, and a bit of off-road here and there as well. DeFoss putting the pressure on. You can see it's a great little fight there. And then Peter DeFoss with Clint Mills in the mix. It's really, really close stuff here between them as they come out of turn 2. Apana Ganapathy now trying to close the gap down as well. You can see Ganapathy also starting to get into that mix with Teddy Brook. He's just missed out a little bit there. Ruan Oberholz just up the road from him. So So some chopping and changing happening between these riders as they're getting into that second pack. Mills starting to close things up. DeVos is coming along for the ride, and he's bringing a couple of riders along for the party as well. Rothbull is one of them, and so is this man, Keith Agliotti. I haven't really mentioned him all day long, but it's great to see the Ridgeway Race Bar man back in the mix as well. His brother Jordan, and of course they were top runners initially in the season when we were in the lockdown period. Both Jordan and Keith Agliotti doing a phenomenal job. Don't forget, up next we've got Gazoo Racing Cup South Africa. The Gazoo Racing South Africa Cup will be on circuit straight after the ZXNR Masters Cup. We've got about 4.5 laps to go of this incredible two-wheeled action. Clearly showing that this is now the premier category in two-wheeled racing in the country, with 30 motorcycles on the grid. Absolutely amazing to see. We'll pitch it over now with Lafras Fritz coming into the mix. First time we've seen him as well. He's now fighting hard there with Clint Munton, who's actually lost a little ground there to Munton, who's got through on DeVos. It looks like Brian Rothbull dropping back ever so slightly there too. Henk Scaling just behind that, and Aubrey Murray. Look out for the Dog Doctor on 65. Eastern Veterinary Clinic Kawasaki ZX10 for Dr. Stuart Christie. And as they come up into the back there, you can see him just in the background trying to close things down. Nice run there as well, coming out of the mid-pack, as I said. Always the mid-pack putting on a good show. Front end starting to heat up too, watching out for some maneuvers. Fastest lap coming out of Slam It on that last pass. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on that little pack and see whether or not Graham Van Breda can keep him out. He's got about 0.2 of a second at the moment to play with, which is nothing when it comes to the fact that you've got the Red Baron on your tail. Onto the brakes. Across the line, the riders going through there thick and fast, but watch this little pack coming through. We've got some big contenders here for this mid-pack battle. And remember, there are 3 different categories all involved in the ZX10R Masters Cup. Back to the front end, that's what I wanted to see. Thanks, Dave. As they go to the front, you see, well, Slam It seems to have lost a little bit of ground. It looked like it was a lot closer between the 2 riders on the lap times, but now it seems to have opened up ever so slightly. So that gap has opened between 1 and 2. Number 1 being, of course, Graham Van Breda on the number 1, Stefanuti Stocks Kawasaki. And Slam It there on the Volt Markets and True Vine. And the Mike Oxy Kawasaki from Cape Town. Championship leader coming into this round, remember. He had a phenomenal outing at his home track for the opening round. And now looks to do more of the same, just to try and maintain that lead here at Van Breda's home circuit. Graham Van Breda just tried to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong down in Cape Town a few months ago. On the final lap and heading towards turn 2, these two are going to be pushing it to the limit now. Will Slam It have a go? I think he's going to settle for second. He realizes he might not have the same kind of pace as what Van Breda has got here on his home track. And he certainly has got what it takes to get a second place, and 2 second places, considering the fact that Graham Van Breda had such a nightmare of a start to the season, will be a lot better than trying to force the envelope and get through to see if he can find his way through for the possibilities of the ZX10R Masters Cup win, the first one of the day, of course. I think he's going to settle for second. Van Breda is definitely in control here at the front on the Stefanuti Stocks Kawasaki, and he's got it all to do now with 3 corners to go. Slam It for second, no problem there. Bontekoning is up into third, so he's had some chopping and changing that happened between himself and Westman. We'll watch for them going down the hill. As they come under braking, watch as they come down for the checkered flag. Flag should be on standby. Henny will be there with it. And Van Breda is going to take his first win of the day here at his home circuit. Coming across the line there in the background, watch for it. It's going to be Jason Lamb just to get through. Yes, Lamb takes third place. Wow, Trevor Westman drops down to 4th. And as they come across the line, you can see the rest of the field coming through there thick and fast. Michael Smith, welcome back to ZX10R Masters Cup. Just getting across the line there ahead of Dave Enticott. And here comes Aprana Ganapathy to the line. He'll be just outside of the top 10. You won't be happy about that. We'll do a couple of changes to the setup and get him ready for race 2 later on today. There you can see just on the sideline as well, one of our lady riders out of the ZX10R Masters Cup, Landy Sinden. She's just had her little youngster. And congratulations to them and the entire family. Henk Kruger comes across the line. We spoke to him just before the race. He'll be happy with that. And Scaling on the back wheel, as per usual. I'd have expected that one. Here comes Ian Harwood, a man from TRP, and of course Bridgestone, our tyre suppliers for this category. Unofficial results though, Class B going to Graham Van Breda and the overall victory. Slam It takes Class A and second place. And it says Bontekoning for second, but I think it may have been Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb who came through there for the third place, but I'm going to go with what the results say there. If it was Bonte into third place, a good effort there from him to get the third place overall and the win in Class C. If we look at Class B, it is Graham Van Breda from Jason Lamb and Sanjeev Singh. Class A goes to Ronald Slamet, Trevor Westman and Michael Smith. Class C is Bontekoning, and a long way down to Johan Leroux and Teddy Brook for the top 3 there in the categories in the mix. There you go, scaling on the back wheel as always. Running slightly off the track as well, but nothing to worry about there as we're finishing up. And there's our good friend Safiso, and good to see that as well. Great to have the number 63 out there, Safiso Temba, back into the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup, powered by Red Square Energy and sparked by NGK Spark Plugs. Fantastic first outing for them. We look forward to more of the same a little bit later on. In a few minutes time, we'll be back on track with Gazoo Racing South Africa's Yaris Cup. Well, here we go. It is now Gazoo Racing South Africa Yaris Cup. It is Lerato Matabese, Bernard Pather, Mark Jones, Ashley Oldfield, the man who was the dominant factor, of course, down in Cape Town, Sean Nurse, Thomas Faulkner, and JKK, Jeanette Koch-Kritzinger, all about to go to action for the second time here in this incredible little category of racing. All exactly the same cars, same tyres, same engines, same race suits, in fact. Everybody's got almost identical equipment, and it makes for a very, very tight little race here between our top media presenters and representatives from different media brands out there. Cars.co.za, as you can see there on the bonnet. The Times Live Citizen is out there as well, and I'm looking forward to a great little fight here between these cars as they get going. And of course, it's the second time that Gazoo Racing Cup is in South Africa. It is the start of what Toyota are looking to bring into South Africa as a single make formula. Kind of like more of a feeding ground, I would say, maybe to Polo Cup, and Polo Cup has had such a successful run with 26 years of racing, but this is fantastic to see. And as they head down into turn number 1, a fantastic start looks like coming out of Mark Jones. Jonesy holding nothing back as he went down into turn number 1, looking for a chance to try and squeeze through there and possibly squeeze out the rest of the field. Oldfield as well with a phenomenal start. Ashley Oldfield just squeezes through and tries to find his way to the front end like he was in Cape Town. And now looking for a chance to possibly spoil the day there for Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner is the man to beat here. Of course, this is his home circuit, so he'll definitely be the man to watch out for as we get into the thick of it here for the first time here for Gazoo Cup. Now, before I get into the full race action here, in the commentary booth with me right now is one of our international competitors. And as they come up through, of course, the warm-up procedures, Paul Luthi has joined us. Now, Paulie, you've got a little bit of work to do a bit later on today. You're going to be participating, of course, in the GDC Super Cup. But before we get into the thick of it there, take us through the reason for coming from the UK and coming to play with us.
I'll be honest with you, the food they serve at the circuit's way better.
Exactly. I think the weather is good too. But I think you guys have been having better weather than we have at the moment.
It's been not bad, but where I live in particular, it rains a lot.
So you want to come and have some fun in the sun?
Yeah, sun. Yeah, the problem is I'm pale blue when I get here, so I go home with a tan, I usually turn white. So I have to watch it don't burn.
All right, so you've been involved now with the Super Cup for a while, and of course have enjoyed the racing action in there, and of course it's close racing. What do you think of the cars?
It's a mini touring car, isn't it? I mean, it's a dream for me to get one of these and to be driving one. You can't. How much better can you get? It's got the fancy gearbox, it's on slicks, it's got trick suspension, it's got the full aero. It's a proper little car. Yeah,
they have done a great job. This is also a feeding ground, of course, for Super Cup categories that have started to reign supreme in South Africa. We've seen Polo Cup. You've seen the progress of some of the drivers from Polo Cup to Super Cup. This, of course, would be possibly seen as a feeder class to Polo Cup and then moving on. What do you think of this category?
What amazes me is the fact that these cars are so quick and they're basically standard.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost a basic car with just the compulsory safety equipment in it. I had a look inside, most of the interior is still in there.
Yeah, they keep it very much almost like a road-going version.
Yeah, and the lap times are there, you know, they're quick. They are proper quick.
Well, they're about to get underway here, and I'll get back to you now, Paul. Just give me 1 sec to get this one going. But as we get ready to go now, of course, it is Ashley Oldfield and Thomas Faulkner who will be looking to take each other on. Now, the man from the Times Live is the man to beat here. He, of course, has had oodles of experience around the circuit, participating mainly in Lotus Challenge, and the little Lotus 7 that he races is a top contender. He's finished second in the championship in the Lotus Challenge on numerous occasions. Oh, and a couple of guys getting bogged down on the line there. Great start coming out of Jonesy. Looks like Mark Jones might have got, yes he has. Mark Jones has got the whole shot, and the Citizen Man goes into turn 1 with the lead. Thomas Faulkner's right on his tail, looking to try and make him pay, but there was definitely an issue there for both of the front runners on that front row of the grid. Oldfield and Faulkner getting caught out by the lights, but no worries at all there. Lerato Matabese also getting a fantastic start, and he tries to come through as quickly as possible. Now, going back to Paul, my guest in the studio. Paulie, you've got a little bit of interesting news for us. You brought us a couple of snacks here. Take us through the shortbread aspect of your racing career.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wanted to treat you to some lovely biscuits, so I brought some Campbell shortbread from my hometown.
Fantastic. I cannot wait to get this race over and have a little taste. But having a taste of what's happening out here as well. You've had a chance to go around the circuit. You've had a chance to go around Cape Town as well. The difference between the two, and of course coming up onto the high felt with the higher altitude, is it affecting you at all?
Actually, yes. I noticed that I feel like I'm getting out of breath. You don't realise how high you are here until you start going around, and obviously it's exercise.
The reason I brought that in is because these cars run normally aspirated. There's no turbo on them, so of course they won't have to worry about the height that we race at. But a lot of people that come to South Africa don't realise when we have, for instance, the Passion for Speed Festival here with all our international guests that come out for that one, how high the circuit is. It's the second highest circuit in the world. Mexico City being the highest. So between Kyalami and Zwartkops, you've got race action at high altitude.
Yeah, I mean, the highest circuit we've got in the UK is not high at all. It doesn't affect the cars at all. But this is an eye opener.
Well, it was fantastic to have you in the studio, mate. All the best for race number 1, and thank you so much for bringing us a little treat.
No, thank you very much.
Maybe catch you a bit later on.
Yeah, no problem. Enjoy the biscuits.
Thanks, mate. All the best. There you go, Paul Luthi coming in to give us a little bit of a taste of the Campbell's shortbread. I can't wait. But look at this action down into turn 4 now. Jonesy's on it, and right on his tail is Sean Nurse. Good start there from Sean Nurse as he tries to come through as quickly as possible. Rocking things at the moment there as well, and watching for the progress of Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner, as I said, just didn't get the start of the line he wanted. Fantastic stuff. Oh, this is going to be so good. Look at those. Yeah, we're going to smash those probably just after this race. But here we go. Into the thick of it one time as well is the 15 car. And Perenard Pather, what a start there from him. First time out in the car as well, looking for a chance to run at the front end. But he's got a little bit of a gap to make up there. They come down on the brakes. It's Jonesy who hangs on. Sean Nurse there in second. And then, of course, pushing hard is Faulkner. He has bridged the gap and has found his way to the front too. But he's definitely going to be kicking himself for a poor start off the line. Take it through into turn number 1 once again, and they've now completed 3 of the so 8 laps of racing coming away. It is a very, very tight affair here from the top 3. Ooh, getting in very hot. Looks like Perenard. No, was that Ashley Oldfield? Could have been Oldfield. Oldfield running in there a little bit hot into turn number 2 and trying to make up the ground there that he lost on the line. Up next, we go to the first heat of Comcare Polo Cup. And it is a fantastic day's racing we're expecting to see out of all of the competitors here for the Comcare and Polo Cup drivers. 17 drivers in total, all going to battle today. I'm looking forward to a fantastic battle between them, as always, here at the home of the Extreme Festival. As we get into it, ooh, here we go. A little bit of rubbings racing going to start happening here. We haven't seen any wing mirrors flying yet or any bumping as such as we go into it. But there you can see hazard lights coming on as the ABS kicks in. And a big move on the inside from Faulkner to drive on the inside to try and find a way past. Doesn't quite make it. Oh, a couple of guys running wide onto the dirty stuff as well. Cars.co.za is in the house now. And the 32 car of Ashley Oldfield is now making it a 4-way battle for the front. Jonesy hanging on, trying to hang on to the second place right now. Sean Nurse has just squeezed him out. And Nurse now up into the lead. Jones to second. Faulkner and Oldfield going at it like they did in Cape Town. What a battle on here between these guys. Absolutely amazing to see. And it's kind of what we expected. Gazoo Cup in the house and Toyota Gazoo Racing doing a phenomenal effort to bring in all of these drivers and all of the media to make aware of what they're looking to do here from Toyota's point of view in South African racing. And of course the future as it's driven by Netstar, the GR Cup in the house. Up onto the braking markers. Do we see a change up here? Late braking coming out of Faulkner. Ooh, a little bit of a lock-up. Had to come off it actually. Had to let the brakes go there. It locked up on the ABS. Remember, these are almost pretty much stock standard road-going versions of the Toyota. And incredible to see the lap times they're able to pull in these stock road cars. You heard it from Paul Luthi himself as well, saying how impressed he was with these cars and their abilities, considering that they are absolutely stock standard. As they come down across the start line again, another lap completed. Nurse from Jones, Faulkner, Oldfield, Pather, Matebese and Koch-Kritzinger at the back. Jeanette with a little bit of work to do here at Zwartkops. Doesn't go quite as according to plan as it did in Cape Town. She was a lot quicker in Cape Town. But look out for that lady driver. She is certainly going to be in the mix here and looking to perform way beyond her capabilities. And of course she's had an absolute blast out there in her car. But it is Nurse from Jones, Faulkner from Oldfield as they come onto the back straight away again. ABS comes on under braking there with the hazard lights as they come on. That's going to tell the drivers that they have got the ABS system kicking in as they're hard on the brakes. Watch for it. You'll see them now under braking. There they go. Hazard lights come on, warning the driver behind that they've engaged those brakes to the maximum ability as they come up towards the AMG Driving Academy. Flicking it onto the right-hand side, and it is phenomenal to see the race action that is unfolding here for our first bit of the day's racing. We've seen ZX10R Masters Cup in the house. They have had such a great battle, and now it is Gazoo Cup who are in the house as well. Fantastic to see that we're picking up on action from Zwartkops, and we've got people from all around the world who have joined us. All the way down in New Zealand, it looks like as well. Alberton are in the house. Cape Town are here as well. It is great to have you all here, and thanks so much for the support, guys. Please pass it on to all your friends and family and to the fans of motorsport. We want to grow the footprint of our live stream as big as we can, particularly when we've got all our sponsors back in the house with some VIP facilities here at Zwartkops. Big crowds are back as well. It is just turning out to be exactly how racing used to be before we were in that horrible lockdown period. Up through turn 4 again. No changes here from the first 4 cars. A little bit of manoeuvring there. You see Jonesy going on the defensive. He's realizing that Faulkner is coming along. And Faulkner means business. Tommy Faulkner. In fact, Faulkner's just squeezed through. Just got ahead, and he's now looking to try and take the lead. Can he find a way through there on Sean Nurse? Nurse is going to go defensive if he can. Try and hold on to the fact that he's got the lead for this race. And as they come across the line, he's going to have to try and do it for 2 more times. Penultimate lap about to be started. Zoo Cup in the house, and across the line they go now for 2 more laps of the Zwartkops International Raceway. As they go through turn 2, no changes at the moment. A little bit of change in the background. Yeah, Oldfield. Ashley Oldfield just squeezes through and gets ahead of Jones. So we got one little maneuver that happened there coming into the penultimate lap. Is that going to be enough, though, for Oldfield to try and close onto the front end and do any damage to Jones and Nurse? Faulkner as well. Jonesy, he's got through on. Now, let's see whether Ashley Oldfield can find a way through there on Faulkner and Sean Nurse up the road. Might not be enough time for him. Here comes a late charge from the 111 of Thomas Faulkner, but it's Sean Nurse who hangs on for now. Jonesy trying to come back. Mark Jones trying to get the Citizen car up ahead there and find a way through there on Ashley Oldfield. Can't do it just yet. They come down the hill. It'll be the penultimate time they get onto the brakes for G&H Transport Corner. Oldfield has closed that gap down under braking. Is he close enough now to get through? Possibly spoil the day. Sean Nurse. The 32 car there of Ashley Oldfield is in 3rd place. They've just missed Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner still there in 2nd place on the timing monitor. It's certainly a little bit of chopping and changing happening out there as well between these drivers. Absolutely amazing stuff. As they come onto that back straightaway now, let's see if there's going to be changes. Here we go. Onto the back straight. Nurse hangs on. Only just. Watch out for the battle for second. About to heat up between Oldfield and Faulkner. There we go, onto the brakes back into turn 5. No change at all between the leader. He will hang on for the next 3 corners if he can. Ooh, rubbing and getting onto the curbs there a little bit. You can see that Oldfield is making Thomas Faulkner have to work for his 2nd place. Nurse watching the mirrors as they come out of turn 7 down towards the final corner for the last time. Is there going to be a dive here from Oldfield? He goes on the inside. Here's a look. No, not quite close enough. He'll have to settle for 3rd. Here they come to the line. It's going to be Sean Nurse for the first victory at Zwartkops for Gazoo Cup. And as they come through there, that is GR Cup done and dusted. First to 4th place across the line. Sean Nurse, Thomas Faulkner, Ashley Oldfield and Mark Jones. Perrod Panthera and Lerato Matabese with Jeanette Cockritzinger coming through at the back end of the field. That's how we wrap things up here for race number 1 of Gazoo Racing SA GR Cup, powered and driven by Netstar. Results, unfortunately, have got a little bit of a glitch in the matrix there, so we'll get those results to you as soon as we can. But congratulations must go out, of course, to Sean Nurse taking his first victory in the GR Cup. And well done, of course, to the battle behind there between Thomas Faulkner, Ashley Oldfield and Mark Jones. I'm sure that Matabesi will be looking to push as hard as he can to get through, as will Pollard and Cockritzinger in race 2 a bit later on today. Up next, though, as you can see, they are lined up and almost ready to go. It is their Comcare Polo Cup.
Volkswagen. Volkswagen.
Rolling out onto the track right now for the first heat of the day. Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Great to have the Comcare medical scheme now taking on the naming rights, and the first time that they've come up to their, what would be their home circuit, being based just along Rivonia Road on the way back from Zwartkops on the way to Kyle Army Grand Prix circuit. In between the two circuits there, you'll find the headquarters of Universal Healthcare. And Comcare Medical Aid Scheme, of course, are one of the brands that fall under the Universal Healthcare brand. Cars rolling around now, and it is fantastic to see all of the audience and crowds and fans back on the sidelines of the Zwartkops International Raceway. And they're definitely going to be entertained now with the first heat of Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup. It's the man from KwaZulu-Natal. He was quickest yesterday, Clinton Besaidnote, showing a clean pair of wheels to everybody around the circuit. And certainly going to be one to try and beat today, because it's a case of, with Polo Cup, exceptionally difficult to try and find a way to pass around this circuit. That is for sure. But I'd expect to see some big maneuvers happening there between himself and Tate Bishop, who is alongside him for the first heat. Natim Zamunga, Charles Visser, Darby van der Merwe and Dean Fenter make up the top six. They of course all went into the Super Pole shootout late yesterday afternoon to try and sort out who was going to have that top six honours. And then it's Yuri Swart, Ethan Kutsia, Jagger Robertson and Giordano Lupini. Lonica Martins and Jason Loosemore, new man to the Universal Racing team. Team Red Racing's Jason Loosemore. Cara Hill and Mo Karodia also joining that team. And Bryce Pillay and Shivi Besson making up the back end of the field as we get ready to go now for race number one of the Comcare Polo Cup. They've still got a lap behind, of course, the safety car. And that safety car, of course, the Polo GTI, making its way around the circuit right now. Looks like Simon Moss has just joined us, so has my queen. Hello guys, big welcome to you, Godfrey Rodemeyer, all the way from Bulawayo. Great to have you here as well, bud. Thanks so much for the support, and for all those guys from Cape Town, stand by, because the Cape Town Massive have already been out on 2 wheels. They're about to go out for the first time now on 4 wheels. And there is a huge contingent of Cape Town drivers in this category right now. Particularly the man on the second position on the grid, that is Tate Bishop in the Angry car. Just behind him will be Charles Visser, another Cape Town-based driver. And then about 2 rows back from that, you've got Yuri Swart and, of course, Giordano Lupini. They're looking to represent the Western Cape and, of course, Western Province Motor Club. Michael Smith, that's always nice to see. Climbs off his motorcycle, goes and grabs a red square, and climbs onto the live stream to watch what's happening out on track as well. Big welcome to you, Mike. Thanks, bud. Shot for the support, and a nice welcome return there for you, buddy, to ZXNR Masters Cup 2 races ago. He's now looking at possibilities of getting back into some four-wheeled action maybe, or maybe getting one of those weekends away, given away from Sunbet, our sponsor of the ZXNR Masters Cup. So good to see the interaction there from our riders and drivers watching their fellow competitors once they've already had their races on track. And of course he'll be back out in action a bit later on this afternoon at approximately 2:30 for the second heat of Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. Security fencing and alarms, that is Jason Loosemore, the man I was talking about a little bit earlier on, alongside the Calyx car of Cara Hill. Mo Karodia has come from the Volkswagen Challenge category and made his way up now into the National Polo class. And Polo GTI rolls into pit lane. It's now up to Clinton Mercedes to bring them to the line. And then of course they have a standing start here for Polo Cup. Darby van der Merwe, of course, looking to try and get to the front end of this championship. He's got some big boots to fill. Remember, for the past 2 seasons, the Rookie of the Year from the previous season has gone on to win the championship, and they've all been part of Team Red Racing. Darby is running at the front of Team Red Racing with his teammate Charles Visser in terms of the top drivers from that category. But he was the rookie last year, and he definitely wants to make that championship his this year. Beg your pardon. So beside note from Bishop, Visser, Natim Samanga from Zwartkops, Dean Fenter out of Wright Motorsport. And as they get ready to go, let's see how they line up for the first one today. 5-second board about to go away, and lights about to go on for the first time for Comcare Volkswagen Cup. Here we go, down towards turn 1 we go, and it's a good start coming out of Natim Samanga as he tries to go on the inside and try and find a way through on Besaidno. Besaidno looks like he might have been outgunned ever so slightly by Tate Bishop. Mo Karodia in the mid-pack, looking to make up some ground. Didn't quite get anywhere he needed to be on the start there, but definitely some big maneuvers coming from Yuri Swart and from Giordano Lupini. Yuri Swart is right onto Darby van der Merwe's tail as they came out of turn 2, trying to squeeze through up into that top 6. He was just outside of the top 6 as we got into the thick of it in qualifying and of course Super Pole, but wasn't quite able to make it through. This is Tate Bishop now under pressure from the Zwartkops car there, and Samanga has made his way up into 3rd place. Here comes Charles Visser under pressure as well from his teammate Darby van der Merwe, going along on the inside and following Natim Samanga through. Looks like Yuri Swart wants to go along in the first of the Bullion RT cars as they get up onto the brakes now and finally up into turn 5. Charles Visser on the high side. He's got a long way around there to go on his teammate. Goes onto the rumble strip ever so slightly and then comes back in to force a little maneuver, and Yuri Swart touches him. Little touch there between Swart and Visser as they came out of turn 5 into turn 6. Little rubbing there between those two cars, but they managed to stay on track. Now Visser goes defensive. Look at the defensive driving in the background as well, coming out of Shivi Bassoon. Bassoon now with Giordano Lupini around his outside. The Coffee Bean Man trying to squeeze through and find a way to the front end, but Bassoon has got some big pressure coming from Lupini. Lupini's in the front end, and oh, here we go. Here's a bit of maneuvering from our usual contenders. Ethan Kutsia off. Kutsia runs right off the circuit, puts a wheel onto the circuit. Those Dunlop tyres do not like the kitty litter this early on, and he loses out big time there. The Calyx car putting him under pressure, and he had to try and take evasive action. Lonica Martin's now into the mix as well. Bryce Pillay just ahead of her, and then it comes Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson, of course, leading the rookie championship at the moment in this category. The Big Boss Auto Man and Liqui Moly sponsored Team Red Racing Polo in the mix, and not where he wants to be, that is for sure. So it's Bryce Pillay from Lonica Martins, the second pack of cars on circuit at the moment. The Denmark Steels car there, under pressure from Jagger Robertson, and somebody's run wide. Running wide there. Oh, is that Loosemore? Yes, it is. Getting out of shape, getting loose is Jason Loosemore as he comes out of turn 4. Not what he wanted to do. But now they're into the thick of it to the top of the hill. Here comes Jagger Robertson, forcing Lonica Martins wide into turn 6. Onto the back end of Bryce Pillay. Pillay under massive pressure there from Jagger Robertson. Lonica Martins behind him as they tuck in and head down the hill. It's Clinton Mercedes opening up a little bit of a margin there ahead of Tate Bishop for second. The first pack goes through. This is the second pack we're watching at the moment with Pillay leading them out. Jagger Robertson on the inside, trying to get some maneuvering there on Pillay as he heads into turn 1. Can he outgun him? Will he go to a push to pass? Might use a push to pass mechanism. Remember, they've got a couple of those available to them. Gives them a slight advantage on the power outage of these cars and allows them to make that kind of maneuver. I think he did. He went to push the pass and he made that move stick. Here comes Jason Loosemore around the outside of Mo Karodia. The Team Red Racing boys, the new boys in the house, all having a fight at the back end. And just behind them, waiting to pick up any of the pieces, you can see, it's one of those cars that's not involved in that team at all. Fantastic action there from Polo Cup, as always. 26 years we've been at it here with Polo Cup. And as they get into the thick of it now, Lonica Martins is certainly feeling the effects of 3 Team Red Racing cars. Her fellow lady driver, Cara Hill, on her tail, and Ethan Kutsia trying to squeeze through on both of them to find a way through to get up there with Jagger Robertson, his teammate. Pile's late on the brakes, but Lonica Martins is even later, running over the curbs. That's a little bit of a dangerous maneuver. You can get that car out of shape. It can start to affect the ability and the handling of those cars. Lead car is the Stu Davidson construction car of Clinton Mercedes. He's got Bishop behind him. Visser is in third. Darby van der Merwe at the moment in 4th place. So not quite going according to plan there for him. He definitely wants to be slightly higher up there, but it makes it, as I said, and all the drivers have said it in their pre-race interviews, how difficult it is to pass here at Zwartkops, particularly when all the cars are so evenly matched. The split on the field, of course, 1:12.4 was the qualifying time for pole, and a 1:14 dead. So it's 2 seconds between 18 cars racing out on circuit. That's what the qualifying times were like in terms of the splits. Giordano Lupini had a phenomenal outing at his home circuit for the opening round of Comcare Polo Cup. But he doesn't seem to be getting it right here today in Zwartkops. His teammate Yuri Swart has been here in the past, so he'll have a little bit of an advantage in terms of the setup required. This man, Jagger Robertson, doing an amazing job. And remember, Jagger Robertson is looking for a chance now to lead out and continue to lead out the Rookie Championship. He has got Giordano just up the road from him, so he's got to get through there on Giordano if he wants to try and take advantage of that rookie side of things here in Polo Cup. Lonica Martins is putting pressure on there. Cara Hill has dropped back slightly into the clutches, and you can see just how hard it's going to be. Shibi Bassoon also made a mistake somewhere on circuit. He must have run wide with that incident between Ethan Kutsia and himself, and has dropped him right to the back of the pack. Coming down onto the brakes now into GNH Transport Corner, you can see that Cara Hill is definitely under that pressure, and Jason Loosemore slowly but surely getting to grips with what is now Polo Cup. And the hunt for Polo Cup makes it exceptionally difficult. As I said, these cars are exactly the same. They've got the same engine, they've got the same chassis, they've got everything the same tires. Basically, it's up to the driver and the setup that that driver can get from his team that makes the difference here between the front end and the back end of the field. Jason Loosemore, of course, also learning how to turn left because he's come from oval track racing, so most of the time he'll be turning right all the time. So there are only 3 left-handers on the circuit, so he'll definitely get used to them. Fortunately, he chose the right circuit to make his debut at, with a whole bunch of right-handers to negotiate. Change up there for second place. Yes, indeed. Big move there from Darby van der Merwe. He's eventually hit the front and got to second. Hasn't quite caught Clinton Mercedes, but he definitely caught Tate Bishop out. And the Universal Healthcare and Team Red Racing machine moves his way up, and Bishop trying to come straight back at him. Tate Bishop puts a nose into turn 6. Can he find a way through in Kenwood? No, he can't. Darby runs ever so slightly wide. He'll be used to this. Wing mirror to wing mirror is how he races, where he's come through his racing career, of course, in Volkswagen Challenge and now in Polo Cup for his 2nd season. A phenomenal little driver and certainly a man to watch out for in the future. And this is a man, as I said, who is touted to hopefully take the championship again for Team Red Racing. They've done that 2 seasons in a row. He's got his teammate hounding the back end of his fellow Cape Townian. Bishop and Visser going at it, and Yuri Swart's about to join the party. 3 Cape Town boys about to give the man in Team Red Racing a good run for his money. So we got Universal Healthcare and the Comcare car, followed by Angry. The second of the Universal Team Red Racing cars there is Visser, Bullion IT, and then Zwartkops. Good move there from Giordano. Just in the background, I saw Giordano Lupini making a move, trying to find a way. And has he been able to do it? No. He goes side by side with Dean Fenter. Fenter is going to have to outbrake him. He's not going to do it. Into turn 4, and Fenter tucks in behind. The right motorsport car there onto the back end of Giordano Lupini, who looks to go and catch his teammate up the road. Fenter now trying to come back almost instantaneously. Can he get onto that inside line? No. Defensive driving coming out of Lupini, placing the car to perfection. Oh, and he gets it out of shape. Back end steps out on Lupini on the brakes. Catches it. Great driving there from Giordano. And he's gone again. The back end seems to be stepping out on every single time he turns right. So that's going to be Fenter watching for an opportunity to pounce on that loose back end of Giordano Lupini. Jagger Robertson's coming along for the ride. He says, I'll have a bit of that, please, as they come through to complete another lap. And we have now completed, of course, almost the entire race. This is an 8-lap race. We've got 2 to go. And that's big pressure being placed here by Dean Fenter onto the back end of Giordano Lupini. He's changed numbers. He used to run 27. He's now running 77. So maybe that 77 is the lucky number for him, because it certainly has moved him up through the field rapidly compared to where he was racing in a couple of other rounds. Absolutely brilliant stuff as they come through now up into the top end of this first race of Polo Cup. Into the brakes, Darby van der Merwe hanging on just ahead there of Tate Bishop. Charles Visser once by. He certainly is going to apply that pressure onto the back end of his fellow Cape Townian. Bishop, if he can find a way past, he's going to make it move. And he needs to make it within the next couple of laps. So does Jagger Robertson. Robertson maybe needs a couple more push to passes to close in on Fenter. If he can get up ahead of Fenter, that's going to push him into the lead of what is the rookie side of this championship. As I said, there's a big maneuver happening there as well, just behind him, as Lonica Martins has dropped this pack of drivers. Look at this. Bryce Pillay fighting hard here with Ethan Kutsia. Jason Loosmore on the inside of his teammate looking for a way through. Ooh, Loosmore was very, very late to the brakes there into turn 6. And Cara Hill looking to capitalize. So tight between them. Brilliant stuff. 4 cars, 2x2 as they come down towards turn 8 with a lap and 1 corner to go. This is Polo Cup in the house in a big way. Right past the Volkswagen stand there, and they're going to be loving this kind of action as they start their final lap. Coming across the line, you can see this Bryce Pillay going to try and keep up the 2 Team Red Racing machines. And Calix Carr of Cara Hill looking to capitalize on any mistake that's made between these 2 drivers. Late braking from Kutsia, and he's out of shape. Ooh, Ethan completely out of shape. Cara dives on the inside. Can she get that drive? It'll compromise his drive slightly there for sure. And Cara Hill might be able to get onto the back straight away ahead of both of those cars. Here's Dean Fenter diving on the inside. Jagger Robertson riding his outside. Final lap time, and this is where we've got to make those maneuvers stick. Clinton Mercedes already up into turn 5. He has not put a wheel wrong. Absolute perfection from Mercedes. He was quickest in qualifying. He got Super Pole, and he's going to take the first victory of the day for the Comcare Polo Cup for Stu Davidson. The Plant Tire boys are going to be happy, and so will McDonald's. The Big Mac car about to come and take its first victory. Here he comes. Look at the gap he's pulled over Tate Bishop. He just put his head down, got away, got the job done, and victory sealed and delivered. Coming to the line is second place Darby van der Merwe. Fantastic outing there for him. And it is Jagger Robertson who's got through. He's found a way through on Dean Venter, and he's got ahead. Here comes Lonica Martins to the line too, looking for a way past. Just doesn't get there. Brilliant stuff there from those 3 drivers. And Monica will be kicking, saying, can we have one more lap? Come on, man. That would have helped out. Bryce Pillay finishes up ahead of Jason Loosmore. He's up ahead of Ethan Kutsia with that small mistake. And Chevy Bassoon just getting through there on Mocha Rodeo to bring up the 17 cars racing in Comcare Polo Cup. Hope you enjoyed that one, because that's what Polo Cup is all about. They're just banging all the time. The action is thick and fast. It's Besaid Note from Van der Merwe, the top 2. Bishop, Swart and Visser making it 3 Cape Townians in the top 5. Natium Samanga for Squadra Corsa there in 6th place. Beats out Giordano Lupini, who wins out the rookie side of things, with Jagger Robertson there in 2nd in the rookie championship. In 8th place overall, Dean Fenter with one of his best outings, finishing up in single digits in 9th. And Lonica Martins, our first lady driver, making it up into the top 10 ahead of Bryce Pillay. Brilliant stuff there from all of our Comcare Polo Cup drivers. Up next, we're going into InvestCam Formula 1600s. In the pre-race paddock at the moment, we have got our InvestCam Formula 1600 pack about to go to battle. Before they get onto the circuit, we managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers yesterday for a pre-race press conference. InvestCam Formula 1600 at Zwartkops is always electrifying, and so far we've had a phenomenal season. Carol, take us through that first race meeting, man.
Yeah, the first race went very well for us. My brother and I both took the first race win, 1st and 2nd. It was absolutely amazing, and best track to race on in the country.
And now you come to Zwartkops, what are you going to do?
Hopefully a repeat of what happened. I would love to win here again, but currently my brother is looking stronger, but we'll keep pushing.
So it's on, eh?
Yeah, it's on.
Taylor, what's your plans to get into the mix with those guys?
I'm hoping to get up there. We haven't done a lot of changes today because when we trained on Wednesday, it was going smoothly. I think I'm overdriving today, but I'm hoping tomorrow will be better.
Well, that's good to hear. And of course at the end there, Sia, it's a big field, it's a big step up as well, but looks like you're up for the challenge.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's going to be a good really excited for the race, and really excited to see what happens as well.
And then, of course, take on that mid-pack and hopefully move yourselves up to the front end where the G's are.
That's the two Geldenhuys brothers. That's the main objective. You know, they're really strong this weekend as well. So we're going to see what we can do tomorrow.
How awesome is to see that. Crowds back at Zwartkops and getting ready now for our first single-seater action. We've got two categories of single-seaters here today. It's the usual contenders, the Investchem Formula 1600s, with some Formula Ford Kent category cars too. But remember, we've also got a huge field of DOE Formula Vs who have joined the national category and our National Extreme Festival for the first time in a long time, as part and parcel of the day's proceedings and the entertainment coming your way here. Josh LaRue and Anton Geldenhuys are the front row of this grid, because Geldenhuys squared both Antoine and Gerard, sharing wins in Cape Town at the opening round. Andrew Schofield and Alex Foss will make up the second row. Looks like these guys are going to be pushing hard. And then it's Troy Dolenschek and Nicholas Van Wheelie who will make up the third row. Ewan Holtzhausen and Gerard Geldenhuys, he didn't quite get the finish to qualifying that he wanted, down in 9th place. He's just ahead of Siyabonga, who we just caught up with there in the pre-race press conference, and Taya. Siyabonga and Taya on the 5th row, ahead of Srinadu and Storm Lanfear. In fact, I forgot, there is no Formula Ford Kents here this weekend. It's only the Formula 1600s that are here this weekend. So great to have a big field of 13 cars about to go to battle. Remember, they get 2 laps of warm-up just to get some heat into those Cooper tyres. Cars, of course, with wings and slicks, very, very quick around here. It's fantastic to have, of course, our second round of the National Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops, with the crowds, with the VIPs, with all of the fanfare. You can see guys there on the circuit on the left-hand side of that shot, down at the 2 kart circuits, 1 kart circuit running today, with some entertainment for the crowds that are here. I'm sure they're going to be enjoying themselves. And, lots of entertainment in pit lane as well. Of teams doing some activations with their sponsors and getting some opportunity to get up close and personal with their fans, telling the fans what their fan favorites are, and if their sponsors have got some products, they're probably going to be handing them out to the fans walking in pit lane. It's what motorsport is all about. The interaction with those fans is vitally important. And let's get ready to go now for our first heat of the Investchem Formula 1600s. Josh LaRue was quickest by only 0.1 of a second, and in fact the split of the entire field down to 13th place Storm Lanfear is only 1.7 seconds, so 13 cars split by just over a second and a half. Means we're in for a very close little battle. And usually the case here with the Formula 1600s. See the 7 car there of Anton Geldenhuys trying to get a little bit of heat into that rubber. Actually flicking the car a little bit wild there to try and get as much heat into those Cooper tyres as possible. watching for progress coming from Gerard Geldenhuys, starting down in 9th place. It's certainly not where he wanted to start, that is for sure. Race driver SA car there, the 13 machine of Storm Landfair. He's taken over, of course, from the reigning champion who's moved up into Global Touring Cars. We'll see him in action a bit later on. That's Andrew Rackstraw. Leroux is the man to watch out for on the front row. 103s out of both Leroux and Antoine Geldenhuys. Everybody else in the 104s or 5s. Just a slight advantage there to the two drivers on that front row. 2-minute board will turn into the 30-second board and the 1-minute board. It's probably the shortest 2 minutes you'll ever go through on your life, is being in a race car here. We've got a problem. Big hand up there and shaking. Looks like it might be Troy Donishek with a bit of an issue. Is it possibly him? Yes, I think it might be. 6th car on circuit. Van Wheelie's on his inside, so I would say it's Donishek there with a problem. 135. Yes, it'll definitely be Troy Donishek. Did they get him going? Yes, they got him going. Just foot slipping off the clutch there, stalling the car, but he eventually got it back with a bit of assistance. Start delay board came up for a couple of seconds, but I think we'll go into the start procedure again. Here we go. 2-minute board. Marshall move off. 1 minute 30 seconds. That's, I told you, it's the quickest 2 minutes of your life. 5 seconds. Lights on. And time to go racing here. Oh, a little bit of a jump start there, I think, from Srin Naidu. Srin Naidu might have got a jump start at the back, but it is Josh Leroux who heads into turn 1 in the lead. He holds shots with the first car down into turn 2 on his tail. Antoine Geldenhuys and Andrew Schofield. Round the outside comes Gerard Geldenhuys. Watch for that green, white and red car on the outside of Nicholas Van Wheelie. Red, yellow and blue. And doing such a good job there is Van Wheelie in the magnificent paint and hardware machine as he hangs on to Geldenhuys. Geldenhuys made up about 4 positions there just on the start. So that's how we kick things off here for Investchem Formula 1600s. The 27 car fast keeps out that pack. And then you see a big move on the inside coming from Troy Donishek, the man who stalled. Probably got a little bit shaken on the start there, so that's probably what cost him a little bit of time off the line and down into turn 4. Up onto the brakes into turn 5 comes Van Wheelie late on the brakes, locking up the wheels. Runs a little bit wide, opens up the door though, and Geldenhuys is going to make him pay for that. Gerard Geldenhuys dives on his inside and squeezes through into Kenwood corner. He'll go left down the hill and down towards turn number 6. And now out of 7 and 8. Oh, problem for Foss. Foss with a misgear. Alex Foss with a big misgear there coming down the hill. Went probably into the top gear as they went down the hill, and he's lost 4 positions. Big mistake there from Alex Foss. He's going to be kicking himself for that. Donishek has definitely made him pay, and he's a little bit of maneuvering just behind him as well from Jason Kutsia's point of view. Jason Kutsia now trying to apply the pressure onto the back end of Alex Foss as they come through now to try and hang on to the front end of these Formula 1600s. The top 3 starting to open up a little bit of a margin. And that's because they're fighting so hard there for 4th place. And 4th place now is in the hands of Gerard Geldenhuys. Geldenhuys now up into 4th place, looking to close that gap down. You can see it's a small margin, probably about 10 car lengths between himself and Andrew Schofield in 3rd. Siyabonga Monkonkwana making his way up just outside of the top 10. He's got Foss in his sights though. He definitely wants to try and get up ahead. Ewan Holtzhausen and Jason Kutsia fighting hard. Oh, a big move. Oh, there's a touch. Yeah, there we go. The front wing getting clipped there. Jason Kutsia trying to dive on the inside of Holtzhausen, and he just didn't quite time it. His timing was just off there slightly, and it's affecting that car. It will affect the car's downforce with that nose cone and the wing being damaged slightly. Let's see if there's going to be any effect on the lap time on the next pass. It won't be too much this time out as they come across the line and complete the first lap in anger. Up next, we're going into Extreme Supercars, courtesy of G&H Transport and Pretoria Nerd Toyota. What a start to the race here for these Formula 1600s. This mid-pack battle is going to be one to watch the entire race, and Jason Kutsia is going to be watching that front left wing to see if it's going to affect his ability. Shouldn't be too much of an issue in terms of the turning and the acceleration, but there's definitely going to be some maneuvering under braking that's going to be affected. As they come up onto that back straightaway now, Foss trying to close down once again and return the favour there on Donishek. Behind that, they line up thick and fast. The 12 car there of Srin Naidu. That might have been the man who actually got the jump start. I apologise on that one. It actually wasn't Srin Naidu. Just behind him is Bonkonkwana, but I think it possibly been Storm Landfair who made the mistake there on the line. We'll keep an eye on that one and see what the COC has to say about that. Siyabonga Bonkonkwana now looking for a chance to move his way through the field. Geldenhuys defending, keeping out Nicholas Van Wheelie and Donishek. Second pack, it's Holtzhausen from Kutsia. Doesn't seem to be any issue there on Kutsia's front nose. It doesn't seem to have affected him as badly as what I thought it would. And he's now able to just run onto the back end and to try and stay there with Ewan Holtzhausen. Holtzhausen's bringing them along for the ride though, and it's not a bad maneuver there from Jason Coetzee. If he can stay with him, Holtzhausen might be able to drag them up to the back end of Alex Voss. We've seen Voss make a mistake already in these first opening laps. So let's see if they can put the pressure onto him. There's no pressure at all on Josh Leroux. Leroux disappearing in the front end, and Geldenhuys has not got an answer there to the pace that Josh is running. Currently lapping in the 104.1s, 104.8s coming out of every other car on track. So it hasn't quite gone according to plan there for everybody else in this pack of cars. But certainly Josh Leroux on a move. And speaking of maneuvers, there's a great maneuver. Holtzhausen dives on the inside, and Voss has to settle for one position further back into the clutches of Jason Coetzee and of his teammate Srin Naidu. Gerard Geldenhuys trying to close that gap, hasn't quite been able to do it. Oh, Voss has got a problem. Hand up this time. Now, we saw that earlier on. I thought there might have been an issue on that car. Voss had some problems coming down the hill, and they all come streaming past him. So Alex Voss, unfortunately, has dropped right to the back of the field now. Some kind of issue there, possibly a gearbox issue on his car. Such a pity to lose him out, and not able to do anything about that at all is the man who, of course, always runs in this mid-pack and does a great job. But Alex Voss out of this one now. Geldenhuys, Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie now trying to apply the pressure onto the back end of Gerard Geldenhuys to return the favour and possibly get back into the hunt there. But I think you might also be happy with Gerard Geldenhuys' pace, looking at the 104.5s and 104.6s coming out of these cars. He will have to be wary of Dolenchek's pace. He's closed that gap down ever so slightly and could possibly be a threat later on. Second place battle still up for grabs as Andrew Schofield tries to close down on Anton Geldenhuys for second. Geldenhuys at the moment, remember, he's running at this stage second place in the Abacus Division's racing machine, ahead of that Sapphire car, the Fly Sapphire and Investchem machine of Andrew Schofield, and running in numerical order. 7 and 8 are the numbers on the cars, and they're running 7 and 8 in second and third on track. Jason Coetzee has made a move. He's got through. He's found a way through there, and I think Holtzhausen might be demoted down one position. We'll wait and see as they come into that back straightaway. Dolenchek. Now then we've got Holtzhausen and Jason Coetzee now ahead of Srin Naidu, Siabonga Mwankwankwana and Taya van der Laan just outside of the top 10 there for a young lady driver. It's fantastic to see, as I said. Come down the hill again. It is great action here from the Investchem Formula 1600s, but no one seems to have an answer or can even get close to the man out front, Josh Leroux. He's got it all sorted, that is for sure. Jason Coetzee also having some issues there by the looks of things. Yeah, I was just watching there, they came across the line. I saw him dropping on the timing sheet, so it looks like Coetzee might be starting to feel the effects of the damage to his car, and he's into pit lane. Maybe he's going to go past Car Care Clinic for a quick update there. That might not be a bad stop, I can tell you. So as they come into the closing stages here, where we've got about 3.5 laps to go for these drivers, I don't think we're going to see any major maneuvers here, other than possibly watching for Troy Dolenchek on Nicholas Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie will have to keep his eyes on the wing mirror, although he is trying to attempt to get ahead of the car ahead of him. And of course that is Gerard Geldenhuys, who's come from 9th place on the grid and made his way up into the top 4. His brother just up the road, hanging on for second ahead of Schofield. Battle for 4th place is the one we're watching. Then you go down to, of course, 16th place, Ewan Holt. The 4th car in that battle of the second pack is Ewan Holtzhausen, but he hasn't quite got the gap closed down there between himself and Dolenchek. Srin Naidu is on his own now, ahead of Mwankwankwana. Coming onto that back straight away now. We've got only a couple of laps to go, but watch out for Van Wheelie. I think Van Wheelie realizes that Dolenchek is coming. He's up the wick ever so slightly. Srin Naidu and Siabonga Mwankwankwana pulling ever so slightly away there from Taya van der Laan. Taya now up into the top 10. Good drive there from our young lady. She's certainly a talent of the future. Certainly a fantastic star of the future in terms of single-seaters. Down the hill comes Josh Leroux, Geldenhuys and Schofield, top three. Second pack is Geldenhuys, Van Wheelie and Dolenchek. And now Srin Naidu. Don't think he's got enough time to do anything about Ewan Holtzhausen up the road there from him. The red car, of course, Siabongo Monkonkwana. Great to have him as part of this category, and certainly doing good things for his career here, being part of that. We spoke to him just before the race. You could see how excited he was about trying to catch the two Geldenhuys boys. Hasn't quite got it right yet. That's definitely going to be one to watch out for in the future as well. He's had some great outings in the Kent category. Spent a little bit of time in Formula V for a little while, if I'm not mistaken, too. But it is definitely single-seaters that is his first love. And now looking to try and catch the young Carter ahead of him there in Srin Naidu. We've got about a lap and a half to go now as they come up into turn 5. Oh, Naidu late on the brakes, locking up that front right. Don't want to be doing that too often. It's going to give a little bit of a sniff there too, yes. The race driver SA and Investchem car. Two teammates fighting hard here as Josh Leroux starts his final lap. Has not put a wheel wrong, has Josh Leroux. Looks like he's going to just wrap another little race up here for his category and for his team. He's definitely looking to take on, of course, the biggest prize fund in South African motorsport at the moment, coming out of the Investchem Formula 1600s. 250,000 Rand is the winning prize purse, courtesy of Ian Schofield and his team from Investchem. You then get an opportunity to test in a Formula Renault, you get an international single-seater drive, and a possibility of a test in a global touring car as well, to make your aspirations as a racing driver certainly a lot easier, with some money to start your next chapter of your racing career. Well, there is another faultless race coming from Josh Leroux, heading down the hill and to the checkered flag for race 1 victory. By the looks of things here, that's how easy it's been for the man out front, and he has dominated big time here ahead of the rest of the pack. Great drive from Antoine to hang on for second. It is Andrew Schofield who comes through for third place ahead of Gerard Geldenhuys, Nicholas Van Wheelie and Dolenchek. And then it's the 16 car of Ewan Holtzhausen, who will definitely be scratching that helmet to try and find some pace for race number 2. Monkonkwana beats out Srin Naidu to the line, and good drive there from Teo van der Laan to finish up in the top 10 ahead of Storm Lanphier. Here are our unofficial results from race number 1 of the Investchem Formula 1600s. Leroux from Geldenhuys, Schofield from Geldenhuys, Van Wheelie and Dolenchek. It's Ewan Holtzhausen, Siabongo Monkonkwana, Srin Naidu and Teo van der Laan making up the top 10. Storm Lanphier in 11th place with Kutsia and Alex Voss. Some DNFs in 12th and 13th, unfortunately for them. But we'll be back shortly with G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. That is our next event here at the Extreme Festivals, round 2 at Zwartkops. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars at the home of the Extreme Festival, Zwartkops. We're going to start things off going in sort of age by age. I'm going to start with Greg Barton in the middle. Greg's been an amazing season so far for you. That little Hurricane of yours is just untouchable. When it's on form, is it on form this weekend?
Yes, Greg, it looks like the car's going to be on form for the rest of the year. We've really got a great setup going. Been changing springs mainly and getting the corner weighting absolutely correct. At Zwartkops, I'm finding a set of hard Michelins are working really well. They endure and the grip stays there for the race, for both heats. Yeah, the car's looking really good, really reliable, and I'm as confident as I've ever been in the car. It's fantastic.
Gigi, you've had a couple of chopping and changes that happened with your car. Take us through what happened this morning.
So Greg, to be quite honest with you, the season started off bad for me. I set out the first race with a broken knee. Cape Town didn't go to plan, so I thought of changing things up a little bit, and I joined Internatonal Motorsports for the weekend. I'm still very much in part of G&H. Charles and Uncle Harry were kind enough to put me in the Nismo GT3 to race. A few issues. We've battled a bit today. It's a big step from the Lamborghini to the Nissan, but hopefully we'll get it right and maybe run up front with the other GT3s for the weekend. That's all we can hope for right now, but the guys are working frantically to try and get the car sorted so that we can make it to race one and be strong.
Awesome stuff. Damien, you've had a phenomenal season so far coming into the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini. Take us through this big step up though, because it's a completely different animal that you're playing in.
Coming from a Polo to the Lambo and everything is a big difference, big change. Got all of the aero, all of the power, everything. I mean, the four-wheel drive in that car is phenomenal. The grip levels, it's two completely different cars comparing. But finding my feet, still tense here and there, what I need to go and find and everything. I'm with an extremely good team with Trevor Bland and everything, TB Racing, so they are phenomenal setup, car-wise. It's unbelievable. Car's bulletproof. Looking forward to another strong weekend this weekend, and let's just carry it through.
Well, we've seen Lamborghinis all the way through, a little Nismo coming in, and now of course the Audi, and a new man and a rookie to the series. Incredible step up there, Kwanda. What's the plans to get you to the front end as soon as possible?
Well, obviously, like Damien said, it's been quite a big change from the Polo, moving to a rear-wheel drive car now. But I'd say main goal is just to get comfortable in the car, just get as many laps under our belts as we can, and hopefully just pull it on from there.
Good luck, gentlemen. Looks like a little bit of a problem there for Damien Hammond as he comes out of pit lane in the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini. It's definitely not the start he was looking for. Just battling to get it fired up. We saw an absolutely amazing lap this morning in the warm-up sessions, but even fantastic laps coming out of two cars this weekend in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Both Jonathan DeToy and Dane Angel doing sub 60-second laps around the circuit in a GT3 class car. So absolutely amazing to see Jonathan du Toit. 58.942 was his qualifying lap. And Dane Angel with a 59.736 in the Porsche. That is a car that's not going to do any lap times around here at the moment for Damien Hammond. That's definitely not the way he wanted to start things out, that is for sure. In the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini, he's about to be lapped before the race has even started by the entire pack of Lamborghini, Porsches, Ferraris, Audis, and a great array of supercars fighting now for race 1 honours in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Jonathan du Toit and Dane Angel, sub 60-second drivers on the front row. Franco Scribante battling a little bit with some setup on that car and some suspension problems. After the big crash they had in that Scribante Racing Porsche, they've had to basically rebuild the front end themselves, and battling with some suspension issues on that car. I chatted to Franco this morning and he was telling me that the handmade front end suspension is unfortunately taking a bit of strain with the heat, and as it starts to heat it expands the front end of that car and makes it very difficult to turn, and it becomes an absolute beast underneath him. So he's going to try and do the best he can to try and stay in the hunt here for the first race and second race of the day for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. He'll be alongside Ben Morgenroth, that man right there, in the Lexus V8. And it looks like he's going to be fighting hard with Greg Parton in the Dryzit Environmental Hurricane. Lamborghini Hurricane there of KwaZulu-Natal based driver Greg Parton. He is alongside, of course, Marius Jackson in the R8 Audi. Ricky Giannacara and Damien Hammond should be alongside each other, but I don't know if Hammond has got his way back into the mix. Yes, he has. He got it fired up again, and he's now into the mix alongside Giannacara as they come through now to take the start. Nicky Dix, Patamba, Mokoena, and Arnie Neverland make up the back end of the field as the lights go out and we go racing for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Through turn 1. Like Hammond's issues seem to be sorted out, whatever that problem is. It's now fired up and he's putting the pressure onto the back end of Giannacara as they head down into turn 2. Parton on the inside of Ben Morgenroth. Hurricane versus the Lexus, and the Lexus loses out there to the Dryzit Environmental car. The mayor of Randfontein now having some battles of his own there with the KwaZulu-Natal based driver. Out front though, it's Dane Angel. Angel hangs on to the front of this field ahead of Jonathan du Toit. The two sub 60-second drivers looking for a chance now to get away from the rest of this pack. But Franco Scribante is going to try and keep them honest. Nicky Dix doing the same thing there to Kwanda Mokoena. First time we see the youngster stepping up into this category for Audi. He joins the Inter Africa and of course Amanda Cole mining outfit. Stablemate there to Action Jackson, Marius Jackson, the Mega Fiber Audi. But at this stage it is GT Club Sports and Autohaus Angel Porsche leading things out over the Strudale and Trans Africa Racing Lamborghini. Lamborghini is a very, very fast car, and it's in exceptionally capable hands of Jonathan du Toit around this circuit. And Angel, based in Cape Town, of course, would have loved life down at his home circuit. He also had a bit of work of his own there to keep out Scribante and du Toit at the Killarney International Raceway. But here at Zwartkops, he's going to have even more of a tough time of it. He's starting to pull a little bit of a margin. Maybe he wants to get away. Remember, this is a 15-lapper. It's two of the longest sprint races we've got here on the day, come out of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They've got a little bit more time on track than anybody else out there. It's going to be a concern for Franco. He's already battling as they turn into turn 5 there with the front end of that car. Scribante trying to do the best he can to stay in the hunt here for honours in G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Remember, he is running for Class A+, as are the first two cars on track along with him. See what he can do about those top two. I don't think he's going to be able to run with him, unfortunately, but he'll certainly try and stay in third place and out of harm's way from Greg Parton and Ben Morgenroth's point of view. Nicky Dix further down the field. He's in Class A, fighting on the track there with Damien Hammond, who's just up the road from him. And then it's Kwanda Mokoena. Back end of the field there. There's the 7-4. That should be, I think it's Arnie Neverling in that car this weekend. Yes, it is. He's driving what would be Mark du Toit's car. Mark du Toit, of course, on a bit of a break. Oh, no. Angel's got a problem. Angel's got a problem as he gets to the top of the hill. Dane Angel in the GT Club Sport and Autohaus Angel Porsche has got a bit of a problem. It's fired up again. He tries to come back at Franco Scribanti. Whatever the issue on that car was, it was short-lived, but let's see if he's got it going again. Maybe went into limp mode. He had to turn it off, turn the car back on again, and gets back into the hunt as he gets down into turn number 8. G&H Transport corner. Porsche side by side. 997's going at it here. Hey, that is not what you want to be seeing. Dane Angel leading comfortably. And it looks like something went wrong on that car. I think it slipped into what is known as limp mode in that car. You have to turn it off, fire it back up again, get all the systems to sort themselves out, and then get going. He comes back at Scribanti relatively easily, but remember, as I said to you, Franco Scribanti is battling with that car with some issues of his own. Now into that back straightaway, starts to pull away from Scribanti. Franco in third place. Battle further back there is between Kwanda Mokoena. Mokoena fighting there with Nicky Dix for just outside the top 10. Dix in 10th place at the moment. This is Ricky Giannaccaro fighting with Damien Hammond. And then Gianni Giannaccaro. Gigi was of course supposed to be in a new car this weekend. Had a little bit of issues there unfortunately with the Nismo GTR R35. And he went back to his usual choice of steed, or should I say his favourite bull. As he comes into the fight for the Lamborghini Trofeo cars. And Gigi now just onto the back end of Damien Hammond and his brother Ricky. Nicky Dix in the Porsche just behind that. Then it's Kwanda Mokoena as they come down into the brakes into G&H Transport corner. The bus car there of Gianni Giannaccaro trying to close down on his brother Ricky. And see if they can win out what is the GT battle here. GT3 led out by Greg Parton. It's GT3's Ricky Giannaccaro who is in second, and Mikhail Patumba out there as well for G&H. In fact, I think that is Mikhail Patumba. It's Patumba in that second Lamborghini, I beg your pardon. It's not Gianni Giannaccaro, so apologies on that one. Gianni was supposed to be in the Nismo, and Stradale Motorsport unfortunately couldn't get that car sorted out in time for race number 1. Maybe he'll be out in time for race 2. Action now between the R8 of Jackson. Starting to get onto the back end of the Hurricane. It's Greg Parton. But it is Jonathan Detoy who leads things out. Currently comfortable in the front end of this field. 59.4s out of Jonathan Detoy so far. So a sub 60 second lap now in race pace is always a good thing to see. So Jonathan Detoy pulling away now with the problems that Dane Angel had. And I don't know if Angel's going to have enough time to close that gap down unless something goes wrong here with that Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini. On the brakes there, and easily done here from Detoy's point of view. Comfortably getting away from the rest of this pack of drivers. Controlling things from the front end of Class A Plus and the overall victory right now is Detoy. He comes down the hill with a massive margin over second place Dane Angel. Angel with a similar kind of margin now over Franco Scribanti. Morgan Root hangs on to the 4th spot. And he's also comfortably ahead of that battle between Jackson and Parton. Scribanti's got no issues at all though for 3rd place, other than the fact that he'd like to be a bit higher up the road than what he is. Possibly in contention with the Porsche and the Lambo. As I said from the word go, unfortunately some issues there for the front end, and the uprights that they have built at Scribanti Racing have not quite worked out according to plan. A little bit of development still to be done there, and maybe a bit of additional tech to be sorted out on the front end of that Porsche. Up to the top of the hill go the 2 Porsches. Shoot all from them. Big welcome to all those guys who've joined us from all around the country and all around the world. Hope you've enjoyed everything so far in terms of the race action. It is fantastic race action as always here at round 2 of the National Extreme Festival. And the lap completed there. And, coming across the line with 8 laps to go. Just over the halfway stage reached. Dane Angel is trying to close that gap down and currently lapping in the 1 minute deads. Let's see if he's able to do anything about the front end's Jonathan Detoy. I don't think he's going to be able to. Detoy seems to just be able to maintain an almost entire back straightaway lead over Dane Angel. Angel will be kicking himself for the mistake he made or whatever the issue on that car was, and I'm sure that Divan Lismore and the team from GT Club Sport will climb onto that car to find out exactly what made it go into limp mode. said, he came up the hill, it kind of cut out on him. He turned all the systems off, shut the car off, turned it back on again, all the systems kicked up and fired into action, but it lost him a lot of ground and actually dropped him behind Franco Scribanti for a while. Battle here for 5th place between Jackson and Parton. Parton's still ahead now of Maurice Jackson. Well, our timing monitor says otherwise. The drives of Environmental Hurricane taking on that R8. A great little fight here between the two of them. Stable mates in terms of the brands. But definitely not stable mates on track. Arch rivals here between these two. Parton in GD3, Maurice Jackson running for Class B honours here. Ben Morganwood 4th place in Class A+, all on his own sim there in the Lexus. Gavin Wilkins Racing is definitely going to be happy with the performance of their car. In 4th place in the hands of Ben Morganwood. Dan Angel, Franco Scribanti, Ben Morganwood and Maurice Jackson. That's how it stands as the toy heads down the hill one more time. And we'll be going into the second half of this race now officially. And first place to Toy, waiting for Angel to come through turn 1. Back to the action here between Parton and Jackson. Parton picked up the wrong way around there on our timing monitor. But here comes a move from Jackson. Jackson comes flying into turn number 8 as Ben Morganwood exits turn 1. Toy, Angel, Scribanti, Morganwood, Greg Parton and Jackson, Ricky Giannicaro, Damien Hammond and Mikhail Patamba ahead of Nicky Dix. It's your top 10 in the GNH Transport Extreme Supercars with about 6 laps to go. Morganwood tips it into turn 4. Here comes the battle between Parton and Jackson. There's Environmental Hurricane taking on that R8 Mega Fiber Audi. Lots of work being done by MJR Motorsport. Also giving the opportunity, of course, to young Wanda McQuena to join that team. Run the Cole and Into Africa car just in the background. Still fighting for honest to possibly be in the top 10 for his first time out. That'll be a great debut for the youngster. Jackson on the inside of Parton has another look, but Parton sees him coming. Later on the brakes into GNH Transport corner and completes another lap. 5 to go. Watching Dane Angel through turn 4, there is the current standings, the toy from Angel and Scribanti and Morganwood. The first 4 on track, all out of A+. GT3 leader is Parton. Jackson leads our Class B. Giannicaro is second in the GT3 class. He's in 7th place ahead of Damien Hammond, who is currently leading Class A. Mikhail Patamba is 3rd in the GT3 category, and it's Nicky Dix ahead of Wanda McQuena for 2nd place in Class A, and McQuena leading his class in Class C with Arnie Neverling. Not really in contention this weekend. He's normally been a lot more powerful car, but of course a lot of the Stradale Motorsport cars have all been passed on to new, and of course customers that are very happy with the performance of their cars. Coming into the back markers now. Jonathan de Toy closing onto the back end and coming onto the back of Wanda McQuena and Nicky Dix. So they get up into the top of the hill. Looks like McQuena might have just got through there on Nicky Dix. And change up between those two drivers as they come across the line on the next pass. Oh, beg your pardon. No, it's not. It's Nicky Dix and not Wanda McQuena. Mikhail Patamba. Mikhail Patamba there in 9th place. Possibly try and avoid being overtaken, but it's highly unlikely when you've got a car that's doing sub 60-second laps around Zwartkops. And the toy at the wheel of that car. Definitely one to watch out for. Diving on the inside, Nicky Dix sees him coming, opens up the door, allows a little bit of room there for the leader. Nice driving and realizing that he's possibly not really going to be in the hunt. This is a big hunt here. Big battle between these two Lamborghinis. Hammond and Ricky Giannicaro going at it. Ricky Giannicaro at the moment just ahead now of Damien Hammond. But Hammond is making him work triple time. Only Giannicaro's Bisque Lamborghini in the hands of Mikhail Patamba. Car on the right hand side there, slowed up the hill there. I don't know if our director saw that, but there's definitely a car on the right-hand side slowing dramatically. It looked like it might have been the Porsche. Let's see if we can pick up on that car if we can. Not sure who's going up the hill there. There was definitely a car on the side of the circuit. I'm not quite sure which it was. It looked like one of the Porsches. We'll keep an eye on. Oh no, in fact it's Hammond. It's the Lamborghini. Damien Hammond there with the Lamborghini, the Trinity Protection Services car. It had problems at the start, so maybe those problems have come to hound him again. I just saw black and yellow. That's why I was worried about it might have been this car, but it's not this one, fortunately for Dane Angel. It is the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini of Damien Hammond, who's dropping by the wayside rapidly now, parked on the sideline with 2 laps to go. He's out the car and walking away, but Hammond was not going to be happy about that. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there. And there comes the man he was fighting with. Well, he was actually just behind him, was Mikhail Patamba. Comes into Toy lapping right up to 7th place, getting through are there on Ricky Gianacaro. And he's about to come and start his final lap. Last lap about to be started now from Jonathan du Toit's point of view. Superb run here so far for the man from Zwartkops. Running in Strudalo Motorsport colours this weekend, as he has been from the beginning of the season in this Lamborghini. The Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini now going on and looking for the first victory of the day in the GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Dane Angel had some problems early on. Car, by the looks of things, going into limp mode, dropping him to 4th place. Came back into 2nd and he's maintained 2nd place right the way through, but he's 9.5 seconds back on Du Toit. Franco Scribenti a further 9 seconds back there, down in 3rd. But a survival run there from Scribenti with the front end issues they picked up all weekend long. Checkered flag is out. Du Toit with the victory. Easily done in the end. And a 59.4, his fastest lap of that race. A 1 minute flat coming out of Dane Angel in his race run to the line. He comes through just behind Richie Gianacaro, who of course will finish up in 2nd place for the GT3 category. Waiting for the rest of the pack to come through. Next up should be Franco Scribenti. He'll probably be under, no, in fact he's diving on the inside of Kwanda Mokoena, who gives him some room to go through. Mokoena first time out, will finish up in the top 10 and take victory in Class C for the GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Coming to the line, we're going to watch out for, of course, Ben Morgenroot and Greg Parton to come through just ahead of Marius Jackson. But there they come into turn 8, the final corner, and it is Morgenroot from Parton from Jackson, making up that top 6 overall. Jonathan du Toit takes the victory ahead of Dane Angel. Franco Scribenti comes through for 3rd place. Top 3 in Class A plus are the first 3 across the line. Morgenroot in 4th place in that A plus category and overall on track as well. Greg Parton takes GD3s ahead of Ricky Gianacaro and Mikhail Patamba. And then it's Marius Jackson taking Class B. Class A went to Nicky Dix. Class C going to Kwanda Mokoena. And some problems there, unfortunately, in the end for Damien Hammond. And looks like also for Arnie Neverland in the BMW Z4. Up next, we're heading into DOE Formula V's. In the mid-pack of DOE Formula V, it's always chopping and changing, banging, and of course the last time we came here, there was some big action there. Theo, take us through what's happening for this year. There's some big changes and of course some exciting times in Formula V.
Do you want to speak about the accident or the rest of the year?
You tell me, mate.
Okay, well first off, we've got a new sponsor, Internatonal, on board this year. They signed up like 2 days before our previous event, so they're on board this year and we're very thankful for them. We still got Bridgestone, DOE, Stop My Car and First Race. We are a national challenge championship this year. We back on the national tour, so we're growing. We are 21 cars on the grid. The field is growing tremendously. We're 32 members this year, so everything is going awesome for Formula E.
Carl, from your side, how's things going in that perspective? It's always a big bit of bar banging that happens out there.
No, for sure. I've been in the thick of things since the end of last year with my high flying in turn 1, on the outside of turn 1. And then the previous race, we had a bit of a mishap, myself and Marshall, at the top of turn 5, where he decided to climb over me. So I've been in the thick of things. So I'm hoping to keep my nose clean going forward. And then I think then we're going to try and challenge these two fast oaks next to me. I'm close, but just not close enough, so we're getting there, hopefully.
Well, the challenge is on there. You can see there's a whole spot. What are your plans?
Yeah, it's difficult to the oaks. The mid-pack is very competitive at the moment, and we all haven't had the best start to the season in the mid-pack. We've all had accidents. So we're all looking just to scruff down, really get into it. Like Carl said, beat these oaks. I'm at the moment just ahead of them, but seeing them this weekend so far, I don't know if I'm going to stay ahead of them. I've really got to pull my socks up for that one. So it's great racing I'm expecting this weekend.
Second bit of single-seater action about to happen now with the DOE and Technosa machines making their way out. Formula V, the longest-standing single-seater championship in the world. And great to see some big support here this weekend for them. It's awesome to see 21 cars about to go to battle too, but always expect to see some big action in Formula V. These guys hold nothing back, and there's normally some wheel touching, some banging that happens in this pack. And we've seen it all season long. 109.2 was the fastest lap this morning in qualifying, and it was that one of Greg Wilson's that put him at the front end of the field ahead of Lendl Janssen in the Bull security car. So we're looking forward to seeing what happens there between the two of them. But don't take out Gert van den Berg, Lucian Ramchanda, Peter Hills or Eric Boyens. Brandon Hills, Sean van der Linde, Kyle Watt and Josef Kotze. All of those top 10 competitive drivers could possibly be in the mix for the win here in race 1 of DOE Formula V. Jean-Andre Leroux, Marcel Bluchnoot and Roy Douglas are just ahead of Albertine Pienaar, Michael Koenig, Yannick Geyser, Clinton Kane, who we chatted to there in that pre-race interview. And look out for Dave Austin, Theo Vermaak, Helder Gavea and Blaine de Melon at the back end of the field for, of course, this first heat of Formula V's. Formula V action has always been good, particularly here at Zwartkops, so expect to see about 6 or 7 cars fighting for the lead, maybe even up to the top 10. All of them with a chance, as I said, of a victory here today. But, always one that you can count on to have non-stop action in. Must have had a different lineup. Well, I've got 2 different players on the front end of this field compared to what I see on the track there. It's definitely Gert van den Berg on pole position, although the qualifying said differently. They did a review and a revised version of that qualifying, so we won't go on what the sheet says. We'll go on what's happening on track as we're about to go racing for the first one. Gert van den Berg, Eric Boyens, Greg Wilson and Peter Hills. Lucian Ramchanda and Lendl Janssen is how they line up according to what I see on track, but that qualifying sheet that was sent to us on the WhatsApp group says completely differently. Anyway, let's get ready to go for racing because we're about to get into it now for the first time for DOE Formula V. Start delay. Issue there for somebody on the grid by the looks of things. Maybe our arm up somewhere. Give me a chance to maybe find that revised version of this grid. Let's see, race 2. Okay. Race 1. There it is. Yeah, definitely not what I've got. I've got Greg Wilson on pole position alongside Lionel Janssen. That's definitely not how they've lined up there. They did do a top 6 draw, which is possibly what changed it up here. Yeah, Paul, you are right. So the qualifying might be slightly different to the way that they line up for race number 1. So maybe that top 6 draw is what's shuffled that front 6 positions around ever so slightly. So Gert van den Berg must have drawn pole. And he's now ahead of Eric Boyens, Greg Wilson, who should have been on pole. Peter Hills in 4th, who was in 5th, and Lucian Ramchanda ahead of Lendl Janssen, who should be on the front row alongside Wilson. As we get ready to go now for this first heat, let's see what happens. This time, hopefully for the start, 30-second board is up. 5 seconds, turns 2, lights going on, and then off we go racing. Oh, a couple of jump starts there, including the front man. So it didn't quite work out there, unfortunately, for that front row. Maybe getting caught out by the front row jitters there, but certainly 2 or 3 cars starting to go off the line before the lights went out. So there will be a couple of cars that will be under the scrutiny of the COC. It is Gert van den Berg who leads things out. Eric Boyens, I think, was the man who possibly had the jump start. I didn't pick up on the second car just behind, but there was definitely 2 or 3 cars that rolled before the lights went out. So a bit of work to do there for the COC of this category to sort themselves out as they get into the thick of it now for heat number 1 of DOE Formula V's. Bridgestone rubber on these cars as they head down into turn 4. And the heat into that rubber is vitally important, and you can see, as I said, 2 or 3 cars now dropped by the wayside for this first pack. And the first pack already starting to get up close and personal. The 33 car, Brandon Hill, starting to make his way through and diving on the inside of the man who made the mistake off the line, Eric Boyens. No issues at all for the 1 car. It's Gert van den Berg who leads things out over the 7 car of Wilson. Wilson's just ahead there of Lendl Janssen. Peter Hills in the mix there as well as Lucian Ramchanda. As they come across the line, a complete lap number 1. This is a 10 lapper for these drivers. In fact, a 12 lapper, I beg your pardon, for Formula V. So 12 laps of action coming away now for DOE Formula V. And there you go, side by side. It's Koenig and the 9 car. So a little bit of chopping and changing in the mid-pack too as Theo Vermaak takes on Michael Koenig. Late on the brakes is Michael Koenig, but Theo Vermaak hangs on for now as they come through there and complete the first lap in anger. They're into lap number 2 now of 12. It's Gert van den Berg, Greg Wilson pulling away ever so slightly there from Peter Hills. Ramchanda has got huge intentions being shown by Lionel Janssen and Eric Boyens, who tries to make up ground. Remember, he's got to be as high up as possible if they do hit him with that 30-second jump start penalty. And that means he will be dropping possibly out of the top 10 completely, because that's how close these drivers and cars are in the Formula V category. 53 and 72, that is, of course, Albertine Pienaar and Roy Douglas going at it. Here is a move. The Bull security car of Lionel Janssen trying to find a way past. Not this time, though, on Hills. Carl Watt was saying he wanted to be slightly higher up. He's definitely higher up than what he has been all season long, that is for sure. Into the top 10 there, just behind Josef Kotze. And then a little bit of a gap down to Vermaak, Koenig, Albertine Pienaar and Roy Douglas. Koenig at this stage, just the tail end of that third pack. Awesome late braking from one of the cars. I think it was Albertine Pienaar who locked up into turn 2. As they go through into turn 4, this is the 7 car of Greg Wilson. Formation flying here from the DOE and Start My Car team. Peter Hills comfortably on his own in 3rd. Ramchanda having to fend off Lionel Janssen, which is possibly helping Peter Hills out to stay in front of that second pack and give himself a little bit of breathing room between them, that second pack and his car. As they come down the hill. You can see, Lionel Janssen has got through, and he's not happy about that. He's gesticulating something there to Lucian Ramchanda, maybe saying, come on, let's go. Let's work together here to close this gap down. Let's stop fighting and get to the front before we start fighting even more. Boyens just ahead there still of Hills, then Van der Linde. That's Sean Van der Linde going through there. The Truck City Boxburg car. Valentino Rossi helmet, but Eddie Irvine-esque colours on that race car. Comes out of turn 2, he's trying to catch the back end of Brandon Hills in the 33 machine. Ramchanda still in the mix there with Lionel Janssen. Losing a little bit of ground there to Janssen as they came out of turn 4. About a car length there he lost. Next we go to GDC's and Super Cup. Stand by for that action coming out of the first heat of racing for them. And guys, a racing car there of Hills. Because his dad just up the road there in 3rd. So Brandon currently in 7th, Peter in 3rd. 3 cars between them. Ramchanda is one of them. Then you've got Sean van der Linde on his own. 3rd pack come down the hill there with Kotze ahead of Carl Watt. And then it's Roy Douglas who's opened up a little bit of breathing room there. Making himself in that 5th pack of cars in the DOE Formula V's. As always in Formula V's, and it's starting to get a little bit hotter in the race pace now. With the pace of the man out front coming back and 109.5. Fastest lap of the race so far coming out of him. And certainly looking like he could be the man to take the first victory here today. He's certainly looking to maintain and retain that #1 plate for his team. And another championship in the bag if he can. Long way to go still. But the more you do early in the season, better it is for your chances, that is for sure, and particularly when you've got your teammate on your tail. Wilson there, ahead of Peter Hills and Lionel Janssen. Lionel Janssen now trying to get onto the back end, and they've just closed that gap down now on Hills. Hills could be in trouble here as Janssen starts to put the pressure onto him. And still in 7th and Van der Linde in 8th, but now it's the Bull security car of Lionel Janssen. And Silver Oaks, of course, one of his sponsors as well. Looking for a chance to get through on the first of the Mangaza cars. Peter Hills, a multiple champion in this class, is at the wheel of that car right now. Van der Linde all on his own in 8th, long way ahead of Josef Kotze. Is Wilson starting to put a bit more pressure on here? It looks like he is. Greg Wilson definitely looking for a chance now to get through here on Gert van den Berg. And in fact the last pass went slightly quicker than the fastest lap we've seen so far. A 109.442 coming out of Greg Wilson, which is a lot quicker than the 109.5 we got out of Gert van den Berg. So yeah, definitely a pace upping here between the top two. Coming across the line and another lap completed. We're now into, of course, the halfway stage. Here they come, under braking for turn 2. Fantastic run here between these two drivers, that is for sure. Non-stop action expected now between the two of them to the closing stages. Halfway through, and I think Wilson realizes he's got to up the game here. Peter Hills is going to have to just go defensive on Janssen, Ramchanda and Boyens. Defensive driving already starting to come now from Gert van den Berg as he realizes Greg Wilson, maybe he's got a little bit extra here in the hand. Heading into the closing stages. Let's see what happens here between them. Van der Berg holds the inside line. Ooh, Wilson with a little crossover there. Just catches it as they come into turn 5. A little moment there for him. He would have been worried about that. It's certainly not what he wants at this stage. All sorted out and just got it slightly looped out. 109.3 on the last pass, probably going to be another 109-ish kind of lap from Greg Wilson as they cross the line. He's got to make up ground now after that little mistake. Further back, Roy Douglas still continuing to fight it out there. You can see Theo Vermaak's in that battle too. This is a fantastic little fight here. Albertine Pienaar, Theo Vermaak. Marcel Bluchnoot's joined the crew as he dives on the inside looking for a way through. Koenig just behind that. Vermaak sees him coming and shuts the door. So the chairman of the board trying to keep out Bluchnoot and Koenig as they go into turn 1. Also trying to get onto the hunt there for both Albertine Pienaar and Roy Douglas. Action continuing here. This is of course down in 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15th place overall. And having some fun and games of their own as the battle now starts to heat up ever so slightly more at the front end between Van der Berg and Wilson. Oh, what a move there. Greg Wilson just squeezing the leader out. Coming out of turn 7, he just made it stick and he goes across the line now with about 3 to go. 4 laps to go for our lead pack of drivers, and it is Greg Wilson now who leads out. Oh, there's a move there from Theo Vermaak around the outside. He's got Douglas on his inside, and here comes Bluchnoot. Bluchnoot coming along 3x3 into turn 8. Could end up in tears here. Oh yeah, and I thought so. The 1-1-2, Marcel Bluchnoot had to go up onto the curbs. And it has cost him slightly, but Theo Vermaak's going to try and keep him out into turn 1. No, he carries the corner speed through. And Vermaak gets demoted down into the clutches now of Michael Koenig. Bluchnoot dives on the inside. Oh, he loops out! And a clip there. Koenig going wide, avoids the 2 cars looping out. Roy Douglas tried to avoid everything. He was just caught by the spinning car there of Marcel Bluchnoot. Fortunately, all the cars have got back on track. But a little bit of maneuver there between our Formula Vs. The first kind of action we've seen all day long, actually, coming out of Formula V. What did we expect? Nothing more than that. Ramchanda now still down in 5th place as our leaders cross the line. It's Wilson from Gert van der Berg. Ramchanda still not finding a way through there on Peter Hills. Paul's going to give a look, quick replay of that action into turn 2. You can see a big dive there from Marcel Bluchnoot. He was just too hot. And Roy Douglas tried to avoid the spinning car ahead of him. Great evasive driving from Theo Vermaak and from Michael Koenig. One went inside, one went outside. The 2 white cars ending up just behind and dropping by the wayside, unfortunately, and out of that battle. Wilson now pulling away from Gert van der Berg. Ramchanda doing the same thing here from Peter Hills as oh yeah, there's a move. Ramchanda on the inside of Peter Hills into turn 4. Lionel Janssen has pulled away from the 2 of them because they've been fighting so hard. But a bit of a gap that's opened up now between the first 5 cars on track. Certainly not what was expected here. From my side of things, I thought it'd be a little bit closer between those front 5, but I think it was a couple of cars that got caught out initially there. And Greg Wilson has now just sorted things out, got into a rhythm, and with 2 to go, I don't think he's going to be beaten. GDCs and Super Cup, of course, are up next, so stand by for that action. There comes Peter Hills back at Ramchanda trying to return the favour. Lucian hangs on, keeps him out, stays in 4th. Hills down to 5 where he qualified. Here's Michael Koenig on the return of Roy Douglas, who is fighting that car with a bit of damage, I'm sure, and he runs off into the kiddie litter. Douglas back on track. So as we into the latter half or the last part of this race, Koenig now ahead of Jannie Geyser. They are fighting for 13, 14 and 15th place. Behind that you can see it's Dave Austin closing on Roy Douglas. Still fighting hard there and still in with a chance of finishing up, of course, in the respective classes here in Formula V. Fantastic run here from the Formula Vs as always. They've put on a fantastic show at every single circuit they race at. But Greg Wilson has clearly been the class of the field here. He sat behind the leader, Gert van der Berg, for a long time. Let him dictate the pace and eventually decided, no, it's time to go. And he's pulled 10 car lengths now over Gert van der Berg, who's now got a little bit of problems of his own coming from Lionel Janssen in the closing stages with a lap to go. Will Lionel Janssen be able to keep him out? We'll have to wait and see. Fastest lap coming out of Lionel Janssen on that last pass, so he's done it to perfection. Can he use it to his advantage now to get through on Gert van der Berg? Van der Berg, of course, we're going to try and keep him out. Van der Berg's got a problem. Look at him going defensive almost instantaneously. They came onto the back straight there. So he is going to have to fend for his life here into the closing stages. There are 4 corners to go on this racetrack, and Gert Van der Berg is not happy behind the wheel of that DOE Quality Parts and Start My Car Formula V. Wilson is exceptionally happy. He knows that that Bull Securities machine and Volkswagen Silver Oaks V is going to be hounding Gert Van der Berg and stopping him from closing in on Greg Wilson. Wilson is going to take the 3rd victory of the season here, and coming to the line, that is the man to beat here at Zwartkops today. Wilson takes the win. Van der Berg in 2nd, and Lionel Janssen just not enough time there to close in. One man we're going to have to watch out for is this golf racing car of Eric Boyens. He was definitely a jump starter, so he will finish up down in 6th place, just ahead of Brandon Hills, but I think he may be getting himself a little jump start penalty. We'll get confirmation of that before race number 2. The Technosa and DOE Start My Car Formula V's have once again put on a fantastic show here at Zwartkops. Van der Linde finishes up in 8th place, Watt in 9th. Josef Kotze comes through to finish up just ahead of Albertine Pienaar, who comes through there. And Theo, well done Theo, for Mark, finish up in 12th place overall. That is how it wraps up the first heat of the day for Formula V's. It's Wilson from Van der Berg, Lionel Janssen with the fastest lap on that last lap to get up close and personal to Gert Van der Berg, with Lucian Ramchanda behind him. Peter Hills in 5th ahead of Eric Boyens, who may get that jump start. If he does get the jump start, we'll probably drop him out of the top 12, with Boyens ahead of Hills, Van der Linde, Watt, Kotze, Pienaar and Vermaak, that top 12 as it stands. And we'll wait for the penalties to be implied for the couple of cars who had the jump starts. Up next, we go to Global Touring Cars and the Super Cup.
to everyone involved for putting the car together in such a short space.
GC for Zwartkops is always something that the crowd are looking forward to, and the crowd are back. Michael van Rooyen, you've got a lot of support here at Zwartkops. What's the plans for the weekend?
Well, I think to satisfy my crowd, I'll have to do very well this weekend. No pressure, but I'm looking forward to a good weekend. We didn't have such a good weekend in Cape Town. I think we've turned the car around a little bit, so I'm looking forward to a better weekend.
The battle's going to be thick and fast as always. Jono, you're normally in the mix there. What's the golf got this weekend that maybe these guys don't know about?
No man, listen, the goal is to stay out of trouble first and foremost. We had a bit of a challenge down in Cape Town, but the team has made some progress regarding those challenges, so we're going to be hitting Zwartkops essentially running.
I like to hear that. Speaking of challenges, the biggest challenge came from your side of things, Brad. I think it was literally Easter Monday. The new wheels rolled out and rolled onto the circuit for the first time on Wednesday. Take us through the whole change up from Audi to Volkswagen.
Yeah, obviously the car is pretty similar in the sense that they do drive pretty similar, but it's a new car, so there's always some new challenges to go with that. After practice too, now we had a bit of a fault there, and the car actually wouldn't start. But yeah, the team's overcome that, and just a huge thank you to everyone involved for putting the car together in such a short space of time. But hopefully this weekend we can hit the ground running and come away with a few podiums.
Well, Mike, there's two guys hitting the ground running. What are you going to do?
I just want to stay in front of them, that's all. But I don't want to run too fast, please. I'm old.
Zwartkops, dus het wordt beantwoord. Wat zie je ook? Oké man, maar wat zie je ook? Ja. Oké. Ja, want op die stadium denk je nog niet ook te liggen. Maar als ik is bijna van zit, dan kan ik dan geef ik. Ja, toch op die stage niet eerlijk iets meer verplaatst. Dat is het wel. Dat is beter. Maar wat zie je ook? Moet ons zondvloed of kom je nou een aanraking bij die ouwens of gaan ons nou weer een ander probeer zo? Ja. Oké. Ja, oké. Hij moet eigenlijk maar net zo groep maken, net sê, Anne, dit is die volgende raas, dit niks by. Net een keer 'n baan gee af. Dit sê stuur in julle besonderhede voort.
Car's about to roll out onto the circuit now, and just before we get into race action, you heard from the GDC drivers. Let's catch up now with some of the drivers that are down in the GDC Super Cup category. GDC Super Cup this weekend, absolutely amazing to see the field growing. Keegan Masters, you've had a fantastic start to your GDC Super Cup campaign for 2022. What's the plans for this weekend?
Well, hopefully to maintain the strong start. Obviously qualifying is going to be a little bit tough because this isn't our track that we practice at, so we're slightly on the back foot, but I know this track pretty well, so it's not too much of an issue. We just need to make sure the setup's good, and hopefully Graham's got everything together, and yeah, I think hopefully we have a good weekend, and looking forward to it.
Rookie to the class, of course, but not rookie to racing here at Zwartkops. Ari, what's the plans for Strudale jumping in at the last minute and getting you a car and get sorted out here?
Yeah, I think for the team it's quite exciting. They've been talking about Super Cup for a while, so it's nice to actually be involved in it now. But yeah, for us, I think we just want a nice clean event. We're not expecting too much. Our first event, we know we might be a bit on the back foot, but let's see towards the end of the year, I'm sure we can be strong.
Well, you started on the back foot this morning, Roy, but I know that you've got the pace in the car. But you're also making history this weekend. It's the first time that you've actually climbed into a car in the same category as both of your sons.
Yeah, unfortunately. Right now I'm about a second off them, so it's going to be quite a challenge to 0.3 or 0.4. I might be ahead of the rest of the old guys, as I say, the masters, but yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, I'm hoping for maybe in the race, maybe a little bit of water might just bring me into play a bit more than the others, you know.
I see you brought a friend along for the ride as well. Like Tato's come to join you.
Yeah, my mate.
So a big fight expected between the two of you, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we fought in the past before in supercars, and we in the Shelby against the Porsches, and then again in the Formula Volkswagen. So we've always finally convinced him to come and join us.
So as they're rolling around the circuit now, that is Jeff Kruger, who will be on pole position for GDC Super Cup alongside Leighton for his stablemate. Then it's Campos, and a good run there from both of them. Keegan and Jason will be on the second row of the grid ahead of Keegan Masters and Arnie Neveling. Tata Carello and JP Van der Walt. Of course, they'll be fighting hard for honours there in the Cup category. We've got the Masters category led out as well at the back end there. Looking forward to a big battle between Nick Davidson, Roy Campos, who we've just spoken to, and Andre Mercedes from Team Perfect Circle. Incredibly though, in the front row of the grid and on pole position for his very first time, only in his third time of asking in this global touring car category, Saud Variawa for Team Gazoo Racing, who of course is the man to beat this morning in qualifying. He also got the Dunlop Award. It was fantastic to see Dunlop giving some money away, and I'm sure he's pretty happy with the 2,500 Rand there that heads to Saud Variawa, and you can see just how happy that young man is. One of the youngest drivers involved in this category, and already starting to show that he has got the pace to be at the front end of SA's top quality saloon car category. When I say that, I'm talking about the drivers that are involved here. We have got multiple SA champions right through the field, all the way down into the Super Cup class at the back end as well. Jeff Kruger, of course, was also on pole position, and he gets the 2,500 Rand courtesy of ATS and Dunlop tyres. And there's another very happy man who will be a tough man to beat here today if he can stay at the front end of the Global Touring Car Super Cup class. As I said, Saud Variawa, Robert Volk will be the front row. It is two Toyota Corollas, one out of the Gazoo Racing stable, one out of Investchem Chemical Logistics and WCT Racing. Behind them, Michael van Rooyen, the second of the Gazoo Racing Corollas, will be alongside the new car, Brad Liebenberg, in the Hype Energy and Team Red Racing Golf 8 GTI. Daniel Rowe and Jonathan Mokhotsi, the two Volkswagen Motorsport contingents. GTIs are there in 5th and 6th place respectively, ahead of Julian van der Watt in the Ford, Mandla Nakani in the third of the Gazoo Racing Corollas. Unfortunately, a little bit of issues there for Rackstraw on the weekend in the Race Driver SA Audi. Not really a grid walk as such, but a little bit of maneuvering to be done on the grid for a couple of the teams. You can see guys frantically getting torque wrenches out to ensure that those wheels are on tight. It's ideal racing conditions here today in terms of the weather. Just over the 26 Celsius mark here. A little cool breeze, but nothing to worry about in terms of pushing the cars into the limit for braking or acceleration parts of the circuit as well. The wind, of course, down in Cape Town was a massive factor, but here today, hardly anything other than just keeping a nice cool breeze around the circuit for everybody to enjoy. You can see the fans on the pit wall there. There are fans around the circuit, literally lining the circuit once again here at Zwartkops, which is fantastic to see. And a lot of people, of course, are loving the fact that you can get back into motorsport. There's a slight delay on the start there by the looks of things. The start delay board going up. are the Braais, always synonymous with the back wall of Zwartkops. If you guys can hear us out there, or if you're watching us on your smart devices as well as watching live, it'll be great to see some thumbs up and some waves in the crowd. Unlike the regional categories where we were hooked up on the PA system, they can't hear us at the moment unless they're actually watching on their smart devices, but hopefully they are. I'm going to bring you the live action as well as some live action on the live stream. So it's Jeff Kruger and Leighton Fourie, Keegan Campos, Jason Campos, Keegan Masters and Arnie Neveling, Tonto Corello and JP van der Walt. On the same note, will be alongside Nick Davidson for the front end of the Masters category. They'll be fighting hard for that category too. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars gallery is full up as well. You can actually see top right of the shot there in the red Hype energy drink t-shirt is Corey Liebenberg, expecting his youngster to do well in his first time out in a brand new car. Also prepped out of Universal Motorsports here at Zwartkops, and you get to see that Universal Motorsport stable as they head up the hill on the left hand side. That's nice to see as well. A couple of the ZX10R Masters Cup riders with a bit of a break in proceedings coming to watch what's going to happen in the four-wheel category. Saw Byron Rothko on the grandstands there, getting a quick bite from the Pit Stop Cafe. Not quite sure why there is the delay on the grid, but there is a small delay here. Will be led out for the next lap by that Toyota 86 from Pretoria North Toyota. Saad Variawa doing a 1:02.8 this morning. Amazing little lap time from him, just to pip Robert Volk to the line for pole position in the GDC class. In fact, it was literally by 100th of a second. Van Rooyen and Liebenberg, Daniel Rowe, Nkotsi, Julian van der Vat, Ndakani and Rackstraw. quite sure what the delay is here, folks. Apologies for that. But as you can see, cars lining the circuit, and crowds are back at Zwartkops. Cars are starting to fire up in the background. I can just hear it out of my window here in the commentary booth, and yet the grid is starting to clear. So whatever the issue was, it now seems to be sorted out. There'll be two separate starts here with a bit of a break in the proceedings between the GDCs and the Super Cup class. And we'll do our utmost to bring you action from both classes, because there's usually a lot of it, particularly in global touring cars. Oh, yeah, like medium rare would be quite lekker, hey? That'd be quite nice. The Borovos roll will go down well like a bomb right now as we get ready to go here. The cars about to roll out for race 1 of global touring cars and Super Cup combined. '86 will lead them out for the first lap. It's 3 Toyotas making up the first 3 positions on the grid. The first of the Golfs is Brad Liebenberg in the Hype Energy Drinks and Team Red Racing Golf 8 GTI. He's got his stable mates or fellow Golf GTI drivers right behind him in the form of Daniel Rowe and Jonathan Machotsi. And then it's Mandla Nakani and Julian van der Watt. Jeff Kruger, Leighton Ferry, they will be fighting hard for honours in the Super Cup class. Both of them coming out of Team Red Racing, one in Universal Healthcare colours, one in Elite Services colours. The Express Hire machine there, of course, of Leighton Ferry. And then it's Campos. Head of Keegan Masters, Arnie Neveling. Tato Carello, new man to the series. JP van der Walt. Watch out for Paul Luthi. He was up here earlier on chatting to us about his Campbell shortbread. Hope he had a couple of those before he got into the car. Having a little bit extra energy to get him sorted out for this 12 laps of race action. You can see Tato, JP van der Walt, the 9 car. Luthi, you've got pushing through there as well. Nick Davidson, Andre Besaidnout, second of the Team Perfect Circle Polo Cup GTIs. Polo Super Cup GTIs have certainly become a firm favourite, and there's lots of interest in that category, bolstering the GDC field big time. And definitely in for some big action there between them. But as we start to come into the race start procedure now, it is Saud Variawa on pole position for the first time, who will dictate the pace across the line for this pack. Let's see what the pressure's like on the youngster. He's the youngest driver in that lead pack, and he's definitely going to be under a bit of pressure there from the champion alongside him. Robert Volk is on the dirtier line, but of course it's always the line to be on at Zwartkops at a start with a rolling start. And let's see what happens as they drop the hammer now and lights out for Global Touring Cars Race 1. Oh, the lights stayed on, in fact. I'm not quite sure where they stayed on, but we are racing down into turn 2. And it is Saud Variawa who's just been able to... he's been outgunned slightly. I thought he hung on, but he just got outgunned there by Volk. He's got Brad Liebenberg around the outside in the Hype and Team Red Racing Golf GTI already putting pressure, and up into second. What a move there from Brad Liebenberg, up into second place as Super Cup make their way through turn 1. We're watching Davidson just behind Paul Luthi. You've got Andre Besaidnout in the mix there as well. Darby Finicco just up the road there as well, and having a fantastic start. You can see just how tight it is here between the Super Cup class cars at the front end. Campos just behind Leighton Ferry, who's behind Jeff Kruger. Kruger got the whole shot and hangs on for now as they come out of turn number 2, heading onto the back straightaway. Lead cars and Global Touring Cars already up into turn 5. Mandla Nakani trying to find a way through there and split the 2 Golf GTIs. Rowe and Machotsi. It's Machotsi ahead of Rowe. Change up in terms of the way they qualified, but interesting to see that Nakani's already putting pressure on. Volk leads out as they cross the line for the first time. He's ahead there of the Hype Energy Golf of Brad Liebenberg. Masters already into the mix and trying to squeeze that Team Perfect Circle GTI Polo Super Cup car in between the 2 Campos boys, and he's done it. He moves up into 4th place. Looking for 3rd as they come down on the brakes into G&H Transport corner. Campos has got a bit of pressure. Oh! Keegan Campos absolutely on 2 wheels out of that corner. The red flag came out, that's why. He was caught by a car that was slowing down dramatically, and Campos was so lucky to survive that. How he managed to get it back onto 4 wheels, only he will know. He's pulled around the outside. He realizes there's a bit of an issue on that car and maybe wants to roll back in. But wow, something's gone wrong on circuit that the red flag was required Not quite sure where that incident is, but definitely a big moment there for Campos. Wow, a massive moment there for Campos coming down into turn 8. We're going to try and see. Oh, here we go. He comes up on the outside of Keegan Masters. It's Keegan versus Keegan. And wow, very lucky to survive that. Keegan Campos clipping the wheel there. The back end of Keegan Masters' car. The first of the Team Perfect Circle polos. And you can see he was very lucky to survive that. It'll be a hard slam down. He'll be concerned about damage possibly on the suspension. You can see there's an issue. There's definitely an issue there on Keegan Campos' car. Look at it. Slow, slow, slow. And I think that's, is that his dad? Yes, that's Roy Campos pulling up alongside going, are you okay? He says thumbs up, but definitely a massive incident there. I wonder if Paulie can give us one more look at that as they come down now to retake up their positions on the grid. Have a look at this. Coming down on the brakes. Everybody's slowed down dramatically. Campos is caught out. He doesn't see the red flags. And he tags the back end of Keegan Masters and then goes up onto 2 wheels. Even Dave Peterson would be impressed with that maneuver there on 2 wheels going through that final corner. Peterson can't even wheelie out of that corner. He's not allowed to wheelie out of that corner, apparently, we got told, but he used to wheelie his bikes anyway. But they've come back to take up the positions on the grid. It'll be Volk and Saud Variawa back into their original grid position, so there'll be no change up in terms of the way their start procedure happens here. But wow, there is definitely a little bit of concern there down in the Campos and Pepper Racing stable for Keegan's car. Up on 2 wheels. Sure, that was huge. Yeah, I think that was the reason they may have stopped this race, is the red lights have not gone off on the start. And maybe a technical glitch there. That is going to be huge. I can tell you somebody's not going to be happy about that, is that turn 1 insurance broker car of Keegan Campos. If that is the case, that they've stopped the race because the lights didn't go out, and he's now ended up with a terminal issue on that car, you're going to see a very, very unhappy Keegan Campos. That is for sure. So the reason for the possibility of that red flag was that the red lights did not go off for the start of Global Touring Cars. However, they went racing anyway. So let's see if they can redo it and hopefully stay out of harm's way this time. So Variawa, Volk will take up the positions 1 and 2 again ahead of Michael van Rooyen and Brad Liebenberg. It'll be a complete restart of these 12 laps. And unfortunately, it hasn't gone according to plan here for the start of this first one. Unbelievable stuff there. Haven't seen a Super Cup car on 2 wheels just yet, but now you have. Courtesy of 2 Wheels TV, and up to 60 seconds we bring you Polo Super Cup GTIs on 2 wheels out of turn 8. Right, they're going to roll off again. Here we go. This time, hopefully, we'll get an opportunity to get the lights off and actually go racing. Not quite sure why they hit that red flag out, though, because everything was going according to plan on the start. They could have negated the fact that the lights didn't go out. However, that's not the case. We've got no cars on or off the circuit other than Keegan Campos after that 2-wheeled incident coming out of turn 8. And probably some broken suspension on that car as it slammed down out of turn 8 from some stunt driving. Now we've got an official stunt driver in this field, of course, in the form of Donnie van Niekerk. But I think maybe Donnie van Niekerk needs to have a chat to Keegan Campos and maybe bring him on board. I'll come down. I'm just looking to see if we pick up on any other cars that could potentially be out. No, there's no other cars out in that GDC field. They're all good. Kruger, Ferrari, Campos, Masters. Masters ahead there. And just ahead, of course, of the rest of the pack there, we've got Arnie Neveling, Tata Carello, JP van der Walt, he's in there. There goes Nick Davidson, Andre Brassard-Note, Sam Hammond, Roy Campos. Yeah, everybody else is there. The only car missing is Keegan Campos. You can see a very, very unhappy and probably, I don't even know, the words that will be coming out of Keegan Campos' mouth right now will not be pleasant. I can tell you that much. That is for sure. And we want to pick up on that interview. We're going to put it onto the Global Touring Car TV show that will be out in probably about a week and a half's time on Ignition. So make sure you catch that action. We're back under starters orders though for the restart of race 1 of Global Touring Cars. Saud Variawa this time going to maybe learn his lesson from the first one and not let Robert Volk catch him napping. But I think he got napping because the lights have gone out this time. And he drops the hammer, but Robert Volk keeps him honest as they go through turn 1. Machotsi is side by side with Van der Vat. Daniel Rowe really putting pressure onto the back end there. By the looks of things, Michael van Rooyen. Yes, late braking from Saud Variawa, but it is Robert Volk once again, almost carbon copy of the first start. Brad Liebenberg slots up in a second ahead of Variawa. And then it is Machotsi. Here we go, side by side action there between Campos and Leighton Fourie. Further back there, Paul Luthi side by side with Roy Campos. Looks like Roy Campos getting a great start there. And Andre Besaidnot getting caught out on that restart. He goes high and wide around the outside of turn 2. We got a spinner, Daniel Rowe, right in the middle of the circuit. How did they all avoid him? Daniel Rowe spun out in turn 2, right in the middle of the track, and every single car missed him. It was only by a couple of centimeters of carbon fiber left and right of him, but he was definitely avoided there after spinning out in turn 2. So his teammate has moved his way up into 4th place there with Machotsi now onto the tailpiece of Saud Variawa. He's got Michael van Rooyen on his tail though, and pushing him to the limit as they come through to complete the first one. A tap from Campos on Leighton Fourie. Fourie goes wide. Fourie gets sent into the kitty litter. The Express Hire and Team Red Racing car getting tapped from the back, and look where he's dropped. Dropped right into about 10th spot as he got a nice little tap and a welcome into turn 5 there from Jason Campos. Jason Campos definitely giving a little tag into turn number 5 there. JP van der Walt has moved up just ahead and pushing hard to keep out Luthi. Oh man, what a start to this one. We thought the first race start was good. Race 1's restart is even better. Davidson now trying to close things down there on Van Niekerk and on Luthi. Luthi's got JP van der Walt and Leighton Fourie. Remember, Leighton Fourie is in the mix there. Sam Hammond is late on the brakes, trying to close onto the back end now of the hard-charging Roy Campos. Campos has dropped by the wayside and down behind Andre Besaidnout. Besaidnout looking to close down on the front end there. Luthi is one of them that he's got to close down on. The other one, of course, is going to be pushing hard to catch Nick Davidson. Let's have a look at this little tag. There you go. As we came to it, the Carrello Auto and the Campos Transport car tagging that Express Hire and Team Red Racing machine of Leighton Fourie and sending him into the kitty litter. So there may be a little bit of a chat there with the COC with Jason Campos and Leighton Fourie after this one. We'll wait and see what happens with that. Right now we go back to the action at the front end of Global Touring Cars. A little bit of an issue coming out of turn 2 there for Machotsi. Lost a little bit of drive. Wasn't quite the same line he had earlier on, and that might give Van Rooyen a chance to give him a run for his money down that back straight away. What a debut here from Brad Liebenberg in the Hype Energy and Team Red Racing Golf GTI 8. But Machotsi is doing such a great job there to be in the mix amongst those Team Gazoo Racing Corollas. Saud Variawa trying to close down now on Brad Liebenberg. I don't think they ever raced against each other in karting, but they definitely both come from a karting background. And Saud Variawa would have probably looked at Brad Liebenberg as a man to watch in the future, and possibly on a similar vein to what Marquez and Rossi got to. And he's now fighting with a man who he'd love to be outdoing today, particularly considering the fact that he was the pole position man on the start. Another lap completed. It's Volk from Liebenberg, Variawa, Machotsi and Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen applying a bit more pressure onto the back end now of Jono. Oh, and that's Brad Liebenberg! Liebenberg in the Hype Golf, getting out of shape and onto the kitty litter. A massive moment there for Brad Liebenberg as he came out of turn 1. And just putting a wheel on the dirt, he ran into the kitty litter and off circuit completely. What if that might have been a little bit of help there from Variawa, we're not quite sure, but certainly Liebenberg not where he wanted to be. Variawa is up into second place now. Machotsi ahead of Van Rooyen. How much damage is on that car? That's what Brad Liebenberg will be thinking himself. Is there any damage, or can I push it? Can I try and go here with Jonathan Machotsi in a similar kind of car to what I've got? And on the outside of him, the Gazoo Racing Corolla of Michael van Rooyen. The Rustenburg Rocket getting up close and personal now with Machotsi as they come into Kenwood. They've touched once, and they just avoid touching the second time out of turn 7. Machotsi hangs on for now, but here he goes defensive. You can see Van Rooyen wanted to have a look. Machotsi just pulled the car ever so slightly to the left-hand side, not opening up that door to give Van Rooyen a chance to dive through. Van Rooyen now looking for a way to get back into that third spot and try and close down on his teammates. Side by side here with JP van der Walt. He is under massive pressure there from Donnie Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk in the car, clear car, putting pressure onto the back end of JP van der Walt, also out of Team Red Racing. Of course, running in various other colours. We've got the Express Hire car there of Leighton Fourie back into the mix. Keegan Masters. Here comes Daniel Rowe. Daniel Rowe trying to get through this pack of GDC Super Cup category cars. Slightly more powerful global touring car machine he's got underneath him, but he's still got to find a way through on these hard charges. And the guys that are fighting so hard for honours here in the Super Cup class. Currently, we've got Keegan Masters leading things out there ahead of Arnie Neveling. Keegan Campos, unfortunately, out of this one, but you can see just how hard this is going to be for these guys to work and go for honours in the Super Cup class. Just trying to pick up, have we lost Jeff Kruger somewhere? We have. Jeff Kruger's gone missing on circuit somewhere as well. So it is definitely Keegan Campos leading things out. Why does it say? Is that Keegan Campos? Yes, it is. Keegan Campos there. Ahead of Keegan Masters, then Arnie Neveling debuting in Super Cup. Daniel Rose come through just ahead of the fourth car on track at the moment. That will be Tato Carello. Also a debut for him of note. Top 4 in this class is not an easy one to get, but as I said earlier on, Keegan Campos is fighting hard. Apologies there to the Campos family. It was the other way around. It wasn't Keegan Campos who went onto 2 wheels, it was Jason Campos who was on 2 wheels there. So Tato Carello now ahead of JP van der Walt. JP van der Walt pushing hard with Donnie van Niekerk in between himself and Leighton Free, the 2 stablemates. Then you've got Lutie, Nick Davidson, Andre Besade note, Sam Hammond, and of course Roy Campos bringing up the rear, but also just watching on the circuit. I wonder if there was an incident, and maybe what caught Brad Liebenberg out might have caught Jeff Kruger out, because Jeff Kruger has gone missing. He's certainly not on track and has dropped right out of contention and onto the back of the timing sheets. So something went wrong there for Universal Health Care and Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. Here comes Van Rooyen, closing down once again on Machotsi into turn 2. Machotsi and Daniel Rowe were telling us in interviews in between the races and qualifying that the Golfs didn't quite have the same pace as the Corollas, but they were going to try their hardest to stay in the mix. And to hang on to third place would be a valiant effort coming from Jonathan Machotsi, that is for sure, particularly with the likes of Michael Van Rooyen giving him such a run for his money. Keegan Campos, Keegan Masters, Daniel Rowe, that's the fight now for the front end of this Super Cup class, front end of GDCs of the 2 Corollas. It looks like Robert Volk is going to try and hang on here and keep Variawa out. So Wood, after a fantastic run in qualifying, will be fired up and certainly have confidence. But has he got the pace to run with Robert Volk, multiple champion in saloon cars and single-seaters? First shot there of a race driver, SA Audi of Andrew Rackstraw. Rackstraw currently top 5 for him. And he's ahead now of the second battle on track that is also between 2 of the rival teams. That time though it's the Ford Focus as opposed to the Toyota Corolla, also in chemical logistics colours, with Julian van der Walt behind the wheel. Mando Nakani, third of those Gazoo Racing Corollas behind him. So we've got a fight on between a Corolla from WCT and Gazoo Racing for first and second. Race driver SA Audi is closing onto the second battle, which is between currently Volkswagen Motorsports, Jonathan Machotsi in shot right now, and Michael Van Rooyen in the second of the Gazoo Racing Corollas. Can Van Rooyen do anything about Machotsi? Can he find a way through? Daniel Rowe and Machotsi were both speaking about the straight line speed and the pace of the Corollas compared to the Golf GTIs. But Machotsi is doing an incredible job. The poster boy, of course, for this weekend. Looking for a chance now with 4 to go to keep out Van Rooyen. He heads down into turn 1. Van Rooyen looking for a chance now, possibly in these next 4 laps, to get ahead of Machotsi. What is he going to have to do that? Here is your leader, Keegan Campos. He has got Keegan Masters on his tail, but he seems to have a little bit of breathing room there between himself and Masters as they close down. Well, they're not going to close down, but they're onto the back end of the second of those Golf GTI GDC cars of Daniel Rowe. After he spun out, he's had to make his way through this very competitive field of Cup cars. And the Super Cup cars there, third place currently is Arnie Neveling. What a run there from Arnie Neveling. First time out in this category for him. And a great run, showing just what kind of prowess that man has behind a race car's racing wheel. Tato Carello also debut into 4th place. He's ahead of JP van der Walt and Leighton Faree, who got unceremoniously tapped there by Keegan Campos into turn 5. We've already seen Jason Campos with a big moment coming out of turn 8 there. And as I said, apologies for getting the 2 cars the other way around. But there's 3 Camposes in this race, so you can hopefully accept my apologies for getting them slightly wrong. We'll get them right after this, I promise. Into the back straight away now comes Leighton Faree behind him. Of course, they line up with Donnie van Niekerk, Paul Lutie, Nick Davidson. There is Roy Campos. second of the Campos Racing cars, and 2 of 3 on track. Unfortunately, Jason out of this one as they head up to the top of the hill. The Masters battle is currently Paul Luthi, Nick Davidson, Andre Besaidenote and Roy Campos. Campos 4th place at the moment in the Masters class. Tato Corello, and a bit of pressure now being shown by Leighton Free to try and squeeze through. There is the battle for the Masters. 1, 2 and 3. Luthi from Davidson, and then Andre Besaidenote in the Team Perfect Circle Motul sponsored car. And of course, Peretti coming on board with that team this weekend, as well as Playboy Deodorant. Fantastic to see Team Perfect Circle wrapping up a couple of extra sponsors to put on the side of their car, and following suit on the already top tier sponsors that they've got involved in that team. Andre Besaidenote looking for a top 3 in the Masters, while his teammate is looking for a 2nd place overall further up the road. Daniel Rowe with lots of work to do to try and make up the ground that he lost, having spun out in turn 2. Julian van der Vat still maintains the lead over Mandla Ndakani coming out of turn 2. That is down in 6th and 7th place overall in global touring cars. Michael van Rooyen upping the wick slightly, putting the pressure a little bit more onto the back end of that Golf GTI 8 of Mokgotsi. Robert Volk about to start his last lap as they head down the hill now. He is in the Toyota Corolla. The WCT Corolla of Volk still going to maintain the lead over Variawa onto this final lap. The battle for 3rd place, though, about to heat up for the final time. Will van Rooyen have anything to do here to get ahead of Mokgotsi? So into start stripe, go 3rd and 4th place. Leaders should be coming out of turn 2, possibly onto the back straight away. Amazing run here from Mokgotsi. I think Van Rooyen realizes that he's backed out slightly, so Michael Van Rooyen backing out slightly on this last lap. He's going to have to settle for 4th place. Mokgotsi in 3rd. For the chance. There's our 2 leaders heading into turn 4 and overtaking Roy Campos. Campos now going to follow these 2 around and maybe use them to pull him up to the battle for the Masters. First 3 in the Masters about to be caught by the race leader, Robert Volk. Volk coming up onto the back end of firstly Besaidenote, then Davidson, and then it'll be Paul Luthi. That is the lead for the Masters category in the Super Cup class. So as they come down onto the breakers now, this is the leader. They'll start their final lap, and the leader will come to take the checkered flag. It's going to be Volk. Robert Volk takes the first win of the day here for Global Touring Cars ahead of Saud Variawa. What a run there from the youngster. Variawa will take the victory, will take a victory, 2nd place as a victory, I should say, after the confidence boosting he's had, with Jonathan Mokgotsi putting the Volkswagen Golf GTI onto the podium ahead of Michael van Rooyen and the Audi in 5th place of race driver SA's Andrew Rackstraw. Ford Focus in 6th with Julian van der Vat and Saud Variawa's teammate Mandla Ndakani coming through there to make up the top 7 overall in global touring cars. We're not done yet. This is Donnie van Niekerk making his way up to the top of the hill now. Campos is the man to catch, though, and I don't think anyone's going to do that. Apologies there to Keegan and Jason for getting them slightly wrong. But it is Keegan Campos who's going to be coming to take the victory here. And Keegan Masters in 2nd for Team Perfect Circle will possibly take the lead of this championship. With the demise of Jeff Kruger, there was only 1 point in it between the 2 drivers. So Keegan Campos is 1st place, I should say, and Keegan Masters is 2nd place. We'll see Masters take the lead of the Super Cup class after race 1 here at Zwartkops. To the line come the rest of the pack, and yes, it is Paul Luthi who hangs on for the win in the Masters category, beating out Davidson and Andre Besaidenote as they came across the line to complete their first heat of action here in Global Touring Cars, including the Global Touring Cars Super Cup category. What a way to start things here for Global Touring Cars. Volk from Variawa, Mokgotsi, then it's Van Rooyen, Rackstraw and Van der Vat beating out Ndakani. Daniel Rowe in 8th place. It's Keegan Campos who wins out the Super Cup class ahead of Keegan Masters. Arnie Neveling, what a debut for him. 3rd place overall for Arnie Neveling there in the Curvin Air Conditioners and Stradale Motorsport Polo Super Cup GTI. Tata Corella also debuts into a top 4 overall, beating out JP van der Walt, Leighton Free and Donnie van Niekerk. The Masters, of course, went to Paul Luthi. He finished up just ahead there of Nick Davidson and Andre Besaidenote for Team Perfect Circle. Up next, it's Mobile One Mobile One V8 Supercars. Well, Rolling Thunder making their way onto the circuit right now. It's the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and just before they go into their race action proper, let's catch up with a few of the drivers with the pre-race press conference. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars back at Zwartkops, and it's going to be an absolutely action-packed event as always. 2 10-lappers, starting with Julian on the right-hand side there. Jules, you were already putting up on social media that you are up for the challenge and looking for a big battle.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep a positive mindset going into this weekend. We've had a few tough weekends in the past, but we're trying to keep our heads up. We went out, turned a few laps just to try to see if the car's reliable, and everything seems good so far. I know that the guys are holding back at the moment, so I'm not really getting my hopes up too high. But I'm sure the pace will increase throughout the day from everyone, and it's pretty much anyone's race, as I was telling Terry. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Terry, take us through what the plans are for the weekend, man.
Greg, unfortunately you can't really make plans in our series. It's so tight. Lap times are so close in that. So I think obviously qualifying is key. If you're at the front, starting out at the front, it always is an advantage. But we're happy to be back racing at Zwartkops. Big crowd. It's nice to have people around again and doing what we need to do. So yeah, we'll put on a good race for the people, and glad to have them come in to support.
Last time you heard Warren, things went very well, and I think you're looking to maybe do the same now that you're back here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, look, pole second time would be great. Like Terry says, with these cars, you don't know what's going to happen until qualifying, but everything seems to be going well. So if we can get a pole and this time keep it on the black stuff, hopefully get our first win.
V8 Supercars down into turn 1 now for the first race of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and it is into turn 2 that we pick them up. It's Terry Wolford who was in second place right behind the Idemitsu newly sponsored car there of the Italian stallion Franco Di Matteo. Di Matteo picking up Idemitsu sponsorship and certainly going to try and fly the flag high, as they do in MotoGP, one of the biggest Japanese lubricant companies in the world. And now onto the side of that incredible Black Cat at the front end of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. As they make their way up to the top of the hill, the Fuchs Falcon is on his tail with Terry Wolford behind the wheel. And then it's Julian Familiaris, also out of Di Matteo Racing. Warren Lombard wanted the pole position, as you heard in that pre-race press conference. Unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan for him. He was down in 4th place in the qualifying this morning, ahead of Mackie Adlam and Antoni Marks. David Kutsia and our international driver Sam Dahl there down in 8th place as they come to complete the first lap in anger. 10 laps of race action, 9 to go now. And Di Matteo setting the pace right from the word go with a 105.7. And if you look at his race pace this morning, 101s is what these cars can do in qualifying. So not quite up to race pace just yet, but certainly getting the heat into that Goodyear rubber and about to get into the thick of it here for the front end of this field. We've got Jaguar, Falcon, Corvette, Mustang, Jaguar. That's how they come through for the very first time. And then the second Corvette on track, and 20 marks in the mix just ahead of that Mobil 1 grid car of David Kutsia. We're up to the top of the hill now in full pace, fastest part of the circuit just as you crest the hill there, onto the brakes for turn 5. No changes in the front 5 just yet, but Mackie Adlam in that Adlam Auto machine, trying to close down now on Warren Lombard, the Pep Boys Automotive. And machine of his, of course, was on pole position the first outing here at the beginning of the year as part of the Passion for Speed Festival. And now looking to try and close things down on the second of the Dimatteo racing machines there, the Corvette of Julian Familiaris. Familiaris already applying the pressure onto the back end of Terry Wolford. Wolford feeding that pressure. Fox Falcon is definitely going to be in the sights of both Familiaris and Lombard. And it doesn't seem like anybody's got an answer there to the Idemitsu Jaguar of Franco Di Matteo. We've seen both in Moto 2 and Moto 3, and even in the Moto GP category, how well those Idemitsu bikes have gone. And now we have it on the side of that Black Cat, a very famous Black Cat racing out front there with Di Matteo at the wheel. Can he do anything to possibly give them their first victory with the new colours here today at Zwartkops and round 2 of the Extreme Festival? With them coming into play, of course, remember, massive event happening here at Zwartkops in the July period. We've got the Zwartkops Annapolis 8-hour event happening here at Zwartkops. A couple of these drivers, I'm sure, will be itching to get behind the wheel of some of those slightly lesser powerful cars at Zwartkops on the 23rd of July. Definitely something to have in your diaries. Remember, we've got regional extreme festivals on the 11th of June as well. There's lots of action to happen here this year at Zwartkops International Raceway. But definitely one to watch out for, of course, on the 23rd of July is that Zwartkops Annapolis 8-hour. We've got 8 cars racing here in full flight, and V8 supercars in full flight are always a spectacle of note. You can see just how hard these guys are having to work, particularly Warren Lombard right now, as Adlam applies pressure, looks on the inside up into turn 5, but not quite close enough to get through on the Mustang. It's Lombard now just making that car as wide as possible and not giving any room to breathe there to Mackie Adlam. Adlam, though, is applying big pressure. He's going to be, look, Adlam Auto machine has a go into GLH Transport corner. As he's sideways, he goes on the curb, he gets it sideways, and they are now side by side down towards turn 1. Lombard just able to hang on. Warren Lombard very lucky to avoid the overtaking maneuver attempted there by Mackie Adlam. But Adlam certainly now fired up for a chance to get up into 4th place. You can see Di Matteo getting away in the distance. That's probably why he wants to be the first Jaguar on track, not the second one. And he certainly doesn't want to be down in 5th place, having taken 6 consecutive titles in this category. He is the man to beat, and there's certain... Oh, and Lombard gets out of shape into turn 4. That's going to give Adlam a real opportunity. There you go. Up the hill, Adlam on the inside. Lombard's mistake, and Mackie Adlam says, thanks very much, I'll have that. I'll have that any day of the week, please. So it's Mackie Adlam up into 4th place. Easily done in the end, after a slight mistake from Warren Lombard coming out of turn 4. So it's the Jaguar leading things out at this stage, ahead of the Fuchs Falcon. That Fuchs Lubricants Falcon of Terry Wolford in 2nd. Di Matteo Racing 1 and 3 at the moment, with Franco leading things out. And then, of course, his teammate in the Corvette, Julian Familiaris, in 3rd place. We come out of turn 2 now. Warren Lombard has lost a little bit of ground now to Mackie Adlam. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue on that car. I wonder what's gone wrong there on that Pep Boys Automotive Mustang. He's dropped right back and out of the clutches completely of where Mackie Adlam is. Mackie Adlam is just continuing to power on, surging forward to try and get to the back end of that Corvette of Familiaris. Remember, up after this, we've got the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup 2nd heat of the day. There'll be a small break for a circuit clean between the races, but not a lot of time to play before we get the 2-wheelers back out on circuit. Gavin Wilkins Racing assisting both the Di Matteo cars. And Terry Wolford in the middle of those two. Mackie Adlam doing everything he can to try and close that gap down. Looking at the times now, Adlam 102.4s, getting 102 deads from Di Matteo. 101s coming out of Terry Wolford. So fastest man on the last couple of passes has actually been Terry Wolford. Reason being, he's got Familiaris all over the back of him. He wants to get away from Familiaris, possibly get away ahead of Di Matteo if he can as well. The Italian Stallion at the front of a V8 supercar race is always a difficult man to get past and possibly beat on the day. Terry Wolford has done it in the past, but it hasn't been easy, and he's now looking up on the inside. He's not close enough yet, but he's definitely going to have it. Look if he can find a way past there on the Idemitsu Jaguar. This is they come flying into turn 6 and 7. Kenwood into the left-hander at 7, down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner. And it is the Jag of the Italian stallion, Franco Di Matteo, who hangs on for now. Wolford, has he got anything left in these last 3? Can he find a way past on the Italian stallion and spoil his day? Down on the brakes into turn 2, he's close, but not close enough. Remember that Franco Di Matteo will be looking to get that car out of today's racing with relatively little harm done to it, as he will be then sending it up the hill in a couple of weeks' time at the Samola Hill Climb. And of course he's been a seasoned campaigner in that event on numerous occasions as well. So definitely something to watch out for in the very near future. We spoke about events at Zwartkops, but we've got a massive event in 2 weeks' time in the Knysna region at Samola. The man leading this race at the moment will be one of those competitors participating in that event. A lot of cars that will be heading down to that event as well. Some of them are participating here today. Some of them will be coming in the form of drivers in these categories racing today, taking their other steeds out to have some fun. 2 laps to go. Looks like it's going to be even Stevens between the top 3. You could see all on his own down in 6th place. How far up the road is Warren Lombard? That's one thing we're going to be concerned about. Will Lombard fall into the clutches of Kutsia over these last 2 laps? Right there. Look at that. Not too far off there for the Mobil 1 grid car. Close in on that Pep Boys Automotive Mustang. The 2 Mustangs going to be fighting hard here. So, I beg your pardon, one's a Mustang, one of course is a Falcon. Up to the braking point at turn 5, past AMG Driving Academy. It's Di Matteo from Wolford from Familiaris. No changes there, but there is definitely a lot closer second Jaguar in that pack. Mackie Adlam has closed that gap down rapidly. It's only about 0.9 of a second now between himself and Familiaris. It was about 2 seconds on the last one, but let's see what's going to happen now as they come across the line and complete another lap. Final lap has started, and we've only got just over 2 Ks of circuit to play on. Defensive driving coming out of Terry Wolford there just to make sure that there's no attempt from Julian Familiaris into turn 2. Fly through onto the back straight away. Crowds, as I said, right round the circuit. This is so good to see. Fantastic that motorsport and sport in general has opened up to the public yet again. And they are loving being here at the circuit and getting to experience these cars up close and personal. When you see a V8 supercar heading up to the top of the hill in full flight at about 230 k's an hour before he climbs on the anchors here into turn 5, it is something pretty spectacular. So it's great action here between these guys as they come to complete the first heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. And it is the Idemitsu Jaguar of Franco, the Italian stallion, Di Matteo, to take the first victory. First victory for that team with new colours as well. And he'll be ecstatic about that as he crosses the line ahead of Terry Wolford in the Fuchs Falcon, Julian Familiaris, his stablemate. And then it is Mackie Adlam beating out Warren Lombard for the top 5. Behind him comes David Kutsia, and Sam Dahl will be the last car across the circuit there for the 8 cars in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We look forward to more action and the reverse grid as the last race of the day here from Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. There's confirmation of the results, which is not quite right. I don't think that was the right one. No, it's Franco Di Matteo, Terry Wolford, Julian Familiaris, and Mackie Adlam ahead of Warren Lombard, David Kutsia, Sam Dahl, and Anthony Marks. Those are the 8 cars that finished up here today for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars heat number 1. We have a small circuit cleanup, and then we head into the second heat of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Once again, they roll down to the start line for Red Square and Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup, sparked by NGK Spark Plugs. It is fantastic to see 30 motorcycles on track. It's been a long time since we've seen a field of 30 motorcycles about to go to battle. And it is great to see that the ZXNR Masters Cup is slowly but surely starting to look like the premier category in terms of two-wheelers around this country. That is for sure. A brilliant effort there from Graham Van Breda to put on pole position and take the first victory. Ronald Slamet, I think, might have a little bit of a change in his thought pattern. He's been down to Lacquer Racing, and Alan John Venter would have maybe done a couple of tweaks to that motorcycle to get it maybe a little bit quicker for race number 2. Let's see if that's the case. Maybe a little bit of Mike Oxy as well. We'll sort him out and get anything that he's worried about in terms of fatigue and getting that body ready to go for race number 2. Trevor Westman also be looking to have a little bit of that oxygen in his body to ensure that they can run at the front end and give the local man a run for his money. It was all about Cape Town at the Killarney International Raceway only a couple of weeks ago. And a big effort there from the Cape Town contingent to lock out the first 5 positions on track. Slightly different scenario here this weekend with Jason Lamb in the mix as well. Gareth Besaidnout certainly to look to change his luck around here in race number 2. Brian Bontekoning being right at the front end from the word go as well. So looking forward to seeing whether he can get it all sorted out here for race number 2. Wayne Shelley, Dave Enticott and Michael Smith make up the third row. It's Sanjeev Singh and Teddy Brook ahead of Apana Ganapathy. Then you go to Keith Agliotti on the Ridgeway Race Bar machine ahead of Clint Munton and Rob Cragg. Ruan Oberholzer, Peter DeVos making a welcome return to ZX10R Masters Cup. He's ahead there of his arch rival from years by, the 44 Abadan bike of Johan LaRue. Brian Rothwell on the Magic bike ahead of Travis Nordia. Nordia, the man from East London, of course, who's taken victories in this category last year. Certainly looking to up the pace from 20th place on the grid to get through to this pack at the front end. Aubrey Murray is just alongside him. Then it's the dog doctor, Stuart Christie. Lafros Fritz and Ian Harwood, man from TRP who supplies all the Bridgestone rubber for this category. And then you've got Henk Kruger, Henk Scaling, Safiso Temba on the IM63 machine. He's got lots of support around the racetrack here today. And the final row of the grid, Jonathan Schwerwin ahead of Stephen Galgocci, Koi Man, and Michael Val at the back of the field. So that's how they're going to line up here for race 2 in the Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup. It's Sunbet who are their main sponsors. They are powered by Red Square Reload and sparked by NGK. Standing by for action now from the second heat of the Red Square Sunbet and NGK Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup. 30 motorcycles lining up. Graham Van Breda set the pace this morning, put it on pole position with a 104.5, 104.7 from Slamet, a 104.9 from Westman. So half a second split that front row. Can Van Breda do anything about a double victory here today? That's what he's going to be looking for, and bring himself back into contention for the championship that he already owns for 2022. The number 1 plate is always heavy on a motorcycle, but let's see what he can do about it now as the lights are about to go on and off. We stand by for race action. 2 wheels in the house. Here they go down towards turn 1. Slamming with a much better start this time. Van Breda getting a little bit squirrely, but he manages to hang on. What a start from Brian Bontekoen, and coming through there. A much better start this time from Robert Cragg as well. Cragg got stuck in the mix, and you can see there also Travis Nordia with a slightly better start than what he had earlier on. In amongst the black bikes comes Cragg, trying to find his way through up into what, 7th or 8th place. He hasn't quite got it according to plan there as he comes out of turn 2. Byron Rothwell, Ruan Oberholzer, Peter DeVos in the mix there. Henk Kruger's just behind them as they come flying through there. And Henk Scaling just behind that little pack. But it's Van Breda who leads out of a Slamet. Same as what we had earlier on. Better start from Enticott. Much better start coming out of Brian Bontekoen. And Gareth Besaidnout in the mix there as well as they head up towards turn 5. Slamet on the brakes. But he's on the wrong side of that motorcycle. He's going to go around the outside. What? Ronald Slamet around the outside of turn 5. That is something that never happens on a motorcycle. Brilliant stuff from the Red Baron, and he's hit the front. So Ronald Slamet just being told maybe by Alan John Venter, listen, there is some outside line you could possibly use there. He found it, and he's got to the front end. Van Breda in second place. Then it's Bontekoen. You can see them lining up behind that. Here comes the move on the inside from Michael Smith. Michael Smith getting a good start as well. They all start to get into the usual packs of riding that they would be fighting hard with. But an incredible run there coming out of Ronald Slamet around the outside of turn 5. You don't see that happen on a motorcycle very often, but the Red Baron has shown the local man, Graham Van Breda, the way to go into turn 5, and there's a slightly different line that Van Breda might be thinking about now. Side by side there, that is Clint Mutton fighting with the Avidan biker behind LaRue. So Slamet from Van Breda, Bontekoning from Lamb, Lamb from Westman, Westman from Anticott. Cape Town Massive are in the house again, and they are pushing hard here for the local riders, showing them the way around their own track. Sure, what a way to start things out here. Graham Van Breda trying to come back at Slamet now into turn 5, but Slamet owns that corner. Turn 5 now could be called Red Baron corner after that maneuver, as they come through the flick into the left, down into 7 and up to and down towards 8. Let's see if Graham Van Breda has got an answer here. Westman looking for a way now on the inside of Jason Lamb. Lamb keeping the door firmly shut on the killer. The killer Westman looking for a chance to get through. Can he find it? No, not just yet. Brian Bontekoning hanging on to 3rd. Behind that they line up, and they are all itching to get through there. I can tell you it's not going to be an easy day in the saddle there. Michael Smith is joining the party. Round the outside of turn 2, that's not going to happen. Trevor Westman showing an opportunity of note, but unfortunately it's a off-camber corner, not a bank corner like they'd have at Cape Town. So he realised that and had to give that one back again to Jason Lamb. Bontekoning getting away from that 3rd pack of riders now. Lamb from Westman. Westman, there comes Smitty. Smitty's into the mix as well, onto the back end of the Motorwise bike of Dave Anticott. Michael Smith into the house, and welcome back to him after that big crash and some time off. He has not lost any pace that he had earlier in his race career here in ZX10s, that is for sure, and applying huge pressure onto the back now of Dave Anticott. Into the double right at Kenwood, flick it over onto the left hand side, only for the 2nd time of asking in a lap as they come out of turn 7. 3rd time is 8. Further back in the pack, look at these little fights that are happening here. Dog Doctor's in the house. Stewie Christie fighting there with Henk Scaling. Henk Kruger's just up the road from them. Peter DeFoss coming down onto the brakes. He's got the 48 bike on his tail there, and you can see just how hard he's having to keep out the charge coming from number 48. Brilliant stuff as well from Aubrey Marais, as always. Travis Nordier ahead of Henk Kruger. The Dog Doctor is Stewie Christie. There he goes. Timing monitor giving us waiting for data. I can see the riders going across the line, but it doesn't tell us who is in the front or back or anywhere. We're just going with what we know here. Travis Nordier, the Bucco bike from East London, having a phenomenal run. Here comes Van Breda. He's late on the brakes, but he's not late enough to get on the inside of the Red Baron. And if Ronald Slamet stays in front, he maintains the lead in this championship, but 2 second places would have let him do that anyway. Right now he's looking for a victory at the home ground of Graham Van Breda. Stefanuti Stocks and a Motul sponsored Kawasaki. Henk Kruger now under pressure from the Dog Doctor. Stewie Christie forces Henk Kruger wide and moves up 1 place. Clint Mutton, tell you, having some fun and games of his own there in his little fight. Munson just trying to keep out the attentions there of Apana Ganapathy by the looks of things. Rider down is the Dog Doctor. Stewie Christie coming out of turn number 8. Looks like 2 riders down. 2 riders down, and Stewie Christie is on the side there. Another rider by the looks of things walking away. Is that Travis Nordier? It is. I think that might be Travis Nordier on the Bucco bike. It is. The Bucco bike and the medical and rescue team going across there to help out Stewie Christie. Ronald Slamet is up into turn number 5, and he leads out over Graham Van Breda. Flag is going to come out, I'm sure. Yeah, I thought so. With the rider down, they would always go to a red flag scenario. So we've still got 6 laps of race action to come your way. It's not enough to declare a race just yet, but it is enough with the rider down in the precarious position that Stewie Christie was in to have the red flag come out and the race stopped. So good to see Stewie moving, but he is definitely sore and not going to be happy about the scenario. Seasoned campaigner in this category as he gets into the thick of it here for race 2. Unfortunately, an incident there between himself and I think it was Travis Nordier who went down with him. Nordier on the Bucco bike from East London. Unfortunately, having a little bit of a crash there coming out of turn 8. I'm sure the doctor's car will be there shortly. Check up on Stewie Christie and make sure he's okay. we will definitely make sure he's okay. As yeah, there we go. Hanley and Donovan have got to him. And we'll definitely extricate those two motorcycles out of harm's way. It is, by the looks of things, Travis Nordier, 84. Yeah, definitely him. So we'll have to go for a restart here in a few minutes' time with the ZX10R Masters Cup. I think we had 4 of the 10 laps completed there, 6 still to go. We'll probably go 1 lap back and make it a 7-lap race, but I'll get confirmation of that as soon as I can. That's the reason for the stop in proceedings at the moment. The dog doctor, Stewie Christie, and Travis Nordier coming together at turn 8. Bikes are being extricated out of harm's way, and we're just waiting for the riders to be sent off to the medical centre. Stewie Christie in particular. Travis Nordier was back up and running over to see if his good friend was okay. And there you can see Travis Nordier's bike being taken back to the pit lane. We'll be back shortly with race action in a few minutes' time. They're just reshuffling the grid to one lap back to ensure that we've got the grids in the right positions before we can go racing again for probably about 6 laps of race action here for the restart of Heat 2 of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square Reload and sparked by NGK. One warm-up lap here for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Get a little bit of heat back into that Bridgestone rubber. And we will go for a full restart here on this race with 4 laps completed, 6 probably to go. And now we're going to see what these guys can do in the last sprint lap of the day for the two-wheelers. Fortunately, Stuart Christie going down. He looked like he was okay once the doctors got to him. But he did lay there for a little while all on his own sim. I wish him a speedy recovery there for the dog doctor. And then we're going to wait to see what happened there with Travis Nordia as he came back into pit lane. Hopefully pick up on that action, and you'll get to see the interviews with those 2 riders, of course, on our TV package, which will go out in about a week and a half's time here on Ignition TV, channel 189 on DSTV. Hope you've enjoyed all the live stream action that we brought you so far. There is a lot of people jumping on all of the channels going out there. We're on the Extreme Festival event page. We are on the Voice of Choices page. We're on Extreme Festival's Facebook page. We're on up to 60 seconds on YouTube as well. Going out on the Volkswagen Motorsport page as well. So please like and share, and keep telling your friends all about what's happening here at Zwartkops. The next round of the Extreme Festival Nationals, of course, makes its way to Red Star Raceway. And that'll be happening, of course, on the 2nd of June. But we're ready to go and about to go racing again as the lights go on, waiting for them to go off. This time a much better start from Ronald Slammett. He's from pole position. Maybe he'll be able to make it stick and keep it all together. But no, Van Bredar shows him the way down into turn 1 and continues to lead things out there. Can Ronald Slammett find a way back ahead of him again, as he did up at turn 5 on the outside of turn 5? Haven't seen an overtaking maneuver at turn 5 on the outside in a long time, and Ronald Slammett made it happen today. Stuart Christie and Travis Nordia, the 2 riders involved in that accident at turn 8, both out of this second restart. But as they come through into the back straight for the first time, it is Graham Van Badar who's going to try and capitalize now. Michael Smith up into third. What a start there from Smitty. He's made his way up into third place and is now ahead of Brian Bontekoning, Dave Enticott, and Trevor the Killer Westman. Ronald Slammett around the outside again. Can he do it on a second occasion? Oh, this time he runs wide. Nope, not enough heat in that rubber to make that move stick this time. And he runs back into the clutches and falls right into Jason Lamb's attack mode. The side note's in there as well, so is Bontekoning. Much better starts coming out of those two. But Bontekoning, of course, had a phenomenal start in the first start of race number 2. He's now got Westman on his inside into turn 8. That's how you do it. Trevor the Killer Westman up into turn 8 and squeezing through there to get ahead of Brian Bontekoning. Behind that, they start to line up. Wayne Shelley's in the mix there. Panaganapathy behind Munson. Just behind that, you can see, oh, Gareth Poseidon dropping so far back. He really is battling with that new machine to get it sorted out. Coming onto the brakes into turn 2. This is where things start to get real. Munson hanging on ahead of a Panaganapathy. Aubrey Murray in there as well. So is Ruan Albalter. Fantastic start here from the ZX10R Masters Cup. Race 2, start 2. Here comes Brian Rothwell trying to find a way through there on the 48 bike. And you can see he's going to have his work cut out for him there. Aubrey Murray is not an easy man to get past. Trevor the Killer Westman now trying to find a way through on Lamb. Jason Lamb hanging on for a potential podium. He's got Bontekoning behind him and Westman in the mix between those two. Bontekoning got a little bit of a gap and a little bit of breathing room. Oh, Bontekoning with a seat out of the seat moment there, coming out of turn 7. Oh, Westman shoving it up the inside of Jason Lamb into turn 8. Trevor the Killer Westman is going killer style here, trying to close down on his fellow Cape Townian at the front end. Enticott and Shelley side by side. Apanaganapathy now ahead of Munson. Munton's got Murray, then it's Byron Rothwell behind Aubrey Murray. As they come out of turn 1, just behind that, they start to line up. Gareth Poseidon is the first of that pack, just behind those riders into turn 2 now. Poseidon's got Lafras Fitz, Henk Kruger, then it's Peter DeVos. Then you can see Keith Agliotti Jr. there taking a little bit of strain on the Ridgeway race bar bike. Unfortunately not getting it all up and sorted out in time for today's racing. He's also battling with arm pump. Maybe he needs a bit of MyK oxygen. The same stuff that Ronald Slammett is using. And Slammett has actually dropped behind Michael Smith now. Michael Smith into second place. So Smitty showing the man around his basically home circuit here. Smith comes down the hill in second place. Here comes Slammett trying to come return the favour on the brakes, but he's not good enough. Michael Smith hangs on for second place as they come to complete another lap in anger here for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Heading down into turn 2. Ronald Slammett has to try and find a way through. He's going to still hang on to the lead of this championship, but a second place is certainly a lot better than a first. And a first is what Graham Van Badar wanted the whole day and has pushed to try and get it. They're on the final lap now, and I think it might be just enough time here for him to hang on. Let's see what's going to happen now as they come under braking for turn 4. Trying to find the timing here for us as well, Paulie. Unfortunately, I've lost the timing completely on. Yeah, there's definitely something going wrong here, unfortunately, on the timing. So we've lost the timing here at the circuit. And I would have to say that we're possibly on the last lap. Heading down the hill. Smith under pressure from Ronald Slammett, the Red Baron. Van Badar trying to hang on for the win. Remember, there'll be a combined win here, and times from the restart and the first start. 2 laps to go. There we go. We'll get confirmation from our camera if we can't get it from the timing monitor. Thanks for that, Dave. Timing has gone off the thing completely. Let's see if we can get it. Nope, nothing on that one. Looks like we've lost the connection there. Try and connect it again. Onto the back straight away come the leaders, and it's Trevor Westman who's now up into third. Ronald Slammett's dropped back. Slamett's got a problem. Slammett falling by the wayside here and down into 4th place, and he's allowed Trevor Westman up into 3rd. So something went wrong there with Ronald Slammett's second race. He was on for a win, and with that crash, it's thrown that possibility out of the window. Trevor Westman looking dangerous as always. The killer now showing intent to get through on Michael Smith. Flick it over onto the left-hand side. The wayward bike on the move here. Looking for a way through. Can he get on the inside? Look at this. He has a move from Trevor Westman into turn 8, and he makes it stick again. Westman is owning turn 8 today, and he runs a little bit wide. Oh, that's Smitty back at him. Michael Smith back with 1 lap to go. This is where it's all about. Cape Town versus Springs. Here we go into turn 2. Westman on the inside. Here comes Slamet trying to join the party. Westman gets up the inside of turn 2. Smitty comes along for the ride. He's got Slamet on his tail looking for a way through. Can Slamet find it? No, he can't. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from these riders as they go at it for the last time here in anger for the second start of race 2 of Sunbet ZXL Masters Cup. Lamb in the background, still got a chance of a podium in his category and his class, but it's not going to be the overall podium he's going to be fighting for. Here they come up the hill. Can Michael Smith keep out Ronald Slamet? Slamet's good. He can go inside. He can possibly even ride around the outside of Michael Smith and show him the way around turn 5. Slamet goes on the inside. Can't find a way past on the outside. He's got to cut back here. Coming to the line will be Graham Van Breda as they come through onto the left-hander. Van Breda coming to the line and to the flag. Second win of the day. That should secure him the overall win as well. Graham Van Breda takes the win in race 2, start 2, ahead of Trevor the Killer Westman on the Wayward and Project 60 bike. Fantastic run there from Ronald Slamet as well. Just being pipped to the line there by Michael Smith. What a return from Michael Smith. Back into ZXL Masters Cup after a long time out. And he is back into the hunt at the front. That's what he wanted. Aubrey Murray, GB, and the rest of the pack coming through there. Expect a wheelie down the back straight away, I'm sure, from Henk Scaling. Ian Harwood comes through there, the man from TRP. And, of course, finishing up is Sifiso Temba on IM63. He had lots of support in the audience today for that rider. And fantastic the amount of effort he put together to get some fans back into the house here today. We've got lots of fans and they've loved the two-wheeled action they've been given from the Sunbet ZXL Masters Cup. You can see them all coming through there to finish up the day's racing. Apana Ganapathy and Clint Mutton saying thanks to the crowd. Aubrey Murray, Byron Rothwell, Henk Kruger, Peter De Vos. Also a big welcome return for him. Great to see that. Lafras Fritz in the background, of course, just ahead of Gareth Poseidon and Ian Harwood. And there he is, the obligatory wheelie from Henk Scaling down the back straight away. He can wheelie better than Dave Peterson, I think. All right, up next we're going to Gazoo Racing Cup. They're in the pre-race area and we'll be back with them shortly. GR Cup driven by Netstar, out on circuit for the second time today. Sean Nurse, race 1 winner, is the man that we'll be all keeping an eye on. And both Thomas Faulkner and Ashley Oldfield in this class were certainly looking to take him on and possibly spoil the day for him to get a double victory. Ashley Oldfield got a double victory in Cape Town at the first round. So let's see whether or not Thomas Faulkner and Sean Nurse can do anything about spoiling that opportunity. I'm sure that Faulkner would love to take his first win in the GR Cup. Toyota Gazoo Racing, of course, putting this all together with Yaris machines, the Gazoo Racing Yarises that you can buy as stock standard vehicles from your Toyota dealerships. You can definitely ensure all of that getting sorted out here today in Gazoo Cup. Sean Nurse, Faulkner, Ashley Oldfield, Mark Jones, Perenant Panther, Lerato Matabese, and of course our lady driver Jeanette Koch-Kritzinger will be lining up here for the second heat of the day. 8-lap race here for these guys and girls. And we'll be looking forward to seeing how they sort things out here for the second time of asking here for the GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Pernan Patha for a chance now to possibly go a little bit higher up than what we did in the first heat in the race. Mark Jones will certainly be looking to do what he did in the first heat. He got the whole shot from the second row, and he'll look to do the same again if he can catch both Oldfield, Nurse, or even Thomas Faulkner out and spoil their day right from the word go. He tried to hang on, just wasn't able to do it at the end. Shorts, Nurse from Faulkner, Oldfield from Jones. That's how they'll be lining up. Patha and Matabese, and Koch-Kritzinger at the back of the field. So we've got a Pretoria Noord Toyota 86 leading out a pack of Yaris Cup cars. Nurse and Faulkner of the front row. So here we go for race 2 of the Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Down into turn 8. Let's see what's going to happen here as they line things up for the rolling start. Clearly these guys didn't read the rules about a rolling start. It's you cannot accelerate until the lights go out. The lights didn't go out. They went out once the cars had gone past the lights. So it looks like we had issues with the lights there again. Let's see if there's going to be a change up and possibly a need for another red flag, but hopefully not. As Gazoo Racing Cup head down into turn 2. Here we go, into turn 2. Fantastic run so far from these cars in Cape Town, and now for the second time of asking here at Zwartkops, the home of the Extreme Festival. Now, let's have a look here. They're all slowing down. I think that was a false start. Yeah, false start. There's definitely an issue there with the lights. They were supposed to go out, and they never did. You can see everybody climbing on the brakes. But guys that have never done a rolling start before need to realize that you're not supposed to accelerate until the lights go out. You have to maintain a pace until those lights go out, and then you can only accelerate. I don't know if they're racing or not. I'm not quite sure. We'll wait and see. It looks like they're racing because these guys are not holding back at the front end. Sean Nurse trying to get away there. They are not quite on the same pace through these corners of what they would normally be. Let's see if they now form up back into race formation for their grids. Here we go. Back into race formation, and the Toyota pace car picks them up. Yeah, definitely got that one wrong. But we'll forgive them. These are not professional racing drivers, other than possibly Thomas Faulkner, who does that sort of more of a full-time job than anybody else. It means we're going to be under pace car for one more lap before we actually go racing. Out of turn 3 onto that back straight away now. Let's see if we can get it all sorted out now for the second time of asking. It's Heat 2 of Kazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Back under safety car, so we can get them lined up for the second attempt at the race start. Race number 2, Sean Nurse ahead of Thomas Falconer. Oldfield and Jones, Pather and Matabese, and Cockritzinger, the 7th car on track. Going into formation quickly now before they roll off. Now let's see if they hold things up. Sean Nurse must hold them up. He's not doing that. He's just accelerating. So is Thomas Falconer. The two of them accelerating out of turn number 8. And this is not the way you do a rolling start, but maybe they're going to be called in by the COC to have a chat about how you do a rolling start. Lights are out this time and we're racing though. Down towards turn 1. It is on the inside Falconer who's got the whole shot by the looks of things. Thomas Falconer going into turn 1 and just drifting wide to keep everybody else out. Sean Nurse is right behind him, but late braking coming out of the 42 car. And you can see, well, the 32 car should see of Oldfield. Oldfield now diving in and trying to get his nose into the mix there. Somebody off on the outside. Oh, Mark Jones, by the looks of things, just getting forced wide there by Oldfield as they came out of turn 2. Okay, cars.co.za out front is Oldfield. Times Live is, of course, Thomas Falconer. So it's Oldfield from Falconer, the top 2. Similar to what we saw in Cape Town. Sean Nurse and Mark Jones behind them. And it looks like it's Pather who's in there as well, the Toyota South Africa car, ahead of Matabese, the Top Gear South Africa car. Let's see if they can keep it all together now through turn 5 and 6. Yes, they can. Little nose on the inside there from Falconer to try and squeeze through on Oldfield. Wasn't close enough. Stock standard Kazoo Racing Yaris is here. Coming down the hill and onto the brakes for turn 8 for the first time in anger. This time with a full start and a full lap completed now. 7 to go. Off circuit again and a little bit of wheels on the dirt there. Was that Sean Nurse? It was. Sean Nurse trying to make up some ground now as he dives on the inside of Matabese. Now Pather, I beg your pardon. Pather was there. So Pather just losing out of position there as Nurse came squeezing into turn 1 to force his way through to make up some ground. He's lost some ground. Possibly the car that went off earlier on was not Mark Jones. It was actually Sean Nurse. Sean Nurse, I beg your pardon. And now as they go into the back straight, it is Falconer on the inside. And can he make it stick into turn 4? No, he can't. Oldfield shuts the door. Tommy and Ash going out of the front end, and Mark Jones starting to close them down. A little fight between the two of them is slowing them down just slightly, and enough to allow Jones to close in. Jones is closing in there rapidly as well, so it's good to see the Citizen Man. He, of course, got the whole shot in race number 1. After a fantastic start off the line there from his start. Position of 3rd. Managed to just close in on those drivers and get ahead of them off the line. So definitely someone you want to be keeping an eye out on there is Mark Jones in 3rd place. Can he find a way through on the top 2? Oldfield's opened up a little margin. It's about half a second now over Falconer. Nurse trying to close things down. Hasn't been able to do it just yet. Start here from these three, getting away from the rest of the pack. It's not really an answer here from them. Although Nurse was in it until he ran off the circuit and ran a bit wide. Let's keep an eye on Sean Nurse's time as well. 14.5 was his last pass. We've got a 13.4 out of Ashley Oldfield. That's an incredible lap time. 13.6 out of Falconer and a 13.5 out of Mark Jones. So Mark Jones closing rapidly on the back end there of Thomas Falconer, and that's how much he slows in. Oh, look at that late braking from the Citizen Man. Falconer saw him coming, opened up the door, didn't want to rub plastics too much or damage the car, so maybe a gentlemanly move there from Thomas Falconer to allow Mark Jones some room to play. But it's allowed Jones to squeeze up into 2nd place, and he's up into 2nd, looking to catch his alternative number. 32 leads out, 23's in 2nd, and the 111 car of Thomas Falconer fortunately opened up the door and gave Jonesy a bit of room to play. You get another option of looking at that again if we can, Paulie, if you can pull that one back up again. But there was definitely some gracious maneuvering from Thomas Falconer to allow Jones some room to play. Mark Jones nearly went up the inside of the Times Live car of Thomas Falconer. He was very lucky to avoid crashing into him. If Thomas Falconer hadn't given him the room, that could have ended up in tears for both those drivers. So we're into the thick of it now of GR Cup driven by Netstar. Oldfield leads out. He's pulling away now from these two because they're fighting so hard. Sean Nurse has not been able to bridge the gap there to the drivers in first, second and third. It's Pather and Koch-Kritzinger ahead now of Matabese. So the top gear South Africa man is down into the final position. And Jeanette Koch-Kritzinger is up one position from where she finished in race number 1. Let's have a look at that. Up into turn 5. This is the late braking and exceptionally great awareness from Thomas Falconer to allow Jones through. You could see him looking in the rearview mirror going, he's not going to make this. Let me give him some room. And he did. So Falconer's got to make up the ground now and get back at Jonesy. Hopefully Jones will be just as gracious in giving some room up. Highly unlikely though, but I know the way that Mark Jones drives. So Jonesy and Falconer fighting for second. They're letting Oldfield get away, unfortunately, for the two of them. But needless to say, some great action here in Gazoo Racing Cup driven by Netstar. Most of these guys, all of these drivers, of course, are media journalists as their main full-time occupations. But we do know, of course, that Thomas Falconer spends a bit more time in a race car than the majority of the other cars. And the other drivers, of course, spend most of their time testing in the majority of vehicles in South Africa on a weekly basis. So, yeah, they know how to drive, there's no doubt about it. But you would think here at Zwartkops, where Thomas Falconer has spent lots of time at the wheel of a Lotus 7 in the Lotus Challenge, he would have a slight advantage over the other two. Not the case today. So through the left hand and down the hill come the GR Cup, with Oldfield leading out over Mark Jones, Thomas Falconer, Sean Nurse, and Perenard Pather there in 5th place. Last two, it's a fight on between Koch-Kritzinger and Matabese. That's your 4th place man, Sean Nurse. That's the gap he's got to try and close in on between those two there for 2nd and 3rd. Citizens Mark Jones out front ahead of the Times Live car of Tommy Falconer. Awesome stuff here from these guys as they come onto that back straight away, and they have put on a really good show as always. And this is of course just the start of what's going to happen here with this Yaris Gazoo Cup. The Toyota Gazoo guys and Netstar getting behind this series in a big way with a whole bunch of sponsors as well showing interest. And as we spoke about earlier on when I had Paul Luthi in the studio with me as my guest, chatting about what the potential possibilities of this category could be in 2023. Youngsters coming out of karting, youngsters coming out of junior categories of saloon car racing, stepping into this class and then possibly moving on to Polo Cup, and from Polo Cup on to bigger and better things in GTCs and even internationally, as we've seen what's happened with drivers in the past. 2 laps to go. Oldfield, Jones, Falconer, the top 3. Falconer getting a little bit more close and personal now with Jonesy with only a lap or so to go. Make that a lap and 6 corners. It's going to be a tight one here, there's no doubt about it, for the 2nd place fight. Everything else seems to be sorted out. Maybe Matabese, well in fact as I say that Matabese has actually got through on Koch-Kritzinger, so he's returned the favour there on Jeanette. Sean Nurse. And then you've got Pather waiting for the last 2 cars. Here they come. Let's get confirmation of that. Is it the Top Gear SA car? It is. Matabese now ahead of Jeanette Koch-Kritzinger. This is Pather in the Toyota South Africa car onto the brakes into turn 5. Runs wide. Oh, and that's the first incident we've seen in Gazoo Racing Cup. Thanks for that, Dave. Great timing, bud. How did we know that was going to happen? Only Dave Peterson knows. Came into turn 5 a little bit hard. It's dropped him right to the back of the field now. So big mistake there from the 5th place car at that stage. So Lerato Matabese and Jeanette Koch-Kritzinger are going to move up into 5th and 6th place. If they got through, I think they did. Yes, they did. And Perenant Pather, unfortunately, making a huge mistake. The first incident we've seen in Gazoo Racing Cup. He's got some work to do now on this last lap. Can he find a way back ahead of the two of them? Highly unlikely. Anyway, we're into the front end again. Oldfield controlling things. Jonesy in second. And looks like Falconer's going to settle for third place. He's got 2 opportunities to overtake. One will be at the top of the hill here, and I don't know if he's close enough to do that. He pulls out to show Jones a set of wheels. If Jones is late enough on the brakes, he should be able to keep Thomas out, and he does. So let's see if Thomas Falconer can do anything down into turn 8 and maybe spoil the day there for Mark Jones. Ashley Oldfield with a 3rd victory in this category, having taken 2 down in Cape Town at the beginning of the season, will hang on to the lead of this unofficial championship. And there he comes to take that checkered flag to do just that. Will Jones hang on? Yes, he will. Jonesy beats out Falconer for 2nd and 3rd. And Sean Nurse in the background comes through for 4th place. He'll be kicking himself for the small mistake he made at the start of the race. Top Gear's Lerato Matabese comes through to finish up just ahead of Jeanette Koch-Kritzinger. And our first crasher in this category is Perenant Patha. This is what happened up at turn 5. Just too late on the brakes. In fact, I don't think he hit the brakes. Tried to catch it, slides it into the barrier. And fortunately, the airbag there, I think, helped him out a lot. That's our ZX10R Masters Cup airbag. And yeah, Perenant Patha, unfortunately, becomes the first man to crash the Yaris in the Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Up next, we're going to Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Expect big action as we get into the second heat of the day for them. We'll be back shortly with commentary from the Polo Cup.
Volkswagen.
Back on track for Polo Cup. Comcare Medical Aid Scheme joining the party as the official naming rights sponsor for 2022. And looking to now put on another fantastic show, as we saw in the first heat here. All of the guys and girls of our junior Polo Cup category. 10 laps of action coming your way. We're going to see a change up at the front end with Tate Bishop being on pole position ahead of Davy van der Merwe. Davy van der Merwe, of course, finished in second place in race number 1 behind the man who is behind him, Clinton Mercedes on the grid there for Stu Davidson. He is, of course, the man to beat here this weekend. He has had the perfect weekend so far. The only thing that didn't go according to plan was race 2's grid position there down in third. He was quickest in qualifying, he won the Super Pole, and he won race 1. Let's see what he can do now in race number 2 for the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Alongside Clinton will be Charles Visser, Cape Town-based driver out of Team Red Racing, and of course it's Team Red Racing that are 2 and 4 on the grid. So that inside line will be pretty interesting to see what happens with these drivers. Yuri Swart and Nati Nsamanga make up the third row, ahead of Ethan Kutsia and Dean Fenter. Fenter had a fantastic first race. Let's see if we get more of the same out of him. Jagger Robertson leads out the rookies ahead of Giordano Lupini in the Bullion IT car. Then it's Lonica Martins driving for Denmark Steel now, alongside Jason Loosemore. The two of them would have had a go at each other at some point in their careers on oval tracks. And now side by side down there on the 6th row of the grid. Cara Hill and Mo Karodia make up the 7th row. 8th row, it is Shivi Basun and Bryce Pillay at the back of the pack here of the 18 cars about to go to battle. Quickest lap time was Tate Bishop, a 13.053, and of course Shivi did a 14.1, so it's basically a second splitting this entire pack of drivers for race 2 of the Comcare Polo Cup. Final thumbs up from some of the teams. So that's it might be Keegan Masters at the wheel of that Polo GTI, our official pace car here for the Volkswagen Polo Cup, sponsored by Comcare Medical Aid Scheme. Got a chance now, of course, also to shout out there to Dr. Johan Pretorius, who's watching us on the live stream, recovering from COVID, I believe, Doc. So all the very best from all of us here, and from your team at Comcare and Universal Healthcare. Thank you so much for the support here of this category. We've got 6 cars now in the Universal stable. One of them is that man, Jason Loosemore, joined Team Red Racing along with Mo Karodia just behind there. And looking for a chance now to show his mettle on a circuit that turns left and right as opposed to just to the right-handers of an oval track. Charles Visser had a fantastic run down in Cape Town, and remember he was certainly behind a big effort in giving Leighton Free the championship last year in the final couple of rounds. So expect to see him fighting hard there with Clinton Mercedes and potentially with that angry car out front of Tate Bishop for a win. Charles Visser is exceptionally hungry for his first win in Polo Cup. Yuri Swart just consolidating after a fantastic round at his home circuit at Killarney. And he knows that going to Red Star for the next round is going to be a difficult one for him and his team and Bullion IT. A couple of Red Star specialists in this field. Coming at the back of the field there is Bryce Pillay. I don't see Natium Samanga out there. So I wonder if there was a problem there for Squadra Course. It was Zolile Njambuka who hit the wall. Oh no, Nati is there, beg your pardon, he is. He's in 6th place. I didn't see his car there. I missed the black car there and amongst all the red and orange ones. So apologies for that. And of course I think he's maybe got him mixed up ever so slightly with Yuri Swart. But Nati is there. His teammate, Zolile Njambuka, unfortunately had a big crash on the front straight, hitting the wall and damaging his car too much to get it sorted out in time for this race and of course the first one this morning. So it's Bishop and van der Merwe who are on the front row. Davy van der Merwe launching his own official racing page this weekend as well on Facebook. Clinton Mercedes from KwaZulu-Natal driving for an Eastern Cape-based team there for Stu Davidson. And it's, of course, Charles Visser who's alongside him in the second of the Team Red Racing and Universal Healthcare cars. As I said, man to watch I think would be Charles Visser, arguably the most hungry. Look at the way and the angry position that Tate Bishop has placed that car on the grid, looking to get across as quickly as possible to outdo Davy van der Merwe if he can. Van der Merwe on the inside line has been there in the past in both Polo Cup as well as in Volkswagen Challenge, so he'll know that that inside line at Zwartkops is actually not a bad place to start from, particularly on a standing start. We got a green flag at the back. We are going into the start procedures here for race 2 of Comcare Polo Cup. 5-second board goes up. Lights are about to go on. Stand by for arguably some of the closest race action you're going to have here this weekend from Polo Cup, and down towards turn 1. It's a good start coming out of Clinton. It's a great start from Tate Bishop. It's a fantastic start as well from Charles Visser. And Loosemore goes on the inside of Mokarodia as they come out of turn number 1. There is Davidson's car, and of course that is Poseidon at the wheel. Darby van der Merwe with Charles Visser on his tail. The two Team Red Racing boys go to 2nd and 3rd place behind Tate Bishop. We've heard it all weekend long how important that front row is to be on. And now can they capitalize on that front row? Both Darby van der Merwe, Charles Visser's on his tail, his teammate. He's got big pressure coming from Poseidon. Here comes Yuri Swart on the inside of Natium Samanga. Samanga giving him a little bit of a push up the hill there. And right behind them, lining up, is Jagger Robertson. Dean Fenter behind that. Then it's Giordano Lupini. Late on the brakes coming out of Charles Visser. He's good enough on the brakes to get through on Darby van der Merwe, and he squeezes his teammate out into 2nd place. Darby runs ever so slightly wide, tries to come back at him. He holds that outside line, which will turn into the inside line for 7, but no. Gives it up and allows Charles Visser some room. He runs onto the dirty stuff. Darby van der Merwe. Oh, and a little clip of the curb. That's going to run him off the circuit ever so slightly. You know, he managed to stay on. How he did that, only he knows. Poseidon dives through and forces that mistake into a position change there for him. He moves up on the inside of Darby van der Merwe, who makes an uncharacteristic mistake there from the youngster. And the rest of the pack come flying through, and it is evenly matched up here from Polo Cup as always. Mokarodia, Shivi Bassoon, and Bryce Pillay fighting at the back just behind Cara Hill. The Calyx car there leading out the second pack, and the back pack of cars there, Jason Loosemore just ahead of them. And you've got Jagger Robertson behind Dean Fenter behind Giordano Lupini. But it's Tate Bishop who's making hay while the sun shines and getting that angry car away from the rest of this pack. He's not holding back here whatsoever, and Charles Visser realizes that. That's possibly why Visser went on the attack so early on. Seeing Tate Bishop get away, he knows that Tate can possibly rule things from the front end. Darby van der Merwe now under attack from another Cape Townian. He dropped behind Clinton Poseidon as they came through turn 7 on the last pass. This time he's a lot smoother into turn 6. So shouldn't run too wide and be able to keep it on the black stuff. It's just that clip of the curb as he came back on it. Just bounced the car ever so slightly. He couldn't catch it. And when he did, by the time he opened his eyes, there were 2 cars ahead of him. One of them was, of course, the man just in front of him. Dean Fenton under a bit of pressure there as well, as Giordano Lupini starts to apply that pressure to get through and get a bit closer to his teammate. Great run so far from our Polo Cup. And they've had a fantastic start to 2022. 3 races in Cape Town, 2 here today. This is the second one if you've just joined us on the live stream. A big welcome to everybody from all around the world watching our live stream action here from Zwartkops and round 2 of the National Extreme Festival. Cara Hill trying to close down on Loosemore. Loosemore's got Jagger Robertson ahead of him now. Charles Visser, Clinton Poseidon, Darby van der Merwe, Yuri Swart, Natium Samanga. Jagger Robertson behind that as they come through there. Lonica Martin's in the mix as well. Great to see the young lady driver doing such an incredible job there for the Denmark Steel team. There comes Giordano. Giordano has a big look. Fenter sees him coming, shuts the door. Ethan Kutsia now fighting with Samanga. Big move there from Ethan Kutsia. Didn't actually pick that up. Only just saw that now. What a move there from Ethan. Slightly higher up than what he has been ever in Polo Cup so far. So Kutsia turning his luck around here in the second heat and up into 7th place. Side-by-side action down towards turn 8. Giordano Lupini under attack there from Lonica Martins. Lonica Martins diving on the inside, having a big look, but not able to make it stick there, and Giordano just hangs on. Come through to complete another lap in anger. That's 7 to go for these guys and girls. Jagger Robertson, Big Boss Auto and Lickby Marley, part of his sponsorship, but also a stable mate of the Team Red Racing stable. And looking for a way through there on Lonica. Giordano Lupini wants to open up the door there on Fenter and allow the other 3 cars to follow through if he can. It'll just help him get through, but you can see just how defensive Dean Fenter is going to keep out Lupini, Martins and Robertson. Tate Bishop being closed down. Oh, wow's that? Wow, was that for a bit of maneuvering there? The Zwartkops car getting a little bit of bumper bashing and some tow up the hill there from Ethan Kutsia. This is the way we do it, up to the top of the hill there. Ethan Kutsia being frustrated slightly there by Natium Samanga, and Samanga getting a little bumper bashing and a bit of assistance up the hill. Speaking of assistance, here comes Darby van der Merwe trying to get back at Poseidon. They were teammates last year. They're in different stables this year and different teams completely this year. But watch for Darby van der Merwe trying to go defensive on Yuri Swart and go on the attack here on Poseidon. They're Realizing nothing's going to happen there, they just stay line astern for this time. And they cross the line. You can see 6 to go, halfway stage, or just over the halfway stage, I should say. Still to go in this one. The next lap they'll be at halfway as they come through to complete another one. Jason Loosemore closing onto the back end of Jagger Robertson. Those two have had some time in the saddle together, that is for sure. In fact, Loosemore joining the party because of Jagger. Jagger saying you're not going to get a better bang for buck than coming to join us at Polo Cup, and that's why Jason Loosemore stepped up and came to join the party here in the Comcare Medical Aid Scheme Polo Cup. 26 year of running, and just as exciting as we had it right the way through this incredible 26 years of racing. Giordano Lupini, has he been able to keep out Lonica? He has. But Lonica Martins is making Giordano work triple time here in that Bullion IT car. He goes defensive almost instantaneously up the hill. Reason being, he knew Lonica was going to go on that inside line, but it has compromised both of their drives and allowed both Jagger Robertson and Loosemore to close in. Robertson is right there now. Here comes Lonica, forcing Giordano wide. Can she get up on the inside? Yes, she can. She's on the inside now of Giordano Lupini as they come side by side out of turn 7. A little bit of touching there. Yeah, a little bit, but maybe not enough to affect a change in the positions. No, Lupini hangs on, but here comes Robertson. Robertson diving on the inside of Lonica Martins. There's a touch between the two of them. Oh, man. You can see just how Jagger Robertson is using his experience in both the NX Legends category as well as in the BMW M Performance Parts series that he raced in before he joined Polo Cup. Definitely a man who has had his wits about him in various forms of motorsport. But Jagger Robertson now in the thick of it there with Jason Loosemore, his teammate. And oh, we've got a change up. Charles Visser's hit the front. Visser hits the front for the first time in a Polo Cup race. Can he hang on? This will be a big change up here for Team Red Racing. We're expecting to see Davy van der Merwe take the victory, but it is now Charles Visser flying the flag high there for Team Red Racing as they go past the stable that preps those cars. He runs a bit wide, a little bit hot into turn 5. He's got to just slow it down and get back into that rhythm. Tate Bishop wants to try and capitalize on that little mistake. Can't quite make it stick there for Angry Racing. Oh, this is a Cape Town battle of note here. We've got Besaidnote from KwaZulu-Natal and, of course, Davy van der Merwe on his tail, looking to try and get there and ahead of Besaidnote. Besaidnote's taken the first win of the day. It's going to move him up nicely in the championship, but, of course, he would have liked 2 wins to ensure he gets closer to our championship leaders in this category. Yuri Swart, of course, coming out of Cape Town with that championship lead, but he's now further back than what he'd like to be right now in 5th place. Charles Visser hits the front. He was exceptionally confident after qualifying. Didn't quite get the lap he wanted in the Super Pole, but he certainly knew he had race pace. And speaking of race pace, that's exactly what you require now at this stage of a race. Can he keep those consistent laps going? Can he keep Tate Bishop out? It's not going to be easy. The 2 Carters from Cape Town going at it now at the front end of Comcare Polo Cup. Up to the top of the hill they go once again, and it is Charles Visser who goes defensive on the inside line, just placing that car just over that middle white line before he gets on the brakes, locks it up slightly, runs wide again, but it seems to be how he prefers to go through turn 5. Doesn't seem to be worried about the back end being a little bit loose, but he just stays on the front end of the field with Tate Bishop on his tail. Will Visser be able to hang on here for the first victory in his race career in polos? He definitely looks like he means business. And as they come across the line, let's see what he can do now with 3 to go. Besaidnote losing a little bit of ground to these two. Losing some ground as well to Davy van der Merwe as he starts to reel them in. Then it's Yuri Swart, Natium Samanga, Ethan Kutsia, Dean Fenter, Giordano Lupini, the second of the Bullion IT cars there through turn 1. Behind him it's Lonica Martins and Jagger Robertson. Jagger losing out slightly in the rookie competition to Giordano this time out. Now as they come through there, Jason Loosemore behind him. It's Cara Hill in the Calax machine. Cara Hill with some pressure now from Bryce Pillay. Bryce Pillay's found a little bit of a gap now over Mo Karodia and Shivi Bassoon at the back of the field. Now they go to the top. Looks like, yeah, a little bit of a gap opening up there between the 2 Cape Townians. Tate Bishop doesn't seem to have an answer. I wonder if there's a couple of push-to-passes left in any of these top 5 cars. To see if they use those in the closing stages to make up ground or to try and make an overtaking maneuver. Lupini would love one to have right now to get through there on the right motorsport car of Dean Fenter. They come down the hill, you can see just how tight it's going to be between those two. As Lupini applies the pressure onto Fenter. Fenter feeling that pressure. Lonica Martins with 2 to go. comes across the stripe and starts that penultimate lap. And a bit of breathing room there in the background over Jagger Robertson, but not a lot. About half a second there between the two of them. Maybe not enough. Giordano Lupini not trying to go around the outside of turn 2. Running wide is Ethan Kutsia. A little mistake there from him, not quite getting the apex right there through turn 2. But Kutsia in definitely the best position he's been ever in his Polo Cup career. Up into 7th place. Hoping something goes wrong further up the field to promote him up even higher. And then you can see Giordano Lupini, the man, also had a phenomenal outing on his first attempt at Polo Cup at his home track in Cape Town. Wasn't his first official attempt, because he had a bit of a drive at the end of the 2021 season. The end of 2020, I should say. But eventually got into a full season of racing here in 2022. So fantastic effort there from the Bullion IT team. And of course, joining up with Yuri Swart, the man who got 2nd place in this championship last year, is certainly looking very good. He looks defensive, goes Dean Fenter to keep out Lupini. A little bit of lock up on the brakes there, I think, coming out of Natium Samanga. Oh, and there comes Giordano. Giordano's on the inside, and he's made it stick. He's got through. Giordano Lupini capitalizing on a small running wide there from the right motorsport car of Dean Fenter. Fenter's going to come back at him, though. Fenter's going to look down into turn 2. No, he's not close enough on the brakes, but he definitely closes that gap down. After opening up the door to Giordano, he made him pay for it big time with a position change there between the two of them. We're on the final lap, and it's Charles Visser hanging on for potentially his first win in Polo Cup. Tate Bishop in 2nd place, under big threat now from Besaidenote. Clinton Besaidenote wants a 2nd place. He will settle for that one as opposed to a win. He doesn't want 3rd, though. Tate Bishop is late on the brakes. He goes on the inside line and holds that inside line. Watch for the cutback coming out of Besaidenote. He's on that inside line. He's going to try and get through him on turn 6. Is he going to get inside? He is! Oh, Besaidenote forces his way through. Can he make a mistake from Tate Bishop? And they are still side by side out of turn 7. Enough room between two drivers. That is brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff from these two. Fiss is going to come to the line for his first win for Team Red Racing. That's the way he does it. And he is exceptionally excited. You can see his dad on the sideline. To the line they come. Bishop hangs on. Just enough to beat out Besaidenote. Have a look at that gap. 0.06 of a second there between Besaidenote and Bishop for 2nd and 3rd. Darby van der Merwe only half a second back on the two of them. And then Yuri Swart from Natium Samanga for your top 6. Absolutely amazing stuff yet again in Polo Cup. That's the way we like to do things. The Comcare Polo Cup. That's exactly what was expected here at Zwartkops and round 2 of this championship. It's round 2 of the Extreme Festival here at the Arena of Motorsport. And it is a new winner in Polo Cup. Charles Visser takes his first victory for Team Red Racing ahead of Tate Bishop in the Angry Car. Stu Davidson Racing goes Clint Besaidenote into 3rd. And Darby van der Merwe in 4th place makes it Team Red Racing 1 and 4. Yuri Swart, the first of the Bullion IT cars, in 5th place, beats out Zwartkops. Natium Samanga, Ethan Kutsia, the 3rd of Team Red Racing's effort, in 7th place, beating out Giordano Lupini in the 2nd of the Bullion IT cars, with Dean Fenter up into 10th place overall. What a great dice there, and some phenomenal action as always from Polo Cup. Stand by for InvestChem Formula 1600s. Welcome back to action now from the first of our single-seaters, Formula 1600s. British and Westchem out on circuit now. Josh LaRue looking for a second victory after his epic dice at the front end, and then getting away from the rest of the pack. Antoine Caldenas didn't have an answer in the end, and LaRue went on to take an easy victory at the end of race number 1 earlier on in the day. Alex Voss will be looking not to make the same mistake he did in race 1. Looks like they've got that car sorted out though. They seem to just miss a gear coming down the hill. Dropped down to about 7th, and then 2 laps later missed a gear and something else went wrong. So definitely some kind of gearbox issue on that car as they go into their second warm-up lap. Just want to get some heat into these Cooper Avon tyres that they run. LaRue, Antoine Caldenas will be the front row again. Voss and Van Wheelie. And it'll be Troy Dolenchek and Andrew Schofield on the third row. Ewan Holtzhausen and Gerard Caldenas. Caldenas this time the second of the Caldenas brothers in the green striped machine as opposed to the pink one at the front. He'll be coming from 8th place as opposed to 9th that he started in race number 1. A man who won one of the first heats in Cape Town at the beginning of the season. Jason Katsia and Siabongo Munkonkwana, Shren Naidu and Taya van der Laan, and Storm Lanfear at the back of the pack there of the 13 cars about to go to battle here for the second asking at round 2 of the National Extreme Festival here at the home of Extreme Festival, Zwartkops International Raceway. Once again, a reminder, we've got Regional Extreme Festival on the 11th of June back at Zwartkops, and then on the 23rd of July we've got a Zwartkops Annapolis 8-hour event happening here at Zwartkops. So make sure you've got those in your diaries. Definitely going to be something to be checking out. And of course, don't forget we've got Brunch Run and Thunderbikes happening almost once or twice a month here as part of the track days that happen on Sundays. So if you're into motorsport and you love to see it up close and personal, Zwartkops World of Motoring is definitely the place to be over the next couple of months. We've got lots of race action coming your way. Next round of the Extreme Festival, of course, heads down to Red Star Raceway as well. The Nationals, sorry, beg your pardon, to PE. PE is the next one in Quebec. And that's going to be sorted out first. That's happening at the end of May, the 28th of May. And then we go to Red Star at the beginning of June. So there's lots of race action coming your way in the next couple of months. So make sure you check it out because, of course, with the world of motorsport opening up to spectators again, we definitely want to make sure that you guys don't miss any action here for the next couple of events, particularly here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Oh, looks like we've got another stall there. I think it might be the same car. Yes, I think it is. Troy Dolenchek, I think, might have stalled that car again. I'm going to try and give him a chance just to bump it. And if he can get it started again, hopefully we can get it sorted out and he won't have to worry too much. Has he got it started? Yes, he has. Thumbs up there from our assistant COC. Or was it assistant race control? I'm not quite sure what position that man's in today. He does so many things around the Zwartkops circuit. It's fantastic to see the effort being put in. 1 minute board is up. That'll change to 30 seconds, and within 5 seconds that'll become 5 seconds, and within 5 seconds we go to lights and we go racing. Good start from the front end. Looks like it's Josh LaRue who has got the whole shot easily, and Antoine Caldenas goes into second place. Caldenas actually might have squeezed through there by the looks of things, and yes, he has. Caldenas hits the front. Antoine ahead of Josh LaRue. Alex Voss side by side with Nicholas Van Wheelie, forcing Van Wheelie ever so slightly high and wide out of turn 2. Troy Dolenchek has made up for that little error on the grid and moves himself up into 4th place ahead of Van Wheelie as they come onto the back straight. So Dolenchek now trying to squeeze past and get through on Voss. Voss fighting hard there to defend him and keep him out. And then you can see it's Gerard Caldenas around the outside of Ewan Holtzhausen. Ewan Holtzhausen just hanging on for an opportunity there to possibly stay in the top 5. Dolenchek hangs onto the brakes on the inside and keeps out Van Wheelie. Here comes Holtzhausen and Caldenas side by side. Schofield just behind them as they came out of turn 5. Flicking through into the first time onto the left-hander down the hill. Antoine Geldenhuys, Josh Leroux, top 2, ahead of Vos. Vos there ahead of Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie behind Dolenchek now. Dolenchek moved up ever so slightly there in that first part of the lap. Schofield now going on the inside, trying to find a way through and force Johan Holtzhausen into a mistake. He does that. Holtzhausen comes back at him down in turn 2. Can he make it stick though? Yes, he can. He gets back at Schofield as they come out of turn 2. So still a little bit of work to do for these guys as they come out of that second complex of the circuit and onto that back straightaway. Schofield now looking to go on the attack again. Can't quite get up on the inside in the Fly Sapphire car. As he heads back up the hill now for the second time in anger. Josh Leroux is going to have to pick his way around here if he can to find a second race victory. Try and make it 4 out of 4 for his team. This time Schofield forces Johan Holtzhausen wide, and here comes Jason Kutsia. Kutsia's already done some damage to that nose cone and nose wing on the first race. He was very lucky to avoid the back end there of Holtzhausen on that attempt, and Munkankwana now going on the attack as well. Sia has a big look as they went into turn 8. G&H Transport corner onto the back end and trying to find a way through there on Jason Kutsia. Theo van der Laan is now all over the back end of Siabonga looking for a way to probably squeeze into that position that Munkankwana is on right now. That'll be for the top 10. And Srin Naidu's there, just in the background, waiting to pounce. So it's Geldenhuys from Leroux. Vos from Dolenchek. Dolenchek from Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie now trying to find a way through and back at Dolenchek. Runs wide and high out of turn 4. Going to cut back. There we go. Get the drive and the slingshot possibly up into turn number 5. He's late on the brakes. He's been a multiple champion in single-seaters on numerous occasions, as Nicholas Van Wheelie knows exactly where to place a car into turn 5 and makes it stick into 6. Unfortunately, no answer there coming from the Bluepin car. As they come out and head back down into turn 5. Change up there from Van Wheelie, getting through there on Dolenchek. Sujan Property Investments car there, dropping one position back into the clutches now of Gerard Geldenhuys. Schofield hasn't been able to run with Geldenhuys to get into that pack. So he's now in no man's land in between the two hard charging packs that are out there. Second one is led out by Kutsia. He's got Holtzhausen, Munkankwana and van der Laan. Then Srin Naidu. Vos also in no man's land, currently in 3rd place, but Van Wheelie can see him and wants to close him down. Storm Lanfear all at the back, unfortunately, on his own. Here comes the top 2. Still no change up. Josh Leroux hasn't found a way past just yet. Can he find a way through there on Antoine Geldenhuys? We'll wait and see as they head into the second half of this race. Remember, this is a 10-lapper. We have got 6 to go as they complete this one. Leroux in second. Looking a bit more dangerous now, realizing that he's running out of laps. Not quite the halfway stage, but he'd like to be in the lead by the time they get to the halfway stage. Jason Kutsia pulling a small gap now over Holtzhausen and Munkankwana. Schofield definitely closing in on Geldenhuys. Geldenhuys pushing hard. Here we go, onto the brakes from Josh Leroux. Oh, and Vos is right there with him as well. Trying to capitalize on the maneuver being made there by Josh Leroux on Geldenhuys. Antoine tries to hang on. He wants another victory in this season. He took one down in Cape Town, shared the honours with his brother. Here comes Josh Leroux going on the defensive to try and keep out Vos. Vos goes on the attack. Josh Leroux sees him coming, shuts the door. 5 to go, halfway stage, 3 cars in it. Van Wheelie about to join the party and bring Dolenchek along for the ride. Gerard Geldenhuys and Schofield want some of that action as well if they can get it. As they come through now, very, very tight stuff here. Look at this, absolutely brilliant stuff here from our top 6 cars on circuit. Any one of them still in with a chance of taking a victory. Flying through and onto the back straight away now go the rest of the pack, but here's a move from Alex Foss. Foss is looking very dangerous. Josh LaRue looks like he's in trouble. LaRue is having to go defensive and drive defensively at almost every occasion to keep Foss at bay. He's not going on the attack, and he cannot run with the same kind of pace as Antoine Geldenhuys is doing ahead of him. Not sure what they've changed there on Josh LaRue's car. Probably nothing, because it went so well in race number 1. But in race 2, Antoine Geldenhuys has definitely had a big change up. So has Foss. Foss had a DNF in the first race, and he's now contemplating second place. And if he can get through within the next lap or so, he could potentially be even challenging for first. Not if Van Wheelie has anything to do about it, though. Look at Van Wheelie all over the back end now of Alex Foss. Trying to force a mistake out of Alex Foss, and also keep out the intentions being shown by Troy Dolenchek on his tail. So we've got Abacus Division Racing out front. Investchem Race Driver SA in second place. Third place, we've got DVBS. Fourth place, it is the magnificent paint and hardware car of Nicholas Van Wheelie. Fifth place, a great run from the Sugen Property Investments car of course, Troy Dolenchek. And then Abacus Division Racing's number 2 driver, Gerard Geldenhuys. Well, number 2 driver for today. They are on equal standings when they came into this round of the championship. Let's see what's going to happen here between them. They are absolutely awesome stuff here between all the drivers. And showing no fear whatsoever in terms of getting an option of that victory and a podium. Katsia not quite on pace just yet, but getting better and better every time he gets behind the wheel there. The RAP and CK Coachworks car doing a superb job down in 8th place at the moment, but he'd like to be in this little battle. That's where Jason Katsia wants to be hunting. Foss keeping out Van Wheelie, and by doing that he's actually lost the ground there to Josh LaRue. LaRue, I don't think he's going to have an answer here to Antoine Geldenhuys. There might not be enough laps here for him to have a go. As they head up towards turn 5 again, somebody's run wide. Oh, it's LaRue! LaRue has made a mistake, dramatic mistake there from Josh LaRue, heading into turn 5, and he drops behind Jason Katsia into 8th place. Wow. Antoine Geldenhuys now under huge pressure. Look at them. They're lining up to get past on him. And they're about to start their penultimate lap. Geldenhuys in huge trouble here. Foss is all over the back of him. Alex Foss looking for a victory here. So is the intent being shown there by Nicholas Van Wheelie. There is absolutely nothing in it between these guys. This is top quality action coming from Investchem Formula 1600s. Foss from Van Wheelie. Dolenchek in the mix as well. He wants the chance now to get onto the podium. And his chances as he comes through there. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from the first 4 cars. Make it the 5 cars, because now Gerard Geldenhuys has joined the party. Gerard Geldenhuys looking for an opportunity now to spoil the day here for the first 4 cars on track. Maybe not his brother, but everybody else out there, he definitely wants a chance to get past. Onto the brakes they go into turn 5. Foss hangs on. Van Wheelie into 3. Dolenchek keeps out the intentions being shown there by Gerard Geldenhuys for that 4th place. Very tight stuff here as they're about to start their final lap. Even Schofield's got a chance here. Geldenhuys shows a wheel. Doesn't go for it though. Maybe just getting Dolenchek to realize how close he is. Try and catch the youngster off guard. As they start their final lap, we've got 6 cars who could potentially win this race. Right now, Antoine Geldenhuys is in the pound seats. He can control things from the front. It's not easy to overtake in a Formula 1600. So if he can just place the car right, he shouldn't have any opportunities open up for the drivers to get past him behind him. Onto that back straightaway comes Foss. Foss under pressure now from Van Wheelie. Look at that. Geldenhuys in the background going left and right to try and find a way through there on Dolenchek. Can't find it just yet. Let's see if he gets it up the hill. Here comes Schofield along for the ride as well. Andy Schofield goes on the attack. He's going to have a look on the inside there for 6th and 7th. As they come through, you can see... Oh, he's through! Schofield runs wide, and he just manages to get through there on Gerard Geldenhuys. So Abacus Racing Division loses out to the Sapphire car there with 2 corners to go. Down to the line they come. Antoine Geldenhuys is going to hang on only just to keep out Alex Foss. Another victory to Antoine Geldenhuys. That should move him up into the lead of this championship. Great bit of driving there from him as he comes across the line. He wins out over Alex Voss and Nicholas Van Wheelie. Dolenchek keeps out Schofield, who dived through in the closing stages to get back ahead of Gerard Gelderneys. Josh LaRue recovers after going off into 7th, and Jason Kutsia in 8th. Munkonkwana, Shrin Naidu and Taya van der Laan making up the 11 cars there at the end of our Formula 1600s. Investchem Formula 1600s putting on a fantastic second race of the day. That is how you do it. Antoine Gelderneys wins out over Alex Voss and Nicholas Van Wheelie for your top 3. Dolenchek in 4th place, Schofield in 5th, Gerard Gelderneys there in 6th place with Josh LaRue behind him, recovering after that off-track excursion. He'll be kicking himself for that. Jason Kutsia in 8th ahead of Siabonga Munkonkwana. Shrin Naidu into the top 10, beating out Taya van der Laan and then Storm Lanfear. Up next, we go into the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They'll be out on circuit shortly. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars now back on circuit for their second heat of the day. Proudly brought to you by G&H Transport and Pretoria North Toyota this weekend. Fantastic to see such an array of vehicles going at the battle about to ensue on track. Hopefully with the Porsches back into the hunt at the front end, with Jonathan du Toit being a dominant factor in the first race for Trans Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport. don't see the second Porsche of Franco Scribante on track, so that is a big concern. Maybe they couldn't get those struts to work for the second heat, and that means that he'll be... Oh no, maybe not. There he comes at the back. Maybe just a late starter to get onto the circuit. He'll have to come through the field to take up his position higher up in the pack on these 2 warm-up laps behind the safety car. Ricky Giannacaro, Nicky Dix, Ben Morganwood is also going to make his way to the front end. Definitely in with a chance here of another epic battle between the front end of the field, but we had some great battles in the mid-pack as well for GT3 honours between the 2 Giannacaro boys and Damien Hammond in the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini. Hopefully that car's all sorted out as well. Gianni not driving the second of the, of course, Lamborghinis from G&H Transport. It's actually Mikhail Patamba in that car. Gianni was supposed to be in the Stradale Motorsport Nismo GTR 35. And he unfortunately didn't get that car 100% right by the time we went racing here this morning. So I'm sure he'll be back by the time we get down to Quebeca in the next round. So it is Jonathan Dutoy and Dane Angel the front row, followed by Franco Scribante and Ben Morganwood. Marius Jackson and Greg Parton, they had a great battle as well there. Lamborghini versus Audi R8. There you can see Damien Hammond, Ricky Giannacaro, Nicky Dix, Mikhail Patamba, and in fact Mikhail Patamba and Kwanda Mokoena on the same row. That will be pretty interesting to watch as well. Now as they come to line up and get into formation, we get ready to go for the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. And Pretoria Noord Toyota moves off the circuit as they head into turn 1. Dane Angel once again getting the pounce on the Porsche and getting into the whole shot position ahead of that Lamborghini. Can he hang on to it now for the rest of the race, or is at Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini going to give him a run for his money? Third place, it's Scribante from Jackson from Parton. Ben Morganwood with problems. Morganwood dropping through the Lamborghinis in the GT3 class and behind Nicky Dix, and now behind both Kwanda Mokoena and Mikhail Patamba. There's an issue there on Franco Scribante's car as well. Scribante slowing down the back straightaway. The Porsche from Scribante Racing slowing down dramatically down that back straightaway. Parton seems to have a bit of a problem as well. Look at that. Greg Parton being attacked there by Damien Hammond and Ricky Giannacaro. The Hurricane under threat here big time from the 2 Trofeo cars. At that 3 Trofeo cars with Mikhail Patamba just behind that. Then you got Kwanda Mokoena closing onto the back end now of Nicky Dix. We've lost Franco Scribante. We've lost Ben Morganwood. This is now 4th place. I'll make that 3rd place, Marius Jackson. If Morganwood is gone, and yeah, Marius Jackson up into 3rd place. Going to get confirmation on that. Jackson into 3rd, Parton to 4th. Overall, that is. Jackson leads out Class B. Parton leads out Class GT3. A-plus cars out front. Of course, Dane Angel and Jonathan Dutoy. The 3rd of the A-plus cars is Ben Morganwood pulling into pit lane. He'll be joined shortly by Franco Scribante by the sounds of it as well. Will Dane Angel be able to keep out Jonathan Dutoy for this entire 13.5 laps more to go? Here they come. Absolutely amazing stuff here from these 2. They put on a show at every single track we've been to where these 2 cars have had a go at each other. Of course, the last time these cars had a go was down in Cape Town, but before that it was in the hands of Charles Ranges, remember, when he was fighting out there with Dane Angel. Down onto the brakes comes Marius Jackson. He is going to be absolutely ecstatic with a 3rd place overall for the MJR and Mega Fiber Audi team. Greg Parton in the Drives It Environmental Lamborghini Hurricane has got a 4th place overall on the cards as well. He'll be winning out GT3s comfortably by the looks of things. But I say that with a little bit of weariness in my voice, because just behind him and not too far behind is that Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini Trofeo of Damien Hammond. Giannacaro, it's Ricky at the wheel of the 75 G&H Transport Lamborghini Trofeo. And behind him, closing down rapidly, is the bisque machine of Mikhail Patamba. Patamba's now into the thick of the Lamborghini battle just ahead of Nicky Dix. And closing in relatively rapidly there for a top 9 overall is Kwanda Mokoena. Up next, as you just saw on the notice board there, DOE Formula V is a change up on the program. If you're looking at the program and you've got it in front of you, the change up in the program, of course, is seeing that Global Touring Cars and Super Cup have been bumped down one, and DOE Formula V bumped up one. So we go back to single-seaters after these Extreme Supercars have completed the next 12.5 laps or so. Porsche still leads out over Lambo. Porsche fans will be happy with this. Dane Angel will be hoping that that car just remains in full flight with everything working. There was a bit of an issue and a limp mode scenario in race number 1 that dropped him right out of contention and unfortunately cost him the possibility of the win. Ivan Lismore and the GT Club Sport team would have been on that car, knowing how well that car can perform, having built it themselves and brought it into the race format, firstly in the hands of Johan Engelbrecht as the Jogga Jogga Racing Porsche, and now in the hands of the Autohaus Angel top ace, Dane Angel. But you can never take out of the equation Trans Africa Racing and Stradale's Jonathan du Toit. None of them into the 59-second bracket just yet. We've seen sub 60-second laps from both of these cars in qualifying this morning. We saw a 59.4 out of Jonathan du Toit in race number 1. Will there be more of the same here in race number 2? As we get into the second half of the race, maybe we'll see that, but there will be a bit of traffic to negotiate. So it's Jackson from Parton for 3 and 4 on track. Damien Hammond having a much better run this time in 5th place ahead of Ricky Giannaccaro, Mikhail Patamba and Nicky Dix. Nicky Dix in the Curvin air conditioning machine. Porsche 996 making its way to the top of the hill. Close down there on the youngster. Mikhail Patamba's had a phenomenal season and had a couple of great drives in various categories that he participates in. You guys are all enjoying the action that we've got here for you out on circuit for the second round of the Extreme Festival. It's the national championship categories that are in the house this weekend. The Premier Circuit Racing categories, of course, for South Africa, putting on a good show here for this big crowd, and they've stuck around for all the action. No one has even left their seats. Great to have an opportunity for spectators to be back into South African motorsport and enjoying it up close and personal. Look in the top of that shot as well, getting opportunities to go and actually race karts on the kart circuit at the bottom end of Zwartkops as well. Brilliant stuff here from Dane Angel to stay ahead and try and maintain the lead over Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit, though, is pushing as hard as he can to get through on Angel. Can he change things up here? Possibly spoil the day for the man in the Porsche. The Porsche seems to have the straight line speed, but that Lamborghini's handling is arguably unmatched on this track. The downforce and the electronics on those cars just give them the ability to run through corners that they would not normally run through flat out, almost flat out. Kwanda Mokoena, his first outing in the Audi, has not been a bad one. He'll take an overall victory in his class. He's going to look for top 10 honours in both race starts of his campaign into G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Part of MJR Racing, but he's also got some backing, of course, from Into Africa Mining and from the Amandla Coal Mining Division. Angel, though, is doing everything right here at the front end to keep out Jonathan du Toit. But du Toit, I think, is starting to feel the effect here. He now wants an opportunity and looking for one. If he can find one now, it'll be an interesting move there if he can get through on Dane Angel. And will Angel be able to return the favour? Porsche versus Lamborghini. 996 versus the Lamborghini, custom made for endurance racing, but of course loving life here in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercar sprint races as well. Stradale Motorsport and Trans Africa Racing in a collaboration here for this car. And du Toit absolutely loving life. He certainly found a new favourite car, I'd have to say, having been in the Silver Dream Racer 430 Ferrari for such a long time. Stepping out of the Ferrari and into the Lambo, he's definitely enjoying himself. This man is probably going to be the biggest smile of the day if he can maintain this third place overall. MJR Mega Fiber Audi R8 of Marius Action Jackson. Parton in 4th place ahead of Ricky Giannaccaro. Mikhail Patamba still hanging on for that 6th spot. And Nicky Dix behind him. Have we lost Damien Hammond by the looks of things? Hammond seems to have had a problem on the circuit, so Ricky Giannaccaro has now moved up into 2nd place in the GT3 class. Damien Hammond might have had a mistake, or has he gone had a problem on that car? He did have an issue in the first heat, so I wonder if the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini has gone missing again. Here we go. Kind of waited for it for a while, and Jonathan Dutoy says, right, I've had enough, I'm going to the front. I don't think we're going to see an attack from Angel as intensive as what we saw there from Jonathan Dutoy. Dutoy's been biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to make that move stick, and now with 6 laps to go decides to turn the wick up. Dane Angel, no answer. Dutoy drops the hammer and gets away. What's the top end speed though? Ben Morganhood back on track. That's good to see. Morganhood has made his way back onto the circuit though, but he's going to be lapped by the 2 cars he should be fighting with. And he comes back on track about 6 laps down. Into turn 5 comes the Lambo of Dutoy. Still hanging on for a chance here of the victory is Dane Angel, but he's got to get back past this Lamborghini. It doesn't look like he has the ability to do. The Porsche pushing hard, but yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be an answer there from that man. Once that Lambo hit the front, he dropped the hammer and he's now disappearing at the front end. Oh, Nicky Dix having a bit of problems in his Porsche out of turn 2. Pinnacle and curve end car just getting out of shape, and fortunately back on track. Right into the clutches of Ben Morganroot. Drives an environmental and KwaZulu-Natal based driver Greg Parton, absolutely loving life at the moment there in that Hurricane. We heard him in the pre-race press conference before race 1 saying just how dialed in this car is. He's running Michelin pilots on that car, and those Michelins just seem to come into their own at the end of the race. Maybe giving him a little bit of an opportunity to possibly close down on the Pirelli shod Audi out front. I wanted to say Lamborghini, all out of the same stable, my apologies. But the Audi R8 of Marius Jackson in 3rd place is going to be a tough car to beat. Another lap down there, and 4 to go now for Dutoy. Angel is through on Dix and on Morganroot. Also found a way through there on Quantum Mokoena, who's been lapped. Mokoena is in 8th place. Good outing for his first time out in GNH Transport Supercars. Might find it a bit more difficult the next time we go to action, because there'll be a lot more supercars in the field. A couple of cars being prepped and not available for this weekend due to the fact that they'll be in a battle of anger and intent to throw them up a hill in 2 weeks' time at the Knysna Speed Festival. So a couple of the Extreme Supercars that would have been here this weekend, of course, have been held back. A couple of the Cape Town-based Extreme Supercars, of course, have got their own event happening at the Killarney International Raceway this weekend. So that time attack happening at Killarney International Raceway kept a couple of the Cape Town-based drivers from making their way up here to Gauteng. Nicky Dix has recovered nicely there. Still with a chance of the win in Class A, even though he had that off. So he's going to be in it to win it. That's how this championship works. Pinnacle Porsche. Just trying to get it to the end of this race and to the checkered flag. No one is going to catch the toy. He has done a sub 60. 59.899 on the last pass there. Great effort there from him. In fact, the previous lap from that, not the last one. So eventually getting into that sub 60-second bracket for Jonathan Dutoy. Anybody going under a minute around Zwartkops knows how to race a car or race a motorcycle, that is for sure. As I said, with Jonathan du Toit's experience around this track in various cars, in various categories, he certainly knows exactly how to place this Lamborghini and get the best out of it. He'll show Ricky Jonakara a few things going into turn 1 as well. Jonakara goes along there and tries to get onto the back end of the slightly bigger Lamborghini ahead of him. I think Hurricane's got a little bit more top end than the Trofeo has. Jonakara about to be caught by Angel as well. So that goes now into these last lap and a half or so. Up to 5 goes du Toit. Angel just behind him, but still got to find a way through there on Jonakara. Ricky moves out the way, realizes he's coming through, gives him some room to play. Down the hill they come towards G&H Transport corner for the second last time. du Toit starts his final lap, so does Angel. Ricky Jonakara starts his final lap, having been lapped now by the 2 leaders. Up next, DOE Formula V's single-seater action coming your way straight after this final lap in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Partnered by Pretoria Toyota this weekend. Big thanks to Lucas Poseidon and his team for all their assistance in giving us the live stream of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So it is Jonathan du Toit coming into the final part of the race circuit to finish up 2 heats at the front end of his Extreme Supercar field. Easily done. He was behind the Porsche for a while, but I think he was just biding his time. And he pounced on the Porsche and made him pay with the win, going to du Toit ahead of Dane Angel. Autos Angel and GT Club Sport. Ricky Jonakara is going to come through for 2nd place in the GT3 category. Nick Patambo will come through for 3rd. And that will be, of course, following the man just in the background in a very near future, Greg Parton in the Lamborghini Hurricane from the Drives and Environmental team. Nicky Dix will come through after an off-track excursion, still to win out Class A. Wanda Mokoena will finish in the top 8 and the winner of Class C in his first time of asking in an Extreme Supercar field. So there you have it, Jonathan du Toit, Dane Angel, and Ben Morganwood I think should still be classified as 3rd place, even though he was about 7 laps down, 2 laps down at the end I should say. Morganwood finishing in 9th overall. Then we go to Marius Jackson winning Class B and 3rd overall as he's just crossed the line. Greg Parton will take the GT3 honours as mentioned ahead of Jonakara and Patamba. Nicky Dix in shot right now. That is the Porsche taking Class A honours ahead of Wanda Mokoena for Class C. The top 10 is made up of Ben Morganwood, Damien Hammond with a DNF unfortunately there. I'm not quite sure he'll be classified, but we'll get that confirmation to you later on, and you can check out the results of course on ZA Timing. Up next, DOE Formula V. Another stellar year in DOE Formula V. We've got Clemson Kane, our 2021 Rookie of the Year. Dave Wilson joining us as well. And rookie, Mr. Gabbar. Take us to what the plans are, Clem, to make that rookie championship maybe into a potential overall championship.
Yeah, look, we spent a bit of time over the December-January period setting up the car and suspensions and trying a couple of different things to get a bit of pace for this year. Which worked, so we are a bit quicker. Unfortunately, we're not up the front, but we're planning to run in the middle of the pack this year, and that was our goal, and so far so good.
Dave, you mentioned the middle pack, but that mid pack is just as exciting. Formula V, as it is kind of the four-wheeled superbike class of South African motorsport, and it's the longest-standing single-seater championship in South Africa.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing place. I mean, I'd never done any car racing before. Entered into Formula V about 3-4 years ago. And I mean, firstly, the bang for buck in these cars. I mean, the cost of racing, I mean, for most people it's largely unaffordable, but the ordinary guy can race a Formula V, and then you meet other ordinary guys, and honestly, it's the most wonderful way to spend a weekend. And fortunately, Clint's got a few kgs to slow him down for now, but I'm sure when he lightens up the car and maybe something else, then he's going to be flipping hard to beat.
The extra medium t-shirt he's got on there, you know what I'm saying?
Apparently so.
Although you've come to join the party, so take us through what the reason is for that.
The reason is last year I visited Carl Watt at Bakisa, and I fell in love with the sport, and the great family, the B guys together, they like family. They help each other, they took me under their wing. Every guy's assisting me, do this, do that, and yeah, it's beautiful. It's the best motorsport for a person to be in, I think, if you want to race, and especially open wheel racing.
DOE Formula V, our second single-seater category, making its way down to the grid now to line up for race number 2. Another big fight expected as well between these guys, I can tell you. They always put on a phenomenal show and are tough to match in terms of race action, although it was a slightly less impactful race than what we've seen in the past year from Formula V in race number 1. But let's see what happens now in race number 2. Usually a little bit more bar banging and wheel touching at the front end, but there were a few little incidents that led to them being slightly further apart than usual. Hopefully that's not the case here in race number 2 with Wilson on pole, Gert van den Berg alongside him. Lendl Janssen and Lucian Ramchanda make up the second row, Peter Hills and Eric Boyens, Brandon Hills and Sean van der Linde. Then it's Carl Watt and Yusuf Kotza. Albertine Pienaar ahead of Theo van Mark, Michael Koenig and Maurice Bluchnout ready to go as the 32nd board turns to 5. 5 turns to lights on. Lights off turns to racing. A little maneuver there from one of the cars in the mid-pack. I think that might have been Albertine Pienaar who just got off the line a bit quicker than what he expected, and now battling off the line as well. Great outside maneuver there from Michael Koenig, coming around the slower car as it came off the line. Maybe going from first to third there, not quite the gear change he wanted, but he definitely rolled off the line a little bit quicker than what he should have. Joni Geyser diving through into turn 2 now, closing onto the back end there of the man potentially in risk of a jump start. Austin in the mid-pack as they come through turn 2 onto 3. Front end, it is Wilson from Lendl Janssen from Van den Berg from Hills. Hills comes through there in 4th place with Ramchanda on his tail. Ramchanda looking to try and get up ahead of Hills if he can as early as possible. And Lendl Janssen wants to get to the front of the field as quickly as he can as well, if that's the case. Great bit of maneuvering there from the Bull Security and Volkswagen Silver Oaks team. And Lendl Janssen, much better start than what he had in the first one, that is for sure. Roy Douglas is in the pack as well, just behind Michael Koenig. He's got Bluchnout on his tail as they come out of turn 7. Down onto the brakes into turn 8 comes the leading pack. Second pack starting to get into the mix as well. We see a little bit of maneuver there from Eric Boyens and Peter Hills. Brandon Hills now just behind Peter as they come onto the start-finish stripe for the first time. Lap 1 of 12 done now. Let's see what's going to happen here at the front end. Are they going to get into the punching affair that always happens in Formula V? Or are we going to see them spread out like we did in race number 1? Hoping for the former as opposed to the latter. Top 3 getting away. Greg Wilson setting the pace. Janssen happy to run with it. Kat van der Berg happy to sit in third for now. I say happy, but I would say that if an opportunity opens up, he will take it with open arms. But Lionel Janssen's going to make him work hard for it. That is for sure. In the brakes comes Janssen into turn 5, closing the gap down slightly on Greg Wilson. And having to go defensive on Kat van der Berg. Not an easy position to be in there for Lionel Janssen. He would prefer to be at the front and control the pace from that front end. Look, he's having a look here. Down the hill, he's close enough to put a wheel out, but not close enough to make it stick. Background though, looks like Ramchundra might have moved through. He has, he's got ahead of Peter Hills. So the Liqui Moly car has moved up one position and moves up into 4th place. Peter Hills coming back at him though. Yeah, they come down towards turn 1 and Hills is on the inside. Brandon Hills trying to go defensive there on Eric Bourns just behind in the Golf Racing coloured machine. As they come under brakes now for turn number 2. Ramchundra with Hills on his tail. The Hills boys are meaning business here. Brandon wants bar on Peter. Peter wants bar on Lucian Ramchundra. And Eric Bourns is waiting to pick up the pieces. Closing in there as well as Sean van der Linde. Yusuf Kotze and Theo Vermaak making up the top 10. Lionel Janssen had a look there, but wasn't quite close enough. Let's see what happens up to the top of the hill now. Global Touring Cars and Super Cup are up next. Remember, these two categories flipped out on the program ever so slightly. Hills on the brakes, locks up though. Runs a little wide. Might give Ramchundra a chance to come back at him. He does. We don't want to lock wheels, boys. Don't lock wheels in single seaters. Please, please, please. Top 3 just staying line astern for now, but very much chopping and changing there for 4th. Peter Hills has a go. Eric Bourns does as well, and he gets through on Brandon Hills. Peter had a look at Ramchundra, couldn't make it stick, but Bourns definitely had a go. And he squeezes out and gets ahead of a big maneuver, a big moving car there of Brandon Hills. The Mangaza Racing team there having a big fight here for the second pack of cars on track. Ramchundra leads them out. Peter Hills just behind him. Let's see what happens now as they get onto that back straight away. Is Brandon Hills going to be able to come back at Eric Bourns? Top 3 just getting away rapidly. Just running like a steam train. No one showing their cards just yet. Wilson setting the pace. They're happy with the pace he's setting. Watch for Lionel Janssen and Kat van der Berg to possibly have a go a little bit later on in the race. We've just seen the fastest lap from Lionel Janssen, a 1:10.7.11 out of Janssen, 1:10.726 out of Wilson, and a 1:10.812 out of Kat van der Berg. So they are very evenly matched there, these top 3. Another wheel being shown there. Big look on the inside, but just tucks in behind him again. Wilson won't be worried about that. He has got a couple of championships under his belt in the past, so he's definitely not going to be concerned about Lionel Janssen just pulling out, showing him a wheel and tucking back in again. He's not going to fall for those kind of tactics. Let's see what happens now as they come out of turn 2. Heading up towards 3, a little bit of a gap opening up there with Wilson, but it's closed down almost as I say it by Lionel Janssen. Just slightly different lines out of turn 2, gives him a slight advantage out of 2, but it's made up on the brakes and under the roll-off for turn 4. Roy Douglas closing in on Michael Koenig, and it's for 12th and 11th place on track. Ramchundra still in the pound seats in the second pack, or is he? No, he's not. Peter Hills has returned the favour and got back ahead of him. Brandon Hills hasn't found a way back on Eric Bourns, but certainly Peter's got ahead of Lucian. Peter Hills now ahead of Lucian Ramchundra as they come into turn 5. The Liqui Moly car trying to close back again on that Mangaza Racing machine. Down onto the brakes come the top 3. This is a good job here from these 3 cars with 7 to go. But yet again, no one showing their cards just yet. Waiting for a little bit later on in the race to see if they can outgun their fellow competitors that are so close yet with 6.5 laps to go. And with that 6.5 laps, where is the maneuver going to happen? Where are we going to see that wick turned up? Where are we going to see the cards being thrown onto the table? And opportunities now opening up here. Here comes Lionel Janssen. Here we go. Right on cue into turn 4. The Bull Securities and Silver Lakes Volkswagen dealership hits the front. And Gert van der Berg wants to go with him. Greg Wilson comes up on the inside, goes defensive, going to try and come back at Janssen. Almost instantaneously. That's exactly what you need to do. Runs Janssen wide and he comes back into the lead, but Janssen hangs on. Wheel to wheel they go out of turn 6. And Lionel Janssen just tucks in behind and says, okay, let's find another place to have a go. That one didn't quite work out. Just maybe down here to turn 8. No, I'll just show you another wheel there. Wilson saying, I'm not going to fall for that. So with 6 to go, they cross the line again. Halfway stage reached and 6 still to go. Wilson ahead of Janssen. Gert van der Berg backing off slightly, maybe just saying that let them fight it out. Let's see if something goes wrong with them, and if that's the case, I'll pick up the pieces. Further back there, Theo Vermaak closing down on Josef Kotza. The 9 car there is Theo, he's in the top 10. Here comes Wilson on the defensive into turn 4. Around the outside of turn 4 goes Janssen. Can he make it stick around the outside? Yes, he can. So you can get it done on the inside as well as on the outside of turn 4. Lionel Janssen seems to know exactly where to place that car. Has he placed it in a good enough position to keep out Greg Wilson? This time he has. So he secures that front and lead for now. Wilson will now look to try and go on the attack, but Gert van der Berg is going to keep him busy. Come out of turn 7 down the hill towards turn 8, G&H Transport corner, and it's Gert van der Berg trying to capitalize and catch Greg Wilson out now that he's lost out 1 position to Lucian Ramchanda. To Lionel Janssen, I beg your pardon. Lionel Janssen wants to try and keep this red machine out front. The Bull Securities and Silver Lakes Volkswagen in the front end. Van der Berg seems to have lost a little bit of ground there into turn 2. Greg Wilson closes up and looks to pounce. Car slowing. Is that one of the hills? It is. I think it might have been Brandon Hills. Let's have a look and see as they come through which of the Hills cars it is. It's Peter Hills. White helmet there. Peter Hills with some problems, hand up. So they go through. It's still Lionel Janssen into 4 ahead of Greg Wilson. The 2 of them now pull the small margin over Gert van der Berg. It's almost half a second. Oh, look at that defensive driving out of Lionel Janssen. Lionel Janssen right across the circuit, almost onto the grass to keep Wilson out. Wilson gets the cutback. Going to try and get into turn 6 first. He is there. He shows the wheel on the inside, but he has to just tuck in behind and put that nose cone under the gearbox. Here comes Gert van der Berg, back at him again. Brilliant stuff here from these 3. They are putting on a show. This is exactly what we expected to see in the closing stages of race number 2. No holds barred and everything to play for. 4 laps to go. Cat waiting to pick up the pieces. He knows there is a potential of something going wrong here with these top 2. He's going to give them a little bit more of a chance there to sort it out. Otherwise, he might get into the mix there. Ramchanda still hangs on to 4th. Boyens in 5 and Brandon Hills in 6. Peter Hills dropped down to 10th place overall behind Theo Vermaak on that last lap with a little bit of an issue. Onto the back straight come the top 3. 4th place in the background there, Lucian Ramchanda. Not out of it just yet. If something goes wrong with these 3, Ramchanda could be certainly in the mix, and he's just set the fastest lap as well. As we start to mention him, has he got enough time though? I think 3.5 laps might not be enough for him to catch and pass here. But maybe just get onto the back end of them and put a bit more pressure onto those first 3 cars. Ramchanda's got Boyens behind him, but it doesn't look like the Golf Racing car's got any answer there. Here comes Gert van der Berg having a look. Wilson sees him coming and doesn't allow any opportunity to open up there. Great cornering and great corner speed there from the Liqui Moly car. Fastest man on track on that last pass was now our leader. And you can see Lionel Janssen has now decided, let's just drop the hammer and get away. Let these 2 fight it out amongst themselves behind me. Global Touring Cars and Super Cup are up next. We'll then go into Mobile 1 V8 Supercars as our final race of the day. But we've got this and 2 more races to go here at round 2 of the National Extreme Festival. Bridgestone tyres on these cars are starting to feel the effects of 2 full-on incredible races here at Zwartkops. As they go to the top of the hill, let's see what Greg Wilson can do to keep out Van den Berg with some traffic to negotiate. Coming up onto the back marker. Will that be a change around and a turnaround for this race? Is he going to block? Oh, he gets slightly blocked from Janssen. But Janssen gets through, so does Van den Berg and Wilson. Wilson and Van den Berg actually as they stand on circuit. Down onto the brakes they come. 2 more to go. Wilson now into the clutches of Van den Berg. Catty, I think, is just starting to plan a maneuver here to get through. Wilson once again sets the fastest lap of the race. 109.588. It's about half a second quicker than anybody else that he's fighting with at the moment, so Greg Wilson could be the danger man here. Lendl Janssen's going to have to answer that call on this next pass or face the possibilities of losing the lead. Here they come to the top of the hill. Lendl Janssen going to go defensive. He goes right to the inside line. Greg Wilson comes up alongside him, trying to find a way past. Watch for the cutback here from Wilson. Slightly later, but a later apex allows him to try and slingshot through. Doesn't quite make it stick though as they come into turn 6, Kenwood corner. Gert Van den Berg now, trying to make him pay. Here we go. Van den Berg has a look. No, not going to go this time. Here they come. Across the stripe for the final time and starting the last lap. Down towards turn 2. Are we going to see any opportunities? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Gaps have opened up there between the first 3. They're not as close as what they were. Across that last pass, 109.9 from Janssen, 109.945 from Wilson, 110 from Gert Van den Berg. Van den Berg is going to settle for 3rd. Between 1 and 2 now to sort it out. Let's see what's going to happen here between these two as they go into turn 4. Watch for Wilson up the hill. Greg Wilson going to come through early on. Will he cut up the inside earlier than he normally does? Or try and maintain the pace? He goes on the defensive on the inside, but Janssen sees him coming. Now he pulls out. A little bit of slipstream effect that he's had there. And trying to try and get the cutback now into turn 6. Is he close enough? They are wheel to wheel into turn 6. Oh, they've locked wheels! There you have it. That's what happens when you lock wheels in a single-seater. Janssen almost instantaneously throws his hands in the air and says, no, what are you thinking? Greg Wilson dived on the inside. The frustration was there. Gert Van den Berg around the outside, going to go for the win. Can he do it? He puts his wheels on the dirt, but no, Wilson hangs on. Wilson hangs on for the victory. I don't know if that's going to be given to him, though, just yet, though. There might be a race incident looked at after this. Lendl Janssen is going to still come back on track and stay ahead of Sean van der Linde, or is he? Van der Linde, I think, might get better drive to the line, and no, just hangs on. Lendl Janssen finishes up in 6th place, but you can see he is not going to be happy about that. Wow, what a finish to this one. I said you do not want to lock wheels in a single-seater. It usually puts the car into some kind of aerial maneuver. Look how tight they were here. He's on the inside line, and he just puts the wheel, and almost instantaneously, the hand comes out, and you can see Janssen is not happy about that. Greg Wilson hangs on for the win. Will that be the case, though? Will it be possibly gifted to Gert Van den Berg? And Lucian Ramchanda will then move up to 2nd. And will Wilson and Lendl Janssen have to fight it out in the COC's office? We'll have to let you know about that later on. Wilson is gifted the victory for now, though, unofficially ahead of Gert Van den Berg. And Lucian Ramchanda comes through there for 3rd place. Eric Boyens in 4th. Brandon Hills in 5. The recovery of the Bull security car is into 6th place for Lendl Janssen after that little touch. Sean van der Linde in 7th. It's Peter Hills in 8th, recovered nicely after a bit of issues there on his car in the mid part of the race. Yusuf Kotza and Theo Vermaak, your top 10. Up next, we go into the Global Touring Cars and Super Cup, and they are ready and waiting for us to roll out back onto the circuit for their 2nd heat of the day. Global Touring Cars back on track and expecting another awesome spectacle as always with these GDCs and Super Cup competitors. Big news out of pit lane. Unfortunately, the Hype energy drink Golf GTI from Team Red Racing and Brad Liebenberg not making its way onto the circuit for race number 2. Too much damage to that car after the first race incident, so he will not be making it out. Big pity to lose him because he was going so well in his debut in that car. He was in the Audi in Cape Town. They've now built that car at Universal Motorsport to get it ready. Got some work to do before we go down to PE to get it ready for that round. Looking to see whether or not Jason Campos has made his way back onto the circuit. I think I saw him there, along with Tato Carello, who had a phenomenal debut in his car. Definitely going to be happy with the choice of coming into the Super Cup class. On a Beside note in the background there, and his teammate, of course, Keegan Masters, will be looking to improve their positions for Team Perfect Circle. We've got some activations happening down in pit lane all day long with Playboy Deodorant, one of their new sponsors, as well as Pirelli Auto Parts, who have come on board with Team Perfect Circle for this weekend and for the rest of the season. Mokgotsi had a phenomenal outing, there's no doubt about that. And definitely a man to watch out for here in race number 2. Let's see what he can do. Big thumbs up and arm pump there from Big Graham Nathan to say, yeah, let's go at it. Let's get this all sorted out and see what we can do here in race number 2 there for Mokgotsi. Julian van der Vat will be on pole position with the reverse grid, of course, and Andrew Rackstra will be alongside him. Roy Campos will be looking to improve ever so slightly as well on his debut run for the Campos Racing and Pepper Racing stable. Certainly know what they're doing down in that camp, that is for sure. And of course the debut here and history being made with all 3 of the Campos family in the same event for the first time ever in their racing careers. They've raced one son and the father on a few occasions, or the 2 brothers together, but never all 3 of the Campos family in one race at a race meeting. So this was history in the making here for Campos Racing. Michael van Rooyen will definitely look to capitalize on his 3rd place on the grid ahead of Jonathan Mokgotsi for Team Gazoo Racing in the Toyota Corolla. But Jonathan Mokgotsi, as I said, has had a phenomenal outing here today and certainly is fired up enough to run at the front end if he can squeeze through between the Ford Focus and that Audi A3 of Andrew Rackstraws. Saad Variawa is behind Mokgotsi and he's got Robert Volk alongside him. Mandla Nakani and Daniel Rowe not making it into that top 6 split, of course, of the reverse grid. And they'll be in 7th and 8th place respectively. Daniel Rowe probably got the most work to do here out of everybody, having spun out at turn 2 in race number 1. Reverse grid for Super Cup sees Leighton Fourie ahead of JP van der Walt, Tato Carello, Arnie Neveling and Keegan Masters. Keegan Campos making up that top 6 inversion there for their inverted grid. Donnie van Niekerk will be behind them with Paul Luthi leading out the Masters side of the Cup class. Nick Davidson and Andre Rosaidenote, Roy Campos and Sam Hammond. And watch out for Jeff Kruger if he was able to get that car sorted out. I didn't see the Team Red Racing Super Cup Polo GTI on track on the warm-up, but we may have missed him as we were going from camera to camera. We'll keep an eye on the start to see whether or not he made it back onto the track. Whistles are blowing, which means we're going to be starting to clear the grid. And let's have a look and see what we can do here for race 2. Hopefully with a clean start and no incidents to get the race underway. But whoa, what we saw in the first one was pretty awesome. Hope we can get more of the same here in race number 2 with Leighton Fourie on pole position, with the luck not going his way in race number 1 with the tag between himself and Jason Campos. It might have worked out in his favor here for race 2 because he's on pole position for the Cup class ahead of his teammate and in the same stable as well, and the same pit this weekend too, JP van der Walt. Platinum Wheels machine from Team Red Racing alongside the Express Hire Team Red Racing Polo GTI Super Cup cars. Green flag to get them behind the Pretoria Noord Toyota. As they head down towards turn 1, Jonathan Mokgotsi looking across at Michael van Rooyen. Saad Variawa looking to try and get through the field as rapidly as possible. Watch out for Daniel Rowe. He is definitely going to be looking to turn his luck around here today. And hopefully not turn it around like he did in turn 2 in race number 1. In that pack, Donnie van Niekerk. Sam Hammond is back into it as well, just behind Roy Campos. Hammond, of course, in the Trinity Protection Services machine. Campos transport. There is Jeff Kruger. So Kruger is back on track at the back of the field. And he'll start right from the back of the pack. Is going to be a very, very hard ask there for Jeff Kruger. He's a very capable pack of Super Cup competitors that he has to get through if he wants to possibly still end up on the podium. Keegan Masters will be looking to do what he did in Cape Town, maybe take the second victory of the weekend for Team Perfect Circle. Show the new sponsors that they've put their money on a good team. And back the opportunities there of a championship headed that team's way at the end of the season. Going to be a tough one to win this when you look at the current state of affairs in the Super Cup class. So Toyota 86 moves off the circuit, handing the pole position duties to the Ford Focus for Investchem Chemical Logistics and Julian van der Walt. Alongside him is the race driver SA Audi of Andrew Rackstraw. Toyota Gazoo Racing line astern, and they go racing as the lights go out. Rackstraw trying to catch van der Walt napping as they go into turn 1, but that doesn't happen. Daniel Rowe trying to get through there on the back end of the field as they come into turn 1 and 2. A little bit of left and right around the outside of Rackstraw as Van Rooyen goes inside. Machotsi runs outside. They both run wide and Rackstraw comes back at them as they come out of turn 2. Great start there. Here comes the Super Cup class. JP van der Walt going to go on the inside. Can he get the whole shot? Looks like he's done that. And look at Jeff Kruger already around the outside of about 4 cars into turn 1. Kruger looking up to make up as much ground as possible. Tato Carello going side by side. A little tag there between himself and Keegan Campos. Campos gets tagged by Carello and they run wide. Campos runs onto the grass. Here comes Davidson on his inside. So it's Nick Davidson trying to get on the inside there of Keegan Campos. Rackstraw keeping the rest of this field at bay as he keeps up the Toyotas, the Volkswagens. They're all behind him. The only car that's ahead of him is the Ford Focus. We got 4 Toyota Corollas and 2 Golf GTI 8s behind that incredible bit of driving coming out of that Audi A3 of Andrew Rackstraw. Volk diving on the inside, trying to get through there on Machotsi. Can he make a move stick? No, he can't. He's got Machotsi's teammate who he forces wide and onto the dirty stuff there for Daniel Rowe. Volk now has to tuck in behind, or no he doesn't. He goes side by side with Rowe as they go into turn 1. Oh, Rowe getting sent onto the grass, into the kitty litter. Watch out for the big jump at the end. He comes back on and keeps out the 21 car of Ndukani, only just from Daniel Rowe's point of view. But unceremoniously sent into the grass there once again. How many times have we seen that from Robert Volk? There's been a couple of times that Robert Volk's been involved in some big incidents. This time out, forcing Daniel Rowe onto the dirty stuff. Keegan Masters dropping by the wayside here, and that looks like into some problems, yes, with Campos. Masters, Campos going off. Luti gets stuck in the middle of it. That was Roy Campos, in fact, it wasn't Keegan. Keegan had dropped back by the looks of it. Yes, it was. It was Roy Campos. The 2 Campos cars there coming together, but Keegan comes through there. Roy Campos coming together there. Paul Luti had to take evasive action. Keegan Masters dropping by the wayside, and Campos got caught out by the slowing car. Here comes a move there up the hill from Jason Campos' point of view. Jeff Kruger has incredibly moved his way up, I think, into about 3rd or 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. Lock up of the brakes there coming out of the Jason Campos as they came up onto the braking point. Here they come. This is the replay. That is on the side note. Keegan Campos being overtaken by Roy Campos on the high side. Campos just tags Masters just tags Roy Campos. Luti tries to avoid the action. Sam Hammond dives on the inside as Roy Campos goes across the circuit. There comes Keegan diving through and getting ahead and just crosses the nose of his dad's car. Wow. We wanted some action. We told you we'd have some here in the second heat of Global Touring Cars. Here it comes. Daniel Rowe trying to find a way through there on the 3rd of those Toyota Gazoo Racing Corollas. Sawad Variawa is behind his teammate Michael van Rooyen. Machotsi's dropped back slightly. He is now in 6th place, I beg your pardon, behind Robert Volk. Mobile 1 V8 Supercars are up next, but we've still got lots of action to come your way here for the Global Touring Cars, and it's Rackstraw who keeps out the pack of the Toyotas and Volkswagens. Unbelievable driving coming out of Andy Rackstraw. This is his first season in Global Touring Cars. He's a multiple single-seater champion, and he's keeping out some very seasoned campaigners here, including Michael van Rooyen and Sawad Variawa. Variawa probably not as much experience, but that's the kind of racing you get from Gazoo Racing as he goes on the inside of his teammate. No team orders there between them other than possibly taking each other out. But the Gazoo Racing squad are now side by side onto the back straight away. And Variawa's got the advantage. He's got through ahead of Michael van Rooyen and tucks in now behind Andrew Rackstraw through turn 4. Behind them comes Volk. Volk looking to try and pounce now on Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen knows it's Robert Volk on his tail. He will go defensive and keep out the WCT and Chemical Logistics Corolla. But it's race driver SA's Andrew Rackstraw in second place, fending off some of SA's finest saloon car drivers. And he's only come into his third race ever in a global touring car machine. And it's not the all-conquering Toyota Corollas that have been at the front end for a long time. It's an Audi A3. Unbelievable drive coming out of that youngster. Ndakani ahead of Rowe as they head down towards turn 1. Van Rooyen in the mix there with Robert Volk. Volk looking to try and get through on him. The Rustenburg Rocket is not going to make it easy there for Robert Volk. As they come into turn 2, race driver SA is in second place. Here comes the lead of GDC Super Cup. Leighton Fourie at the front end. Behind him it is incredibly Arnie Neveling and then Jeff Kruger. Jeff Kruger's come from the back of the field to third. What a drive here from Kruger. Staying out of harm's way as they got into the thick of it. And he's ahead of JP van der Walt, Jason Campos, Tata Carello as they come through turn 1. Carello now with some problems of his own, and it's being closed down rapidly there by the 9 car of Donnie van Niekerk. This is the battle for third place. Fourth place, I beg your pardon. Fourth place is JP van der Walt. The Platinum Wheels machine there doing a superb job to stay ahead of turn 1 and Campos Transport's Jason Campos. This is the Curvent car and Pinnacle machine, usually piloted, of course, by Nicky Dix, but this time piloted by Arnie Neveling. Neveling's up in a second place in the Cup category, incredibly. Into turn number 1 they come again for Global Touring Cars. The front end of the field as Robert Volk closes down on Van Rooyen. Ooh, very close there between the two of them, heading out of turn 2. As they come through, you can see just how tight it is. It's absolutely amazing stuff here for second. Julian van der Walt has disappeared at the front end. He's dropped the hammer to 3.5 second lead ahead of Andrew Rackstraw. But Rackstraw is just blocking for his life. There is no way around this Audi A3 in front. Saud Variawa tries the inside line, comes around the outside. Almost a little tag between Variawa and Rackstraw as they come up to the top of the hill. Variawa is going to try and drive around the outside, use those Dunlops to get some traction on the outside of the circuit. If he stays on the outside, it'll be inside for turn 7. But no, Rackstraw sees that coming and comes across his nose. Not going to let him come through this field easily at all. Here comes Variawa though, going aggressively into turn 8. Little tag between the two of them and he's got through. He forces the Audi wide. He goes wide in the attempt to get past and allows Volk to squeeze through. Volk is up to second. Robert Volk up to second. Van Rooyen into third. Here comes Machotsi into 5th. Oh, Andrew Rackstraw trying to go defensive on Variawa has been absolutely a nightmare for him. He's dropped down to 6th place. Oh, it didn't work out there at all. Variawa went on the attack. He tried to keep him out. They tagged. They kept at each other all the way through into turn number 8. And it didn't work out in the end. Volk is up to second. Van Rooyen into third. Variawa into 4. 5 is Machotsi. 6 now. Fighting hard to try and come back is Andrew Rackstraw. A bit of smoke coming off Mundan Nakani's car. Maybe a bit of body rub on that Dunlop tyre. Onto the brakes. Here we go. Paul, if you can get me that replay again, that'll be awesome. As they come down towards turn 8 to show me exactly what happened there. But, oh man, what an incredible run down into turn 8 there. It looked like Andrew Rackstraw might be able to keep him out. Have a look. We'll wait for them to go through here and come back to that action replay in a few seconds' time. But what an incredible bit of racing here from Global Touring Cars at the front end. Volk in second. Long way up the road to Julian van der Walt, and is there enough time? We'll wait and see with 4.5 laps to go. Leighton Fourie still hanging on ahead of Arnie Neveling. Can Arnie Neveling steal a win here in his first attempt? Now have a look at this. Leighton Fourie, Jeff Kruger, all from Team Red Racing, taking on Arnie Neveling. Where did we see this in the past? Polo Cup 2020. And that's where they've moved up to Super Cup class. Let's have a look at that replay if you can give it to me, Paulie. Here they come. Variawa dives on the inside. You can see defensive driving there from Rackstraw trying to hold that inside line. There's a tag between the two of them. Robert Volk, opportunistic as ever, dives through, realizing that the two youngsters are going to run wide. Van Rooyen goes with him, and with the wheels on the dirt there, Variawa drops back, so does Rackstraw, and Machotsi dives through into turn 1. Watch this. Jonathan Machotsi on the inside line, getting the better drive. He squeezes up and gets up into 5th place. Here we go. Variawa now trying to come back at his teammate. And he squeezes out Michael van Rooyen into turn 8. Oh, look at the front end of Daniel Rowe's car. Daniel Rowe has come onto the back end and crashed into somebody there big time. Not quite sure if it's the back end of Munda Nakani or possibly Rackstraw, but Daniel Rowe has got some serious damage on the front end of that Golf GTI 8. He comes out of turn 2. Have a look at the front end. The front left of that car is absolutely wrecked. Not quite sure which car is hit. I want to see the back end of those cars there. Doesn't look like it's any of those cars actually involved. Absolutely brilliant stuff here between the global touring cars. As they come onto that back straightaway, here comes Ndakani. Of course, there's going to be no answer there. Yeah, we go back to Super Cup. And Arnie Neverling looking to get ahead of Arnie's protege in the past, Leighton Fourie. When they were at RKT in terms of their karting careers, Leighton Fourie, of course, was coached and mentored by the man behind him at the moment. And now it's the roles reversed. The master being shown away by the Padawan. Look at this stuff. It is brilliant. Elite OMP and Universal Motorsport behind the man in front, Leighton Fourie, Polo Cup champion from last year, steps up into the Super Cup class. I'd say to you, if he's at the front end of the field with a reverse grid, there's a very good possibility he'll go for the win. But he didn't expect to see Arnie Neverling there, and he certainly didn't expect to see Jeff Kruger. Change of number here for this man, 27, a very good number. And looks like he's going to be pretty happy with the results of that change in the number. Hanging on to the 4th place at the moment for JP. Trying to close down there on Jason Campos. But you can see it's going to be a bit of a fight to the line here as they start their 3rd lap to go. 3 to go. Beg your pardon, it was going to be penultimate lap. But 3 laps to go now for these drivers in Super Cup. Event and Pinnacle car closing down on that express machine of Leighton Fourie as we go back to Machotsi fighting hard here with Van Rooyen. The Rustenburg Rocket has got his hands full now. Sawad Variawa's got away from him, trying to close things down on Robert Volk. Van Rooyen being closed down rapidly now by Machotsi. Jonathan Machotsi wants to get that Golf GTI 8 up ahead of the Toyota Corolla from Gazoo Racing. Can he do it now in the closing stages here of the 2nd heat of GDC? They'll come through brilliant action here as always. The 2nd race of the day always tends to be the more exciting of the two because there's no holds barred. They know that they can throw everything at the 2nd heat, and that's exactly what Van der Walt has done at the front end. 5.2 seconds up the road from anybody else, coming up onto the back end of the Super Cup class. Looks like closing down on Luthi. Paul Luthi, unfortunately not having the finish to the weekend that he started with the race 1. He was so good in the mid-pack, taking the win in the Masters category. That is fun. No, that's Volk. Volk in 4th place at the moment. Oh, in 2nd place, I beg your pardon. The Ford Focus. There he comes down onto the brakes into turn 8. That is the leader. About to start his penultimate lap. Last lap, I beg your pardon. It changed up on the timing monitor as he crossed the line. Julian van der Walt coming up and amongst some of the back markers as well to negotiate there from the Super Cup class. So Van der Walt now going to get into the mix with the guys also battling for positions on track. It's something you've got to be very wary about as a quicker car coming up on back markers. It's Hammond and Campos I think he's coming up on. Yes, it is. Campos and Hammond having their own little fight, and here comes Van der Walt to spoil their day. I think possibilities that they'll probably see him coming and realise that he's coming along for the ride. Heading to the top of the hill they go. Julian van der Walt hard on the brakes. He's going to be watching those rearview mirrors just to make sure that Robert Volk doesn't close down on him. Hammond will be seeing it as well. Blue flags will be waving for him to warn him that the quicker car is coming, but he wants to try and stay ahead if he can. Possibly not get lapped, but he's going to be lapped on the brakes into turn 8. Hammond will have one less lap to do as Van der Walt comes through for the 2nd victory of the day here in Global Touring Cars. It's the Ford Focus from InvestChem Chemical Logistics and WCT that takes the victory ahead of his teammate Robert Volk in the Toyota Corolla. And 3rd place going to Sawad Variawa from Team Gazoo Racing. What a run there to the line. Michael van Rooyen, Machotsi and Daniel Rowe with a Battle Scar GTI 8 ahead of Munda Nakani and Andrew Rackstraw. Here comes the fight for the lead now. Arnie Neverling once by. Can Neverling take a victory in his first time of asking in a Super Cup category race? He's certainly looking for it. He is pushing it to the limit here, Arnie Neverling. Never looking for a way on the inside. Can he find it? No, he can't. Leighton Free will go defensive. Here comes Jeff Kruger. Kruger going to have a look as well. No, not this time. Leighton Free was good enough on the brakes. He keeps out Arnie Neveling. The three of them go across the line like we saw only 2 years ago in Polo Cup. Now in the Super Cup GTIs. And it's Arnie Neveling finishing in second place there, behind the hard charge of Leighton Free to take the win. Jeff Kruger gets third place. Fourth place goes to Jason Campos. Van der Vault I should say, comes through for fifth place. And it's Tata Corella finishing up in sixth place with Donnie van Niekerk. Nick Davidson takes the Masters. He wins out over Andre Besaidnout from Team Perfect Circle. A good run there. And possibly the overall win for Andre Besaidnout. And the possibility of hanging on to the lead of the championship there for him as well in Team Perfect Circle's second car. Campos and Hammond at the back of the field. It was actually Keegan Campos and Roy, not Roy, that were fighting so hard at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, an incredible day's racing once again from GDCs. Up next, we've got Mobile 1 V8 Supercars as we clear the circuit for our final bit of race action here from round 2 of the National Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops. Final race of the day here from round 2 of the National Extreme Festival here at the International World of Motoring, Zwartkops Raceway. It's Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, the Rolling Thunder. Slightly diminished field this weekend with a couple of cars still with some battle scars from their first 2 outings of the season. But needless to say, still some great fights to expect with the inverted grid. And 20 Marks will lead things out with David Kutsia alongside him. Warren Lombard looking to capitalize on that inverted grid, but he's going to have to fight hard with Mackie Adlam, who of course has already shown what he can do at the front end to try and get through. But it is the all-conquering Franco Mateo that they're going to be watching out for coming through from the 7th place on the grid, just behind Terry Wolford and his teammate in the 2nd of the Corvettes. Race formation about to start to be put into place as they come down the hill. Julian Familiaris in his pre-race conference was saying how fired up and excited he was about this race meeting. He got a 3rd place in race number 1. Can he do slightly better than that in race 2? Or is Mackie Adlam, David Kutsia and 20 Marks and Warren Lombard going to spoil his day? Back of the field is Sam Dahl. He wasn't involved in the inversion of this grid, but he will certainly be involved in the race. Now as they get ready to go, the Pretoria Toyota peels off, and 20 Marks will set the pace across the line. They'll hold the acceleration until those lights drop, and of course double yellows into turn 1 and 2 means that they hold their positions before they go into proper racing out of turn 3 with the green flag. As they go flying through turn 1. Dahl now trying to close onto the back end of the Italian Stallion. They still maintain formation side by side for the cars coming out of turn 2, and now it's drop the hammer time, and a little bit of a touch there between the 2 of them coming out there. Lombard getting into the mix there almost instantaneously. That green flag dropped with Mackie Adlam, and 20 Marks hangs on to the lead for now. David Kutsia behind him, and then Warren Lombard. Look at Familiaris trying to squeeze up and find a way past on that Jaguar. It doesn't quite make it stick just yet, but it's Terry Wolford who's applying pressure onto the back end of Familiaris as they go to the top of the hill for the first time. Up into turn 5. Change up for 3rd. Adlam ahead of Lombard. Looking for a chance now as the Idemitsu Jaguar of Franco, the Italian Stallion, Di Matteo. He can't find a way just yet on Terry Wolford in the Fuchs Falcon. Now as they come under braking, still. And 20 Marks. Lap 1 leader. He's taken the lead and hung on to it from the start. Can he keep it all together now for the next 9 laps of action? Well, it says 12 laps on this one. On my program it said 10, but I kind of assumed with the inverted grid it would be 2 extra laps that they usually give them. So 11 laps still to go for these V8 supercars. Wolford behind, trying to make up ground as rapidly as possible to catch the back of Julian Familiaris. And 20 Marks hangs on for now. With that little look up the inside there from Di Matteo. Remember, Franco Di Matteo will be using this car in 2 weeks' time up the hill at Samola. David Kutsia goes onto the brakes on the inside of 20 Marks, who gives way there to the Mobil Grid Falcon. The Mobil 1 Grid Falcon now hits the front, and 20 Marks holds up. A hard charge coming from Mackie Adlam. Adlam going to dive on the inside into turn 8, has a look but not close enough to make it stick. Corvette versus Jaguar for the first couple of cars on track, and you can see Lombard there also trying to push through as quickly as possible, trying to return the favour there on Mackie Adlam into turn 1. Pushes it in, should find a way through but can't just yet. Minus turn onto that back straight. Familiaris closing onto the back end of Lombard. The Jaguar in the background, of course in red, white and black colours of Idemitsu lubricants. Those Italian Stallions, Franco Di Matteo. Franco Di Matteo definitely wants a way through here, that is for sure. He goes on the inside. Is he good enough on the brakes there to get Terry Wolford? He might be. We're watching Lombard go through the corner. And there he comes. Oh no, he's not able to. Wolford just hangs on. This is a great run here from them. Come flying down the hill. You can see just how hard it's going to be here for these guys to find a way past. Not easy to pass in a big V8. Very evenly matched machines with the exact amount of power output Every single car evenly matched on that power output, all on the same rubber. Some of them on slightly newer rubber than the others. It's a gamble that they take from each circuit. They get allocated X amount of new tyres per year, and they've got to work those new tyres throughout the season to ensure that they've got an even playing field amongst these drivers, and it's not a case of checkbook racing that can allow the guy with the most budget to go and buy new tyres every single time. Internatonal has another look on the inside of Terry Wolford into turn 4. Watch for the drive up the hill here from Mackie Adlam. Going to try and get through there on the Corvette. He's got late braking ability and he's got the inside line. Oh, no answer. And Tony Marks drops the third. Oh, and almost instantaneously the same maneuver from the Jag behind. Frank Internatonal dives through there and outguns the Fuchs Falcon of Terry Wolford. So what a start here to this second heat of V8 Supercars. Brilliant. Oh, and Ron Lombard has a big look as well. Lombard having a massive look on the inside there to get through on Anthony Marks. He realizes that if Mackie Adlam goes, he's going to have to go with him, or he might lose out on an opportunity of getting onto the podium. David Kutsia leads out for the Mobile 1 grid car at this stage. He's in the Ford Falcon at the front end. And look at the slide there from Anthony Marks as he comes onto that little short straight towards turn 3. Lombard's got good drive onto the back straight. Watch him use it up the hill now, possibly pounce on that Corvette as they go down to the brakes for turn 5. Good drive here as well, coming out of the Idemitsu Jaguar to try and get up on the inside of his teammate. Kutsia saw Adlam coming, shut the door. The first place remains in the hands of David Kutsia. Adlam's all over the back of him. Come down the hill, here they come. See if there's going to be any change up between these cars. Lombard has a look, and Tony Marks just getting an opportunity to slam the door shut in Lombard's face with 5 to go. So Paul, you tell me how many laps we got to go, because the timing monitor tells me I got 7. The board says we got 5 as they cross the line. So I'm not sure. As they come across the line there, the lights board on the side definitely said 5 laps to go. We'll keep an eye on that one on the next one. But of course they're now into the thick of it, and this is where things change up dramatically. Yeah, there it is, says 5 to go on that board, but on my timing monitor it says 7, so I'm not quite sure. We'll see. Here's a move for the lead. Adlam squeezing out. Oh, in the background, and 20 Marks runs wide. Just saw that Corvette running wide up the slip road into turn 5. David Kutsia trying to keep out Adlam. Let's see if he goes down the hill now. Yes, he's got through. But now Warren Lombard's got some problems. He's got rid of the Corvette ahead of him, but he's picked up a Jaguar on tow. So this should be fun. Here they come, down into turn 1. That Black Cat is looking to pounce and take out the Ford ahead of him. There's Anthony Marks. Yeah, unfortunately that didn't work out. 3-man Irving components, unfortunately, goes straight on. There'll be double yellow flags up to the top of the hill, so there'll be no overtaking opportunities here for Warren Lombard, although he's trying to set it up. Lombard getting good drive out of turn 4 to close in on Kutsia and to fend off the attempts here. Oh, double yellows. Yeah, we'll have to give up that one, will Franco Internatonal. Internatonal realizes that. Oh no, he hasn't. He just keeps his nose in there. He doesn't overtake. That's good driving there from Franco Internatonal. Doesn't overtake, just keeps the nose in to force a mistake possibly there from Lombard, but Lombard was wary about it. Warren Lombard will also be heading up, of course, to the hill climb in 2 weeks' time. He's going to be piloting his AC Cobra on the Classic Car Friday, so those two drivers fighting for 3rd place at the moment will also be fighting for honours up the hill in 2 weeks' time. De Matteo's teammates on his tail. Familiaris to run there with Franco if he makes a move there on Warren Lombard. We'll try and catch Lombard out and not allow him to make any mistakes. Adlam now with a comfortable lead, almost 2 seconds. There's a move from Lombard to try and get second. Didn't quite work out though. Watch for the drive up the hill though from De Matteo. De Matteo's got the inside line, and he's close enough to outbrake Warren Lombard. Is he good enough to outbrake Warren Lombard though? No, not this time. Lombard slightly later on the brakes there in the Pep Boys Automotive Ford to keep out that Idemitsu Jaguar. Great little fight here between these guys. Let's have a look and see when they come across the line. This time, how many laps we got to go? I would say 3 on the board. Or have they changed it? Yes, they've got 3 on the board. 5 on the monitor, 4 on the monitor, 3 on the board. No one's going to know until that checkered flag comes out. Ford Falcons. Jaguars on their tail. Corvette behind that. Trying to catch the lead cat out front. 3 to go. So I'm going to go with that one because that's usually the one that brings up the checkered flag. Warren Lombard. There's smoke out of the back of that car. That'll be a little concern. Heading to the top of the hill. There might have been a bit of dust though from the circuit as opposed to smoke out of the car. Oh, and Lombard! Just missing the back. He's run out of brakes. He ran out of something there. Lombard just missed the back end of David Coetzee. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there. But Warren Lombard very lucky to survive that one. And David Coetzee even luckier. That could have been Lombard's car up the back end of that Ford Falcon. 2 birds coming together right in front of that Idemitsu Jaguar. Lombard's back on track. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there. Look at this. He is just too late on the brakes. Just misses the back end of the Mobile 1 grid car of David Coetzee. How lucky was that for both those drivers? That could have ended up in a massive incident between the two of them. Lombard has dropped to the back of the field. So that's a big pity there for Warren. What a lucky maneuver there from David Coetzee's point of view. Coetzee looking for a possibility of his best finish ever in a V8 supercar. Second place will definitely be that. But he's going to have to fend off for the next lap or so. The very, very cruel intentions being shown here by Idemitsu Jaguar driver Franco Di Matteo. And there you have it. Di Matteo forces the Mobile 1 grid car out of the way. And that Ford Falcon drops to 3rd. The Corvette looking to pounce as well and follow his teammate through. So it's Di Matteo up into 2nd place. Jaguars 1 and 2. Corvette 9 to 3rd. Familiaris with a massive flame out of Coetzee's car trying to fend off the attack from Julian Familiaris. Can he do it into turn 1? No. Familiaris will have that inside line. Watch out for Terry Wolford coming through as well. Wolford going to try and attack on Coetzee as well and spoil his day even more. I might have given him the commentator's curse there. Sorry about that one, Davey. Oh, and there is Wolford through. Wolford forcing a little bit of maneuver to get ahead of Coetzee. And there you go. Familiaris through on the Jaguar. I think that was a missed gear from Franco Di Matteo's point of view. Di Matteo missed a gear coming out of turn 3 and it's allowed his teammate through. Here comes Wolford trying to catch him on the sly as well. As they go to the top of the hill now, watch out for a chance for these guys. I would say it's a lap and a half to go, but I'm not sure, Dave. Because the monitor says 2. I think the board's going to tell them 1. Let's see as they come down here. Mackie Adlam about to start either his penultimate or last lap, depending on what that timing board says. Here they come. Looked like 1 to go there for them as they cross the line. And they're on the last lap. So it's Adlam from Familiaris, Di Matteo and Wolford. David Coetzee losing out there on that last lap to 3 cars. Terry Wolford looking to get onto the podium ahead of Franco Di Matteo. Di Matteo does not want to give that 3rd place up just yet. Misgear cost him the 3rd place to his teammate. So we got Jags 1 and 3, Corvette in 2nd, Falcons 4 and 5. As they come into the closing stages here of Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. What are the chances here of a phenomenal finish for that Ford Falcon sponsored by Fuchs? Alliteration aside, we'll see what Wolford can do. Here they come down towards the final 2 corners. I think Di Matteo might have enough. They're not going to catch Adlam. He's going to take another victory. Once he hit the front, it was plain sailing, and there it is. Done deal. 2nd race victory to Mackie Adlam ahead of Julian Familiaris, Di Matteo, Wolford and Coetzee. With Lombard very lucky to not go into the back end of David Coetzee there in the closing stages of race number 2 for the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. He'll beat out Sam Dahl to the line. And Tony Marks, unfortunately, not finishing up the 2nd heat of the day here for Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. Let's get confirmation of those results. Unofficially, it is Mackie Adlam, Julian Familiaris, and Franco Di Matteo, your top 3 overall in the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. Wolford, Kutsia and Lombard, the next 3. And Sandal beats out in 20 marks with a DNF in the Corvette. Our poleman, unfortunately, could not capitalize on that position and make it his own. I hope you enjoyed all this race action, ladies and gents, here from round 2 of the National Extreme Festival from Zwartkops International World of Motoring, just outside of Pretoria West in Gauteng. Our next bit of action, of course, here at Zwartkops is going to be Regional Extreme Festival. That happens on the 10th and 11th of June. So make sure that you are around for that. Don't forget that at the end of July, the 23rd of July, we've got the Zwartkops Annapolis 8-hour. And also don't forget some brunch run and thunderbike action happening on the Sundays here at Zwartkops as well. So lots of race action. The next round of the Extreme Festival Nationals heads down to Quebec, and that'll be on the 27th and 28th of May 2002. And don't forget to see all that race action coming up on Ignition Channel 189 in about a week and a half's time to 2 weeks' time, from the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, from the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars powered by Pretoria North Toyota, and of course our 52-minute show bringing you all of the action from Polo Cup, from the InvestCam Formula 1600s, and of course from all of the other categories racing here today at Zwartkops. From the 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds team, my name is Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Thank you so much. Take care then, and bye-bye now.